Chapter 151. The Naval Fleet in the Windless Belt. The armed domineering aura rose, and a fierce aura lingered directly in the room, which was even more obvious in this closed room. Your Majesty the King, the ability you are using is about to exceed the load that the ship's room can bear. I hope you can regain your momentum. Just when Chongnyo was still feeling his own power, Hai Ling suddenly appeared in his room at this moment, and then said to Chongnyo respectfully. Ah? Chongnyo suddenly questioned. He was not surprised at the projection that suddenly appeared in his room. He was only confused that he had caused such a situation just by condensing his armed domineering energy. He couldn't understand it at all. His Majesty the King, I have told you before that the exterior of the Infinity can withstand huge impacts, but the interior is very fragile. I also hope that you will not use your abilities at will in the cabin during the next journey. Hai Ling spoke again, with the same tactful and respectful tone. Okay, I get it. Chongnyo said helplessly but with a smile. He is very nervous about this newly acquired cruise ship, and he doesn't want this guy to have any problems at all. Anyway, there will be many places to learn about your own strength in the future, and there is really no need to rush to show yourself at this moment. After he finished speaking, the sea spirit projected by the system on the cruise ship disappeared in the next second. The ship was still sailing, and Chongnyo, who was bored in the room, could only lie on the bed and sleep. For a ship that can sail like this, there is no need to worry about encountering any danger at all. When it encounters danger, it will automatically turn invisible to avoid any possible dangerous behavior. The invisibility of this ship is very simple. Its appearance is all made of special technology. As long as it finds a ship sailing on the sea or other situations, it will automatically project the nearby sea water to become invisible. It is almost invisible from the outside. Any possibility arises. But if you use the perception of sight, hearing, and color, you can still perceive the existence of this thing. It is only hidden on the technological level or the level of sight. On the perceptual level, it is still completely unreservedly displayed in front of everyone. But even in this way, he has achieved very good abilities. At least when sailing on this sea, he can reduce the danger to less than 1%, and he can be completely invincible to all ships across the entire sea. A few days later in the morning. Now the ship has begun to cross the windless zone, but its speed remains at its original state. No one here, even the Sea Kings, will choose to attack him. Invisible or not, in addition, he can completely isolate the perception of the Neptune type, and can emit a state similar to that of the Sea Tower Stone, which is quite unexpected. On the deck at the front, Chongnyo and Abina were lying here quietly to bask in the sun, and feel the sea breeze blowing in the windless belt while sailing at a fast speed. Hai Ling, how long will it take to reach the destination? Chongnyo, who was lying down, shouted directly. After such a long time, Abina has learned some of the functions of this ship. He is not too surprised. He is still lying on the deck chair, without even opening his eyes. When Chongnyo's voice fell, Hai Ling's figure suddenly appeared next to him, and said with respect and a smile, Your Majesty the King, it is estimated that it will take about 10 hours to reach the Kingdom of True. Please wait patiently here. I didn't expect it would take so long. Chongnyo was already speechless. After all, there was no chef on the ship, so the two of them could only cook by themselves. After eating each other for several days, they were already tired of it. Your Majesty the King, this is already going very fast. If we cross directly from the upside-down mountain, we probably won't be able to reach the South Blue Sea in less than a month and a half. Abina said as he lay aside with his eyes closed. Yes. Chongnyo said leisurely, and Hai Ling was already standing between the two of them. Is there any music? Put on some music and listen. Chongnyo said boredly. No problem, Your Majesty the King, but we found more than 10 naval ships 10 kilometers ahead. Do you want to turn on the stealth state? Hai Ling said respectfully. As soon as these words came out, Chongnyo and Abina sat up instantly, and at the same time activated the haki of seeing and hearing to sense the surrounding situation. But the final result was exactly as Hai Ling said. About 10 kilometers away from them, in the windless zone, 10 naval warships were heading side by side towards the South Blue Sea, and the people on them seemed to there is also something extraordinary in terms of strength. Compared to the Infinity's speed, these navy warships felt like they were parked in place. But they were still quite curious about their sudden appearance here. Hai Ling, turn on the hidden mode and get closer to the navy warship to see what they are doing. Chongnyo ordered. Okay, Your Majesty. A cruise ship that was in good shape 1 second, and the next moment a pure white light shield began to rise from the bow of the ship, and then all the surrounding sea water was cast on it. If it is in a still state, no one could spot the ship at all. Apart from the waves caused by the propeller behind the cruise ship, it is completely impossible to see the specific state of the cruise ship. The distance of 10 kilometers is not particularly far for them. The Infinity also deliberately moved closer to the 10 naval warships, but it did not get particularly close. Through the protective cover, Changniu and Abina could clearly see what the 10 naval warships looked like now. Everyone on their boat was chatting lazily, and so many people didn't have the slightest sense of crisis. However, according to the specifications on naval warships, there are about 500 people on each ship, so these 10 naval warships have almost the specifications of 5,000 people, which is completely the standard of the demon-slaying order. So many naval warships suddenly appeared in this windless zone, and they almost reached the South Blue Sea after passing through this windless zone, so their purpose of staying here has yet to be confirmed. Hailing, slow down and sail. Changniu said. Your Majesty the King, with so many navy warships staying here, there must be something happening that we can't imagine. Abina said directly. Based on your experience, what do you think will happen? Changniu said. No matter what the situation is now, the 10 naval warships in front of us are still very obvious. Chapter 152 Return. The two people stood on the edge of the deck, quietly watching the 10 slowly moving naval warships. The distance between them was about 300 meters, and they were completely within the range of other people's cannonballs. But at such a long distance, no one can see the existence of the Infinity as long as they don't use the perception of sight, hearing, and color. Abina, what do you think this group of people are going to do in the South Blue Sea? It seems it's not as simple as we thought. Changniu pressed his hands on the railing, looked at the dozen or so warships with a solemn expression, and spoke in a low voice to Abina next to him. Although I don't know much about the South Blue Sea, with these navies dispatching on such a scale, something big must have happened. Abina said. Indeed, the navy dispatched such a large-scale operation, which was similar to the level of the demon-slaying order, and it headed straight for the South Blue Sea. Although there are many countries in the South Blue Sea that you can visit, this situation is worth considering. Hailing, avoid them, let's set off. After watching for a while, Changniu felt that there was no need to study further. Looking at the direction of this group of people, they must be heading to the South Blue Sea, but the specific situation can only be determined at that time. Your Majesty, do you want your subordinates to go to their ship to inquire about it? Abina asked. Do you think this is necessary? Why should you care about such insignificant things? Changniu said directly with a smile. He didn't pay attention to those people at all, and there was no possibility of even treating them as the same thing. This is not because he is arrogant now, but because he has this strength, he can completely ignore other people's actions. The Endless caused a splash of water when it left. Immediately there were two people on the navy warship. They began to look in this direction. They didn't know what they were looking at, but looking at the undulating water splash, several of them frowned. He also wrinkled tightly. In this windless zone, compared with the speed of the Infinity, those naval warships were just like an adult walking with an ant following behind. In a short time, the naval warship had disappeared from the Infinity's sight, and they were heading straight towards the Kingdom of True. Anyway, they don't know the countries those navy warships are going to. When the current pirate situation is so severe, the Navy would actually send such a large number of personnel to a barren South Blue Sea area. This is what makes them compare. Unexpected place. They didn't stay in the windless zone for long, and soon they appeared directly on the rough South Blue Sea, where there were still familiar smells and familiar scenery. Compared with the windless zone just now, the wind and waves here are obviously much higher, but compared with the Grand Route, this is already relatively calm. Although the wave height is almost 1 meter, for the two people staying in the Endless, the wind outside does not affect the comfort inside at all. Your Majesty the King, there is still 1 hour of sailing time from the destination of the Kingdom of True. Do you have any instructions at this moment? As dusk approached, the sun in the sky had already hung directly on the sea. At this moment, Hailing appeared directly in front of the two of them and said respectfully to Changniu. Are you here already? Changniu took a deep breath and spoke slowly to himself. Your Majesty the King, we expect to arrive before dark. If there is no instruction, the Endless will dock directly at Nanhua Port. Hailing said. Then let's do this, connect the wireless video, inform Lhasa, and we'll talk about the rest later. Chang Nyo said. Already approaching the territory of his own country, Chang Nyo could no longer sit still on the ship. Even though it was already dark, he still chose to walk directly to the deck so that he could see his own country at a glance before dusk fell. Look like. It has been almost 3 months since he left. During these 3 months, he almost completely let go of the current true kingdom, leaving all matters big and small to Luosta alone to handle. If there are no special circumstances during this trip, according to preliminary estimates, Chang Nyo will not set foot outside the South Blue Sea for at least 3 years. Next, we will start to win steadily, and everything will start to move steadily. If we want to expand the country's economy and strength, we just need to stabilize the South Blue Sea first. Is this your country? Chang Nyo was still standing on the deck, blowing the slightly cool wind, and was thinking about what to do next. Abena didn't know when, he walked out from behind, and asked with a curious look on his face. Road. Although it is already dark, when approaching the port, the entire Nanua is now brightly lit at night. Luosta, who had been contacted before, was now gathering people at the port to wait. The clothes everyone was wearing seemed quite formal at this moment. The Endless slowly approached the Nanua port. It was not until it was approaching that those on the shore saw a huge ship slowly approaching the port. Different from human control, the Infinite system operates intelligently, which is many times more precise than human control. It is less than 1 m away from the entire port shore, and it stopped steadily and headed towards the port. On the deck, at this moment, a telescopic bridge was slowly and mechanically created directly leading to the port, making it easier for the 2 people standing on the deck to get down. Welcome to the return of His Majesty the King. Before anyone even started to go down, hundreds of voices sounded at the port. After their voices fell, Chang Nyule slowly walked to the front of the deck, and then walked towards the port. Abena followed behind, curiously looking at everything around him step by step, including the people in front of him. To him, everything seemed so strange. Greetings to His Majesty the King, Your Majesty Luosta, welcome His Majesty the King back. Luosta was originally at the front of the crowd. When Chang Nyo just walked down, he walked up quickly and shouted respectfully. With the light of the port, you can see the people standing on the port at this moment, but Chang Nyo does not look particularly happy. However, everyone else at the port had a smile on their face. Fortunately, no common people were involved at this moment, otherwise we don't know what kind of chaos it would be. Chapter 153 Work Report in the Palace. Standing at the edge of the port, Chang Nyo looked at so many people with a smile on his lips. The current Nanua port looks exactly the same as it did a few months ago. There is almost no difference. However, the number of ships in the port has increased significantly. This has shown that Luosta, the Minister of Commerce, has achieved great results in the past few months. Very good. Get up and send someone to guard the Infinity. Everyone else should go back. Follow Luosta back to the palace. Chang Nyo said to Luosta, who was hunched over. Okay, Your Majesty the King. Luosta said with another gentlemanly salute. The palace is still the same as before. Even though it has been away for more than 3 months, it still maintains its original appearance without any changes. It was already dark, and there was no scenery at all, but the lights on both sides of the corridor in the palace still looked very comfortable. It is now almost 8 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Apart from everyone else, only Chang Nyo and Luosta are staying here in the palace hall. They sat looking at each other. The most important thing was to understand the changes in the country in the past 3 months. After the maid brought 2 cups of tea, as the door of the palace hall closed, the entire palace became quiet. Let's talk about what happened recently. Chang Nyo picked up the teacup, took a sip of water and said to Luosta, who was sitting opposite. Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty has sorted out all the things that have happened in the past 3 months, and everything is here. I will tell you the whole story first, and you can take a look at it later if you take the time. Everything from the past 3 months. As Luosta said, he took out a portfolio directly from his hand. There was a thick pile inside, which seemed to contain everything he had done in the past 3 months. Luosta put this thing on the table between the 2 of them, then straightened his collar, sat up straight and said, Since you left, all the institutional things in the country have begun to be implemented. The factories that were originally planned to be built in those areas of the royal kingdom are now all put into operation, and all roads in the country are also under construction. Because of the previous public meeting, all businessmen from the 4 sea areas have gathered in the past 2 months. All have begun to gather at Nan Nua port and Trova port. The country's economy has also been growing rapidly in the past few months. At present, all our main targets are economic and people's livelihood issues, and all officials are meticulously pursuing these things. So far, 86 new factories have been added in the country, and nearly 5 million domestic employees will be employed in the same batch. It is expected that by the end of the year, the number of new factories that can be added at the same time should be about 200, which can provide employment for the remaining people. Almost 10 million people. In addition to the economic factory types we have discussed before, it now includes upstream and downstream enterprises, and all of them have now begun to be completed and implemented. In addition, the most important thing is that the contents of the 4th volume of discussions have been fully implemented, and researchers have involved 15 countries surrounding the South Blue Sea. The one with the most complete feedback so far is Crimea, a world government member country located next door to us. We have already discovered that this country is rich in various mineral resources, and the population of this country is not very dense. Therefore, it can be used as our first choice for the content of the 4th volume in the next step. Luosta talked for a long time, and Chong Nyo just sat there. I don't know if he listened carefully. Anyway, he just listened like this for a long time. After Luosta finished speaking, he sat there quietly, his eyes always fixed on His Majesty the King, and he behaved very rigorously. In this quiet palace, the sound of Chong Nyo drinking tea has echoes. Ever since he got the system's membership gift package, he can hear even the relaxed breathing of Luosta opposite him while sitting there. It's clear. These are all good things you said. Tell me about the problems you have encountered in the past few months. Chong Nyo asked nonchalantly. Your Majesty, the only problem now is that domestic factories and other things are developing too fast, resulting in a lack of funds. Luosta lowered his head slightly and said. As the Minister of Commerce, he controls the economic lifeline of the entire country. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the money bag of the entire country. But now the entire country actually talks about the problem of lack of money from his mouth. It is estimated that it would have been replaced by another king. He already started to get angry. But Chong Nyo was not like this. He still drank tea with a disapproving look on his face and even leaned leisurely on the sofa. Luosta was even more embarrassed when he saw this situation. He really couldn't understand what the teenage king sitting in front of him was thinking. If it is said that the other party does not understand these things, it is simply impossible. After all, it was under the guidance of His Majesty the King that he took this step and became what he is now, so the other party still maintains this state. I definitely still didn't hear what I wanted to hear. Luosta swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said again nervously, the domestic economy is now fully recovering. The early industry is not enough to support the entire country's economic situation. In addition, and most importantly, the people of the original royal kingdom. The tight provision of food and clothing has already reduced the treasury of the kingdom of True a lot. In the past few months, the kingdom's industrial income has almost remained at around 25 billion belly. According to the current plan, by around March next year, the country's monthly income should exceed 130 billion belly. Luosta said, his eyes were staring at His Majesty the King during every word he said, and he did not dare to let go of any movement or expression. But the more rigorous he was, the more nervous he became, wondering whether he could not figure out what His Majesty the King was thinking. But all this is not his illusory self-feeling. In this country, he, Luosta, can be regarded as a very human minister, and these things are what he should do. But in the end, everything he said still didn't let Chong Nyo hear what he wanted to hear. Although he reported only normal work, he didn't even say a word about topics other than normal. After another pause for a while, probably after being quiet for a while again, Chong Nyo finally slowly raised his head, and then slowly placed the teacup on the table. Chapter 154 The Minister of Commerce's Little Thoughts. After the teacup was placed on the table, the atmosphere in the entire hall continued to remain quiet, and Chong Nyo stared at Luosta silently. After lasting for almost a minute, Luosta felt restless. He couldn't help but stand up and stood aside respectfully, with his head lowered and his hands folded in front of him. Luosta, do you know why you are asked to be the Minister of Commerce? Chong Nyo finally spoke. Although the words he spoke were casual, for Luosta, he couldn't help but cross his hands tightly. Thinking back to what he had done in the past few months, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Place? The reason why I became the Minister of Commerce depends entirely on His Majesty's trust. Luosta thought for a while and could only say this. You are right, you do need my trust. In your position, you can already be regarded as the one who knows the most things and has the biggest tasks in the entire kingdom of True. But how have you been doing it for the past 3 months? Changyo asked in an increasingly cold voice. Please give your Majesty's instructions. Luosta said respectfully again. It really doesn't matter how much money a country can earn from industrialization at the moment. As long as it can maintain the basic life of the people, you may do some things quite well, but in other aspects, you may not be doing as well as you imagined. All the princes and ministers in the kingdom smell of alcohol, including you. Is this what you should do at a time like this? And about the 4th volume, how did I arrange it before? It is not allowed to be used unless there are special circumstances, but how do you do it? In the past 3 months, you have never reported to me any major or minor events that occurred in the kingdom of True. Is it possible that this country is so peaceful? If I come back in a few months, tell me what the kingdom of Toru will look like? Changyo said leisurely, his voice began to become calm again, but the blame in his words was particularly obvious. It can already be seen from Luosta's expression. He was already very nervous at this moment, his hands were holding each other tightly, and beads of sweat were slowly starting to flow from his forehead. Standing on the spot, Luosta swallowed a mouthful of saliva and suppressed the nervousness in his heart and said, Your Majesty, I just don't want to disturb His Majesty when he goes to the world government. Furthermore, there is nothing special happening in the True Kingdom. As for the 4th volume, it's just Your Majesty feels that the time has come, and this is indeed your fault. Please forgive me. Get the latest ch. Pters on n/felban.com. Changyo looked at the other party quietly. He didn't mind that the other party had some small thoughts. No one could be perfect, and he knew this very well. Luosta is definitely a talent, and he is a very smart talent. What the kingdom of True needs most now is such a person. As long as he can control everything in his own hands, he can go wherever he wants in a fixed space. Changyo can be indifferent even if it beats. Just like this kind of thing now, Changyo doesn't mind what the other party hides, let alone the other party's little thoughts. Putting things together regarding business planning and deployment, we will leave for Alabasta in half a month. You can stay there then. Changyo said leisurely, then leaned directly on the sofa and put his feet on the coffee table in front of him. Upon hearing this, Luosta became nervous again. He didn't know what happened, so he quickly knelt down on one knee and said, Your Majesty, I shouldn't be so petty. I am originally from the Crimean country. But this country allowed all my parents to die there, and this is why Your Majesty will use the 4th volume plan. Please forgive me. Do you think I care about these things? It's just for the country of Crimea. It's not a big deal. It will always be faced in the future anyway. I don't care if you have some little thoughts wrapped up in your job scope, but there are some things I hope you can understand. There are some things I can give you that you can do, and don't even think about the things I don't give you. It's okay to want revenge, no problem, but the prerequisite is that you can do everything meticulously. So do you think you have achieved such meticulousness? You have not. Furthermore, I'm not asking you to go to Alabasta just to have fun there. Arrange all the business plans, familiarize yourself with all the things we have already communicated in the early stage, and then you can take over in Alabasta. To open up the Great Sea Route Market, I hope you won't let me down again. Changyo leaned on the sofa and turned his head to look at Luosta, who was kneeling on the ground, and said without any expression on his face. Although he didn't blame him too much this time, the attitude in his words was obvious enough. Luosta was a very smart person, otherwise he wouldn't have been allowed to sit in this position. If the other party doesn't know how to restrain himself this time, then he won't need to continue to participate in many things in the future. Although there are not many smart people, if you screen them, there will always be some. Luosta knew very well that His Majesty the King was just giving him a warning this time. Those little thoughts before had been clearly seen by others, and no matter how much explanation he gave now, it would probably have no effect. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. I will never make such a mistake again in the future. Luosta said. Making mistakes is not terrible. The terrible thing is not being repentant. Being able to reach this position means that I trust you. You can do many things freely, but the premise is that you can keep everything clean. I think you should understand this. If get up, sit there and have a nice chat about Alabasta. Chang Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Da suddenly felt relieved, and at the same time, the eyes he looked at His Majesty the King were filled with admiration. He didn't expect that he could have His Majesty the King say such things after doing something like this. For many people, he has risen from being an unknown person to becoming the chief minister of a country. This is almost a dreamlike existence for many people, but it actually happened to him. Luo Da stood up from the ground, and then continued to sit where he had just been sitting. The two were facing each other. Although Chang Nyo acted very lazy, at this time Luo Da already felt that he looked pretty good. Chang Nyo is very clear about today's country. If you want to control these people, you naturally need to give them a sweet date with a hammer. You can't kill them all. People with small thoughts are not scary, so just let him go. He can start from scratch all by himself. Everything is done step by step, so for the king of a country, he still has a hammer to use. Chapter 155 Things from the Tianlong People's Treasure House. Even though Luo Da had sat down now, his hands were still folded together, and his whole person looked very urgent and panicked. Don't be so nervous. What happened before is in the past. I don't want to pursue it, but before you leave, you must not leave a mess in our kingdom of True. Since you have the heart to do such a thing, then you have to find a way to settle this matter for me. Chang Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Da nodded and said. Now let's talk about other things. I have already communicated with King Cobra of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Next, you can formulate a more suitable plan. Alabasta is mostly a desert country, and their land area is larger than ours now. The Kingdom of Toru is much larger, but there are not as many people as our Kingdom of Toru. The only main purpose of choosing to cooperate with them is that the forces behind Alabasta can completely become a windshield for us on the Great Route. The next thing you have to do is to formulate a business plan based on the number of people in their country. I also made a draft before I came back. You can just pick it up from the port endless tomorrow. There are some general contents that have been planned, but more detailed things need to be brought over by you to discuss in detail. This time, no matter what the circumstances, we must find a way to capture 80% of the ports in Alabasta, and establish a commercial port that can be exclusively used by our Kingdom of True. As for the specific content, you will bring people over to understand it in detail and then make a specific plan. And this time will not be given to you for too long. What you can do is to make the country of Alabasta within 2 years. Start our business plan. Chang Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty, but is it possible that the area we will target then will only be limited to the first half of the Grand Route? Luo Da asked doubtfully. For this group of people, they already know the structure of the entire pirate world very well, especially Luo Da. As the Minister of Commerce of the Kingdom of Toru, he must know these things well. After all, everything in the future must be planned within the scope of business, so these are what he must do. Chang Nyo was indeed quite satisfied with being able to talk about such a topic, but he still said, you decide these things yourself and do what you want to do. Whether it is in the first half or the second half of the Grand Line, you own it. Do this as your core task, and someone will help you solve the rest. The meaning of this saying is already obvious, that is, do what you should do, and you don't need to think about other things, or even worry about them. Luo Da smiled slightly and looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything else at this time. Chang Nyo retracted his legs from the coffee table, then sat upright and said again, you don't have to worry about future expenses. The other thing is to quickly find someone who can take over your stay in the True Kingdom within this half month. Regarding the matter, if you go to the palace treasury after tomorrow afternoon, I will probably give you a surprise. Okay, Your Majesty, I will make sure to complete the handover within half a month, and I will definitely complete the tasks you assigned. Luo Da pushed up the frame of his glasses and said. Then let me wait and see. It's getting late. Go back early. Before you leave, you must give me a practical plan. Chang Nyo said. After saying that, Chang Nyo ignored this guy and turned around and walked out of the palace hall, then walked in the direction of where he lived. Luo Da was still standing alone. He couldn't figure out why this happened. He could only sigh and do what His Majesty the King arranged. He didn't resent anyone about this, but instead felt relaxed. Thinking of the bad things in Crimea, Luo Da smiled slightly, maybe he had guessed something. Early the next morning. Life here is still the same as usual. Chang Nyo got up early and started holding a meeting, which was similar to the ancient court meeting. After all, he has been away for several months, and one cannot just listen to what losses says. A country needs to be involved in all aspects. The Kingdom of True and the Kingdom of Roha have just merged less than a year ago, and there are still many things hidden in it. Although there are not too many major problems, it is already enough of a headache for them. All regions have implemented the same system, but with so many people, there will always be ups and downs, and it is impossible to cover every aspect of everything. After the meeting, Chang Nyo came to the palace treasure house alone. It was similar to a room filled with shelves. The key was that the entire warehouse was empty, and Mao couldn't see anyone. But fortunately, the space in the warehouse is still large enough. Ever since he obtained the assets of the celestial dragons from Marie Joya, Chang Nyo has never once seen what is in there, but after thinking about it, he can tell that it must be all some valuable goods. Now that they have returned to their own country, Chang Nyo naturally does not need to hide anything in this warehouse. He directly emitted a blue light, covering the entire room, and then the originally empty warehouse was filled with gold and silver treasures at this moment. Because there are so many things, the whole warehouse looks a lot fuller instantly, but we still don't know how much these things are worth. But there are also many good things among them. The boxes that Bokurowi put in his room, although he doesn't know what they are, after all, it was dark when he took them away. Didn't see clearly at all. But now when I put it in front of me, I can see it very clearly. Each box has exquisite carvings on it, and the size of the box makes it look like the things placed there must be valuable. After all, there were enough boxes. Chang Nyo picked up a red wooden box and turned on the switch. When he opened it, he saw what was inside. I didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. Chang Nyo said to himself with a slight smile on his lips. Although I had already guessed it, I didn't expect that the box actually contained devil fruits. The key was that there were quite a few of them. At a glance, there were more than 20. But we can only go back and study the specific functions of devil fruits slowly. Chapter 156 Eliminating Devil Fruit Side Effects. In the entire warehouse, there are more than 20 small boxy boxes like this scattered on the ground. The number can be said to be very large, but to the Tianlong people, these things are just playthings. Not many of them are so stupid as to eat these devil fruits. If they want to be so strong, it will have no effect at all. Anyway, they don't have to worry about being harmed. Now that we have stood at the top of this world, these devil fruits are already dispensable, and you can't swim after eating them. This is completely worth the loss for this group of people who were born at the top. So these devil fruits placed in front of you, since they can appear in Bokurowi's room, it shouldn't be a very simple thing. He just picked up a box, which contained devil fruits. Chang Nyo put him on the ground and picked up another one. As expected, there was still the same thing inside. As for the gold and silver jewelry scattered on the ground, he didn't care at all about how much they were worth. But the number of these devil fruits can indeed greatly increase the current domestic strength. Chang Nyo looked at the boxes pretending to be devil fruits scattered on the ground, and casually put them directly into his space ability. He had to make the best use of everything. Moreover, he still has a devil fruit in his hand that gives him the most headaches. It is a psychic devil fruit that he obtained from CP2 before. Great impact. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't eat the second devil fruit, Chang Nyo would have really been able to eat it directly. Use the second devil fruit. Chang Nyo looked at the gold and silver jewelry there, and something suddenly came to his mind. Then he smiled and disappeared into the king's treasure house in an instant. When Chang Nyo appeared again the next moment, Chang Nyo had already returned to his room. There was still a maid standing guard outside. It might as well be said that this maid was here to provide services. In the room, Chang Nyo directly opened the door and said to the little girl at the door, "Gagoya should have come back, right? Then she will come see me tomorrow morning." "Yes, Your Majesty the King." After hearing what the other party said, Chang Nyo closed the door of the room and lay directly on the bed. Immerse yourself in the system space. At present, he is looking miserable. As of now, he does not have any teacher to guide him. The only thing he can rely on is his own system space. Although no matter what he does, he needs to spend money, but he can't stand it now because he has so much money. "Ah! System, tell me how to eat the second devil fruit." Chang Nyo asked categorically, as if this system was already omnipotent. He had to think so, after all, the things created by this system had refreshed his outlook on things, and it was understandable that something like this suddenly happened now. The entire big blue screen in the system space is constantly rotating, as if the network is disconnected. It wasn't until after waiting for a while that the large screen in the system space began to display a text: 500 billion Baileys, eliminate the side effects of the former devil fruit, and you can continue to eat the next devil fruit. After a brief text, Chongnyo was speechless and even vomited blood. He had just received more than 1 trillion belly, and now he had lost most of it for no reason. Just because of the answer to such a question, he had already started to make trouble with his mouth open. But he was really curious. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him paying 500 billion Baileys to eliminate the side effects of devil fruit. After all, it was worth the effort to improve his strength. Now the kingdom of True is not as short of money as imagined. The gold and silver jewelry in the king's treasury can be worth at least more than 100 billion belly. Solving the immediate urgent need is definitely not a big problem. The most important thing is that according to the current situation, the True Kingdom will only have a window period of 2 or 3 months at most. The financial resources will naturally roll in later, so there is no need to worry too much at all. Chongnyo hesitated in the system space for a long time. He didn't know whether he should pay such a high price. 500 billion Baileys could even support him to become the top figure in the world. Although space devil fruits are apparently invincible, there are still certain flaws for those who are relatively powerful. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard's real fruit can easily break the space barrier, so the space-based devil fruit ability is not as invincible as imagined. After struggling for a while, Chongnyo seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and shouted on the big screen of the system, deduct 500 billion Baileys and eliminate the side effects of the space devil fruit. In fact, after this side effect is eliminated, it is nothing more than being able to use the second devil fruit, but the side effects caused by the second devil fruit cannot touch seawater. But this is enough. Maybe when I have more money in the future, I can really remove all the side effects of devil fruit again. But how often can this happen? The entire pirate world combined is probably not enough to eliminate the side effects of devil fruit abilities several times. As soon as Chongnyo finished speaking, the system balance displayed on the screen suddenly changed to only more than 500 billion belly left, but this was completely enough for him at present. But after eliminating the side effects of the devil fruit in the system space, Chongnyo felt almost nothing. After all, the side effects of the devil fruit can only be manifested when it comes into contact with seawater, and it has no effect on itself under normal circumstances. But now that things have come to this point, Chongnyo must immediately want to try to see if his devil fruit side effects are really lifted. Until it got dark and it was almost midnight, Chongnyo kept a lot of energy. With a wave of his hand, a space vortex appeared in front of him. When he jumped in, he appeared on the beach in the next second. In this dark night, the sea water hit his face with slight wind and waves, and Chongnyo tentatively touched the edge of the sea water. He only dares to go to this extent now, for fear that if he waits for a while and the side effects are not relieved, he will fall into the dark sea water and drown, which will be more gain than loss. Chapter 157 The Second Devil Fruit Eaten. He tentatively went to touch it, and his body was still squatting on a huge stone. He hadn't touched the sea water for who knows how long, and he felt the cool feeling coming from his fingertips. The next second, he couldn't help but laugh. Sitting on the big rock, Chongnyo was speechless with the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled it. With a smile on his face, Chongnyo slowly lay on the big rock and looked at the stars in the sky. At this moment, he already felt extremely relaxed and at ease. Without the side effects of the devil fruit, everything seemed so beautiful. During most of the night, he lay quietly on the rocks by the sea, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the stars above his head. Everything seemed particularly comfortable. But he spent such a high price not just for the enjoyment of this moment. After enjoying it, he still had to face the reality that would come next. As daybreak approached, Chongnyo quietly returned to his room. What he now had to face was not only the affairs of a country, but also plans for the future. Now that the entire country has begun to get on the right track, everything is developing in a good direction. The reason why he wants to establish a military base on the empty island is not to rule the world or anything else. The most important thing he wants to do now is to be able to ensure the safety of the entire country, but with the growth of strength, the demonic aura in his heart has long been revealed. I don't know since when, Chongnyo has gradually become dissatisfied with the current status quo of the country. He wants to expand the territory of his country so that he can have greater rights and status. This mentality is also gradually increasing with strength. In the room, even though it was almost dawn, Chongnyo was not in any mood to sleep. He could only lean on the edge of the bed with his eyes open and think about the next thing. I don't know how much time has passed, but the sky outside has begun to light up slightly, but in the room, beside Chongnyo, who is lying next to me, I don't know when, I have put the spiritual fruit next to me. Since it has already deciding to take this step, whether it is good or bad, he needs to bear the heavy responsibility of the future. Looking at the devil fruit next to him, it really didn't look very good, but its potential energy still made Chongnyo find it hard to refuse. Sitting up straight, Chongnyo held the huge devil fruit in his hand and looked at it carefully, but what could he see in the dimness of the room? Click! Chongnyo still closed his eyes and took a bite with a frown. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. The reason why he showed this expression was because the food was too unpalatable. After experiencing the state of mind when he ate the devil fruit for the first time, he still couldn't hide the nausea in his heart when he ate it again. Sure enough, it was the same as before. I took the first bite and swallowed it without chewing, but what followed was a nauseating feeling. But this time, he resisted the urge to retching, and then placed the devil fruit with only one bite on the bedside. But the demonic power in the body suddenly awakened at this moment, and now it was not just the demonic power that was awakened. Fortunately, there was no one outside the room, and the room was already in chaos. 9 chains emitting blue light suddenly extended directly from Chongnyo's back, and they continued to destroy everything in the room. The moment he ate the psychic devil fruit, Chongnyo clearly felt a huge change in himself. Even the immortal body given to me by the system before had already stimulated its potential unconsciously. The fruit of the mind itself is a way to enhance mental power and can control the opponent or attack through willpower, but what is shown now is completely beyond his imagination. With these 9 chains on his body, Chongnyo can clearly understand what they are. All the gadgets in the Naruto world have now been brought out. He only thought that the immortal human body was just a way for the system to give him a quick cure, but he didn't expect that it would be brought with him along with the added abilities. If Chongnyo's impression is correct, these 9 chains should be a kind of sealing technique chain that belongs to the immortal body's exclusive Vajra seal. They are emitting blue light and should belong to his space power. But Chongnyo really doesn't understand why this situation is triggered now. But what surprised him was more than that. Seeing and hearing the domineering power seemed to break through the shackles at this moment, and he didn't know what level he had been promoted to in an instant. But at this moment, Chongnyo didn't feel as good as he imagined. After eating, he didn't make any sound, but his eyes were red when he stayed in bed, his face was full of pain, and his body was full of pain. The veins and blood vessels have burst out unconsciously, and the whole room seems to be unable to bear his strength at this moment. Chongnyo maintained his only sanity. He also felt that if he continued, not only this room might not be saved, but also the safety of other people might be endangered. Then he directly borrowed the power of space and ran to another place in an instant. This is a huge square, where he fought CP2 before. The traces of the previous battle here have long been repaired, and it is far enough away from the palace, so he does not have to worry about getting hurt again here. Other people's situations arise. But even so, Chongnyo still endured the pain and took out a phone bug from his arms. He lay on the ground with his left hand on the ground and pressed the button on the phone bug with his right hand. As the phone bug rang, after a while the phone bug finally started to make a sound. Abhina, immediately lead people to seal off the backyard of the palace. No one is allowed to come near. Chongnyo frowned and shouted directly with a painful look on his face. He was afraid that his spirit would be out of control in the next second, and it might be too late to say these words. After he finished speaking, he fell directly onto the square. But the man had fallen, but the chains behind him did not stop dancing. They began to slowly grow from Chongnyo's back, and then the ends were waving non-stop, and everywhere they went, every place was crushed instantly. Even this newly repaired square became devastated in less than an instant, and even the huge trees near the edges became shattered the moment they were touched. Chapter 158 Immortal Human Body Ability Stimulation. The back garden of the palace seemed to have turned into ruins at this moment, and the originally flat square was now in ruins. The commotion caused was also very loud, and even attracted people from other parts of the palace. However, Abhina, who received the notice, appeared in the backyard of the palace as soon as possible. It's just that it's the first time I've come to this place. Many people are not very familiar with him, and even more of them are strangers. Haruya, the current captain of the palace guard, also appeared here for the first time. He had already eaten the devil fruit with Shunye before, and it was the bubble fruit. No one knows exactly what happened in the back mountain, but such a big movement has already attracted the attention of many people. Zaya had just arrived here, and there were still a lot of people following behind him. They all appeared in full gear, with equally solemn expressions on their faces. But when they first appeared in front of the back mountain, Abena hugged the knife in his hands and stood there meticulously. "Your Majesty has an order that no one is allowed to come near the back mountain." Seeing such a large group of people coming, Abena said in a cold voice. Although he had never seen these people, he could already guess by looking at their clothes that these should belong to the kingdom guard, because the clothes they wore were exactly the same as those of the previous king's guard. Although he recognized the other party did not know who he was. Zaya had a serious expression on his face, ready to attack at any time, and then asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Why do you appear in this place?" "Abena, from now on, I should belong to the swordsmen of the kingdom," Arban said. "Do you think I will believe what you say? Get out of the way," Zaya said coldly again. Abena didn't want to explain too much to the other party, and he didn't want to make the matter too big. He casually took out a phone bug from his pocket. Now the sky has begun to light up slightly. With such a big movement, other people in the palace have already begun to pay attention to this matter. Fortunately, it did not cause panic among other people. Abena directly picked up the phone and rang the phone, but the person he called this time was Shunye, who was far away on the island. After waiting for a long time, a voice began to come from the phone, and a somewhat sleepy voice asked, "Is it His Majesty the King, or who is it?" "I am Abena. There is something important right now. I need you to communicate with the captain standing opposite me. It is a very urgent matter," Abena said seriously. The expression of the phone bug also began to imitate the one on the opposite side. At first, he was completely stunned, but then the expression of the phone bug began to become serious. "I'm Junhee, who's standing opposite." Junhee seemed to have sensed that something was wrong when he stayed on Kangdeo. His Majesty the King had only been away for a week. Why did he feel like something big had happened now? He was not sure what the specific situation was, but he had no doubts about Abena's words. "Captain Shunye, I am Haruya, the captain of the palace guard. What's going on?" Junhee stayed on the island and asked in a serious voice. "There is a serious situation in the palace, but the stranger standing in front of me now said that His Majesty the King has ordered that no one is allowed to go near the back of the palace," Zaya also said with a serious face. After all, no one knows what is going on with the huge commotion happening now, but after all, this is in the true palace. As the palace guard, they naturally have the authority to enter anywhere. In an emergency, listen to Abena for now. If you are still unsure about the situation after 2 hours, you can force your way in then," Junhee said. To be honest, he doesn't have too much trust in Abena now. This kind of thing has already happened when they just arrived in the Toru kingdom. With 2 hours of free time, Junhee already trusts him. "Arbans." "Yes, Captain Junhee, I understand," Haruya said, and then gave the phone bug back to Abena. "Although we can now simply confirm your identity, June and the captain have already said that we only have 2 hours. If we are not sure what happened inside, we can only force our way in," Haruya said with a serious face. He didn't dare to confirm other situations now. Before Abena could say anything, he turned to the people behind him and said, "Send someone to check whether His Majesty the King is in his palace." "Yes." A group of people and one person were confronting each other like this. Abena continued to hug the long knife with his unconcerned hands. His face was calm, and he didn't mind at all how they looked at him, but he kept his guard tightly. On this only channel, the two parties were also in a stalemate like this, but at the top of the mountain, it was a completely different scene. After eating the devil fruit, Chang Nyo seemed to be out of control, but now the situation has eased slightly. He was lying on the ground and had long since lost consciousness, but each of the 9 chains extending from his back continued to lengthen due to the blessing of space capabilities. However, the degree of explosion of these chains has been completely alleviated, but now they are still suspended in the sky above the entire square. Although the floating is relatively slow, the aura created at this moment can still be felt intuitively. The sky has begun to gradually lighten up, and it is no longer as dim as before. Moreover, this huge square is now completely quiet, and the 9 chains still maintain their original appearance and are always suspended there. Chang Nyo was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment at this moment, and seemed to have completely passed out. However, no one has set foot here at this moment. Such a big movement, not to mention the people inside the palace, may even hear some noise outside the palace, and it is even difficult not to arouse their imagination. Now that the country is in a troubled period, the control of public opinion and turmoil is particularly important. Haruya, the captain of the palace guard, has dealt with many such emergencies. Not long after the news first appeared, he had already begun to block the entire news, not to mention the people outside the palace, even those in the palace. Almost none of these people knew what was going on. Chapter 159 Confrontation in the Back Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours have passed. Now the sky has begun to fully light up, and the early morning sun has begun to rise slowly. The entire backyard of the palace is now on high alert. Because just an hour ago, Zai had already received the news that their king was not in the room. However, combined with Abena standing in front of him, it was not difficult to guess that His Majesty the King should be in the back mountain. For the entire kingdom of Tru, the importance of Changniu is self-evident. In the past few years since he became the king, he has been praised by people all over the country and has become a famous figure in this country. A belief. As the captain of the palace guard, Zaya has been waiting patiently for 2 hours. However, the number of the king's guard behind him is also gathering more and more, and now, it has increased to more than 100 people. Looking at the time, Zaya himself was already running around in a hurry, so when the time limit was reached, Zaya couldn't wait to stand directly in front of Abena and said in a cold voice, 2 hours have passed now. Come on, make way for me. No, His Majesty the King has ordered that no one is allowed to step even half a step into the back mountain. Abena was still the same as before. From the beginning to the end, he did not move a step. He even maintained the same posture. He always hugged the long knife in his hands, and then said to Zaya calmly. Abena has always sensed everything that happened on the back mountain platform in his mind. He has always used his knowledge to sense Changniu's situation. When he first came here, he was really nervous and even got down. I was shocked, why did my king become like this? But it wasn't until he regained his composure that his anxious heart slowly relaxed. At the same time, he also knew that Changniu was currently unconscious on the platform square, but the aura exuding from his body could still make people shudder. Even if he stood in this position and used the domineering power of seeing and hearing to perceive, Abena did not know this. What kind of feelings does it come from? So facing Zai, Abena didn't want to talk nonsense or talk too much, he could only do as he was told. Zai could no longer bear it at this time. He once again asked in a cold voice, to give in or not to give in. Your Majesty orders, don't give in even an inch. When Abena looked at the other party, his aura suddenly burst out. He no longer cared about what he had just done. He took the dawn in his arms directly and put his other hand on the handle of the knife. He seemed to be preparing for it in the next second. Same as fighting. But at this time, the members of the king's guards all tensed up their nerves, and they were all ready to fight. For this group of people, although they are not Abena's opponents individually, but for this group of people, for more than 100 people, Abena would definitely be overwhelming. The situation had reached a very serious moment, but at this time, Gagoya had already rushed over early in the morning. She had already sensed something was wrong and rushed to the direction of the back mountain. As soon as they arrived, they could already see the tense situation between the two of them. They instantly walked between Abena and Haruya and asked with a serious face, what happened? You are here just in time. His Majesty the King has ordered that no one can step even half a step into the back mountain. Abena said to Gagoya who happened to come over. Captain Junhee told me to leave 2 hours for you. As the King's Guard, we have the right to enter the back mountain to check the situation that may threaten the country and His Majesty. Haruya said in a cold voice. Stop talking to both of you, you are all our own people now, why do you have to act like this? Gagoya yelled angrily. She turned her head and looked at Abena again, and asked with the same serious voice, tell me about the above situation, at least let them and us rest assured that nothing can be solved by just opening your mouth. Do you know what this means? You cannot understand the importance of His Majesty the King to the Kingdom of Tru. His Majesty the King is fine, you don't have to worry about this, but there are some things that we cannot let you know. We will just wait here, waiting for His Majesty the King to come down. Abena began to withdraw his guard, and then continued to hug Dawn with both hands, standing quietly. Who is he? Haruya couldn't help but frowned and asked Gagoya directly. This is His Majesty's man, a very powerful swordsman. Gagoya said helplessly. Now at least he knows the identity of the other party and understands that he should be regarded as one of his own. But for Zaya, in this country, in addition to obeying the orders of His Majesty the King, the rest is to obey Jun and the army commander's command. Since the other party has communicated before, leaving 2 hours for Abana, but now that the time has passed, the whereabouts of His Majesty the King are unknown, and they are not aware of the above situation. As the governor responsible for the safety of the palace, he has come. He said that the person standing in front of him now is probably in trouble. Everyone is ready. Haruya raised his right hand that was already clenched into a fist, and the others immediately began to prepare for battle, with armed head haki instantly attached to their fists. When Abana saw this scene, he knew that the next step was really not good, but the key was not to hurt the other party. Now he was completely in a dilemma, especially when he saw hundreds of people using armed haki at the same time. At that moment, I was suddenly shocked. After all, in a small place like the Land of the Four Seas, it is indeed incredible for so many people who can use haki to appear at the same time. Zai, let's take a look at the situation first. What do you want to do like this? Gagoya saw the attitude of their group and quickly began to question them. Gagoya, now is no longer the time to talk about this. His Majesty the King's whereabouts are unknown, and such a big thing happened in the back mountain. If we can't go up to check, this kind of thing will never be done. Jun and the army commander have also given orders. If this situation continues, it will definitely be difficult for us to explain in the future. Haruya said seriously. But just as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket rang. Zaya glanced at Abana, who was still standing calmly, and then slowly took out the phone bug from his pocket. When I first opened it, there was already an anxious voice from the other party asking, "How is the situation now?" Chapter 160 Space Storm. You don't need to listen carefully to know who this voice belongs to. Junhee was asking at this moment. Even if he stayed on the empty island, from the time Abana contacted him to communicate, he was completely unable to speak again. Fall asleep and be in a state of anxiety. Zaya had a helpless expression on his face. He didn't know how to answer, but he still stood at attention and said seriously, "Commander Jun and the army, Abana is still blocking the front, and keeps saying that it is His Majesty's order and no one is allowed to enter. Back mountain, and Gagoya is here too." The phone bug showed an urgent expression of frowning. After staying for a while, the other party's voice came over and said, "Give the phone bug to Abana." Zaya did not refuse, and directly reached out and handed the phone bug with a crown in his hand to Abana, who was standing there calmly. "I am Abana." Abana said directly after getting it. Then he looked at everyone and turned around and walked a few dozen meters away toward the mountain. "You've left the crowd, let's talk." Abana said still calmly. "What happened?" Junhee asked. Although he did not completely believe Abana, he had already thought about a lot of things during the 2 anxious hours of staying on the empty island. Abana may not be as unbearable as he imagined, and His Majesty the King Junhee is still very clear about his strength. The reason for asking such a question is because so far only the 2 of them know about the strength of His Majesty the King. Therefore, at a critical moment, it should be normal for Changnyo to contact Abana. Abana stood silent for a moment, frowning, but still sensing the situation in the square on the mountain, and then sighed and said, "It's more serious than we thought. I've never seen this happen." "What did you sense?" Junhee asked again. "Your Majesty, it seems that you have taken 2 devil fruits." "What did you say?" Junhee yelled directly over there. He didn't know much about the side effects of devil fruit. The key was that His Majesty the King told him about this thing, but the other party used 2 devil fruits. How could he think about this thing? The impossible happened. He couldn't believe what Abana said now, and his mind was full of doubts, so he yelled and asked directly like this. "I don't dare to confirm now, but His Majesty the King is fine. He just seemed to have fainted from fatigue, and the aura emanating from him made me afraid to get close, so you'd better tell them. Just wait here until His Majesty the King wakes up." Abana explained. "I see." Junhee didn't consult too much, but when he heard that His Majesty the King had nothing to do, he finally felt relieved. No one knew how long this state should last. After Zaya received Junhee's instructions again, he didn't force Abana too much, let alone ask to go up the back mountain to check. Now there is no longer one person guarding this place, but more than 100 people guarding the entire back mountain at the same time to prevent anyone from appearing in this place. At this time, an hour or 2 had passed, and no one felt tired. However, Changnyo, who had been in a coma on the mountain, finally started to move his fingers. The 9 chains behind him began to spread instantly, and then inserted straight into the surroundings of this huge square. They were evenly distributed, and then a blue light curtain instantly filled the entire square. Every chain was connected to this place, but in the end, these chains were able to break away from Chang Nyo, forming a completely different scene, just like an umbrella opened here. Chang Nyo still hadn't regained consciousness, but he was suspended in mid-air, exactly halfway between the ground and the top of the barrier. He was lying flat and suspended there, but a storm had gradually begun to form within the barrier. In the huge barrier, a tornado-like appearance swept through the entire ground. The ground was already in ruins. At this moment, along with the gravel and floor tiles, they began to rotate unscrupulously throughout the entire barrier space. But as the central area, Chang Nyo's location seemed to be the center of this whirlpool and was not affected at all. Abhina has been observing and sensing the situation in the square on the mountain. Until now, he still hasn't figured out what happened. What is His Majesty the King doing that can actually make such a big noise? Fortunately, now that there is barrier protection, the internal space storm has not affected the external situation. It is estimated that even Chang Nyo himself cannot understand what happened. Why there were such big changes in the state of 2 devil fruits, even in a sober state, he might not be able to understand this kind of thing. This space storm did not stop in a short period of time. It lasted for nearly a whole day. The group of people standing under the steps at the foot of the mountain also stayed below for a whole day. No one was there. Leave on the way, or go get something to eat or something. Although they don't know what happened, now is definitely not the time to study these situations. Abhina can really feel the power of the space storm in the square above the mountain. Even if he goes in now, he may not be able to come out intact. This can be regarded as a preliminary judgment on the strength of His Majesty the King. He had only been exposed to the ability of space jumping before, and he was completely unable to explain and understand the rest. After all, everything seemed too weird and unbelievable, and even beyond his cognitive understanding. But now the entire country is still operating normally. Even if Chang Nyo comes back or does not come back, the country will not cause any problems in a short period of time. Although the Kingdom of True is not as powerful and beautiful as imagined, among all the countries in the world, this country can be said to have entered the forefront. Whether it is in terms of life or strength, it can definitely do anything. It's come to this point. However, he is not standing still, more is being developed, and everything is moving forward in an orderly manner. Chapter 161 Devil Fruit Fusion. On the edge of the back mountain, at this long staircase, a group of people from Abhina are still guarding here. Their expressions are meticulous. They have been there since dawn until the sun has set. The initial anxious expression was no longer on everyone's face, replaced by a serious look, and they all stood in place. Chang Nyo on the summit square has regained consciousness at this moment, but he is still unable to control his body and can only enter the system space from his consciousness. He was speechless as soon as he entered here. He had never thought that after eating a devil fruit again, it would have such an effect. He had clearly confirmed these things with the system space repeatedly before, and it cost him so much. The price was huge. I didn't expect that it would lead to such a result. System, what exactly is going on? Chang Nyo stood in the system space and looked at a huge blue screen in front of him and said. Answer, this is a normal problem caused by the fusion of 2 devil fruits, and the psychic devil fruit is constantly increasing the intensity of your spiritual consciousness. It is initially estimated that it will still take 2 hours to complete. Please wait patiently. Looking at the words on the screen, Chang Nyo really didn't know how to respond to these words. He himself didn't expect how much noise it would cause. Even though he was conscious now, he still didn't notice that the lines extending from the square were chain. The key is that he is now in a space storm, and what was originally a square has now turned into a bottomless abyss after a day of space storm erosion. Except for the place where he is suspended, there is no other place. The place has long been dilapidated. If it were not for the protection of the barrier, it is estimated that even their royal city might become an abyss-like existence. Time passed quietly. An hour later, the space storm in the entire square has now begun to slowly weaken, and all the suspended soil has begun to slowly fall. Chang Nyo was still suspended in mid-air, but as the space storm weakened, his own body was slowly falling towards the ground. After the new soil was reaccumulated to the original place, the flat square had now turned into a huge pit. All the soil had covered the surrounding areas of the barrier, so the place where he was suspended had become a pit at least 20 meters deep. A deep, swirling pit. As the space storm weakened, he himself was slowly falling downwards, and the aura on his body was now becoming more solemn. If it weren't for the barrier, the overlord-colored domineering energy in his body would have already begun to cover the entire body area. Because as the space storm falls, blue lightning has begun to erupt in the entire barrier space. These are purely the unintentional release of the overlord's domineering energy. Without using any consciousness, the overlord's domineering energy has reached such a level. Abhina, who stayed on the periphery and kept busy with things inside, always had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked up solemnly, and his calm expression began to turn into a frown. He didn't know how to explain the scene he saw in front of him. His Majesty the King's power had made him re-recognize it. Let's take a look at the appearance of the powerful person in this world. Everyone is on heightened alert. The situation on your Majesty's side is about to end. Abhina immediately shouted to everyone. At least he felt that the situation above was about to end. After all, the space storm that had lasted for a day had now gradually weakened, and it was weakening very quickly. Although Zaya was not as powerful as Abhina, he at least understood a little bit. After hearing what the other party said, he immediately shouted to the group of people he had brought, "Be careful." Although it had only been one day, Gagoya had already told Zaya a little bit about Abhina, which gave him some preliminary understanding of Abhina. After all, he is the captain of the palace guard, and his people will definitely not obey Abhina's orders, so after Abhina finished speaking, Haruya once again began to emphasize to his people. At this moment, the aura of everyone who had been holding on for a whole day burst out again. For those escorts, many of them didn't know exactly what they were doing here. They only knew that something terrible seemed to have happened on the top of the mountain, but even so, these people were still meticulous. However, at the top of the square at the top of the mountain, Chongnyo had already regained consciousness and was still observing the surroundings. When he first felt the storm in the surrounding space, he was really shocked. He had no idea that this thing was caused by himself. It's just that until now, I still can't control this body. However, I can still move my fingers, but I can't make large rotations. As time began to slowly dissipate, the places where Chongnyo could move gradually increased. From the beginning, he could only move his fingers, but now he can make a fist with his entire hand, but more places are temporarily inaccessible. Just coordination. At present, he has not yet determined what the harvest will be like this time. Judging from the current situation, after eating the devil fruit this time, he will definitely achieve a qualitative increase in his strength. Putting aside everything else, the psychic devil fruit itself is its own ability, not to mention that it has also stimulated the ability of the immortal human body itself. This thing is purely an accident, but it has to be said that if it can be controlled well in the later stage, what this thing can bring to me is definitely beyond imagination. But when he was still thinking about these things now, he was still suspended in midair with his eyes closed, and he could only rely on the domineering power of seeing, hearing, and color to perceive the surrounding situation. He didn't have any impulsive thoughts about this time, but the price he had to bear was indeed a bit heavy, but even so, even if someone was against him now, there was no way to get close to his body. Fortunately, there are no special circumstances around here. Even if he has persisted for a day, at least he is likely to have a better ending next time. All this was just what he thought for the time being, but no matter what, after eating the second devil fruit, the changes in his body had begun to gradually develop in a good direction. He didn't worry too much about these things, but he felt quite helpless when there was already such a big commotion the second night after he came back. Chapter 162 Power. No matter how he thought about this kind of thing, he would never have guessed that after the side effects of the previous devil fruit had been eliminated, eating a new devil fruit would actually cause such a big noise. Anyway, no one can do this kind of thing, so no one has experience in this situation, or it is just his wishful thinking. After eating the second devil fruit, other people will not be able to withstand the power, causing the body to explode directly. For him, being able to enjoy the power of the second devil fruit is already quite awesome. As an hour passed slowly, Chongnyo gradually began to accept the control of this body, but his body still began to slowly fall downwards. When he finally reached the ground, Chongnyo directly took over control of his entire body and stood slowly and steadily on the ground. When he regained control of his body, the moment he opened his eyes, blue light glowed directly in his eyes. At this moment, the entire barrier space was filled with blue lightning, and the overlord's domineering energy seemed to have begun. Uncontrolled spread. Fortunately, this time the barrier can completely suppress the overlord's domineering ability, and people outside can't feel any abnormality at all at this moment. In the entire space, blue lightning was raging around. The dust that had already fallen on the ground began to sink under the influence of Overlord Color Haki. The Overlord Color Haki was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and even can cause substantial attack impact. This was just the current one. Chang Nyo was quite surprised by the improvement in his strength. He didn't expect that the devil fruit he ate this time would directly make his domineering color reach the top position. I'm afraid there are only 3 people with Overlord Colored Haki that can cause substantial damage in the entire pirate world at present, but it is because of this situation that Chang Nyo feels quite surprised. Because the other 2 kinds of domineering energy can be obtained through acquired cultivation, but there is no way to cultivate the Overlord Color Domineering Power. After receiving the Overlord Color Domineering Power given by the system, Chang Nyo never thought about Overlord Color Domineering. The domineering lust can be raised to such an extent. But now that everything is in front of us, it is not the time to get excited anymore. The blue light in his eyes began to slowly dissipate, but his originally black eyeballs were transformed into a form similar to sky blue. From the appearance, Chang Nyo looked completely weird and handsome. For such changes, it is not a strange thing in the world of pirates. Chang Nyo himself did not notice these situations anyway, and it had no impact on the body and could not feel it at all. However, the domineering energy in the body has begun to seem uncontrollable at this moment, completely unscrupulous in this space. It is also very likely that it is because of the blessing of the spiritual devil fruit that the current strength is too strong. For the time being, I haven't had the experience to better control this strength, so I can only let it be unleashed. As for other abilities, Chang Nyo doesn't know how to experience them now in this dark state. Chang Nyo stood at the bottom of the deep pit, slowly raised his right hand, and observed his current changes. Fortunately, there were no special changes in his body. The most significant changes were in enhanced abilities. But now he can clearly feel the effect of increased strength. He can now release a blue ball of light about 30 centimeters in diameter. After putting it away, he slides his right hand in front, and the entire space in front of him seems to be folded. And these things can already be seen with the naked eye. Even though his strength has reached a very high level now, his combat experience is still far behind. But there is still a long time to come. In the later process, you just need to slowly start to hone your current abilities. He had also thought about purchasing combat experience directly from the system space, but once such a thing was actually purchased, the impact would be far more terrifying than he imagined. After all, everyone's combat experience will always have advantages and disadvantages. Once such a state is formed, it is difficult to change the original mentality. As he stood there for nearly half an hour, the release of domineering energy in the space finally began to slow down, and gradually began to stop releasing it. Chang Nyo himself had quite good control over the domineering power of the Overlord. It was just that this time the domineering power of the Overlord suddenly increased, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. This caused the domineering to leak out. However, this situation will only need to be adjusted for a period of time in the future. Time will definitely not happen again. After all the dust fell to the ground, Chang Nyo raised his right hand above his head. Starting from the top, the chains that were deeply inserted into the ground began to sink into the palm of Chang Nyo's hand one by one from the top of the barrier. Until finally, the entire barrier shrank in his hands, and all that remained on the top of the mountain was dust on the ground and a circle of gravel. The originally good square has now turned into a huge pit. It is estimated that there will no longer be any need to repair this square in the future. After taking back all the things, Chang Nyo looked around. Even in the dark night, his eyes with a faint blue light could still see everything clearly in such a dark night. This may also be the change caused by eating 2 devil fruits, but the overall situation is also developing in a good direction. Now there is no need to say anything else. After eating the Superman Mind Fruit, at least what has been shown so far is that there is an extra diamond chain that the immortal body can control. In addition, there is a sudden increase in the domineering power of the Overlord. In addition, now the blue eyes that can look into the dark night all tell the story of the benefits Chang Nyo has received at this moment. The key is that there are more places. He has not had time to do in-depth research at all, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that these things are not as simple as they seem. Since Overlord Color Haki can be improved, then the Knowledge Color Haki and Space ability, which are also controlled by mental abilities, may be improved many times at this moment. Chapter 163 Strength. He has no extra time to worry about these things now, and his own changes will always be revealed one by one in the coming days. As long as he has been up there, the group of people below have been standing there for as long as they did. They all tensed up and were all on guard against the surrounding situation. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, please go back and rest. Abena, Zaya, and the others, who were still on high alert, did not notice that Changnyo suddenly landed next to them. Even Abena, who had been paying attention to the situation above, did not realize that His Majesty the King had arrived next to him. Changnyo suddenly arrived and spoke to everyone in a gentle voice. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Ji was suddenly startled, and Changnyo's sudden appearance made him a little suspicious. But now that people are indeed standing in front of them, people have begun to make them not believe it. Abena was also a little surprised in his heart. A second ago, he was clearly observing His Majesty the King staying on the top of the mountain. Even though he knew that the other party had space capabilities, he had no way of finding out how he got here. It's all hard work. Let's go back and rest first. I'll have a chat with you in 2 days. The other is Abena. During this time, you can get familiar with the situation in the Kingdom of True. There will be things arranged for you next. You. Changnyo said calmly, not paying any attention to the surprised looks of the group of people. Abena was surprised, and then when he heard what Changnyo said, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Understood, I will get familiar with the affairs of the True Kingdom in these 2 days. Arban said. Your Majesty, are you okay? Gagoya suddenly rushed out and stood in front of Changnyo and asked with concern. Although she didn't know what exactly happened, she could still think of something when she saw the group of people in such an alert state. Come back tomorrow morning, there are some things you need to do. Changnyo said with a smile. Okay, Your Majesty. Gagoya also started to smile and said. It didn't cause much of a sensation, right? Changnyo looked at Zaya and asked. Don't worry, Your Majesty, this matter has been suppressed from the beginning. Even in the palace, no one knows what happened. Zaya said seriously. You take them back first. After 3 days, we will count the current number of National Guards and report to me then. Changnyo said. The National Guard is different from the army. The army is mainly carried out by ordinary people, but the Guard is basically a select group of people who exist. They are also a group of people who will be trained in the entire country. They currently stay in the entire country. Almost all of the nearly 10,000 people in the Toru Kingdom are training in the 6 naval skills. As for the cultivation of domineering, they are now gradually in progress. At present, the commander of the National Army, Junhee, is not here, so such a task naturally falls on Zaya. Yes, His Majesty the King, my subordinates will provide you with the data in the next 2 days. Zaya said seriously. Your Majesty. We'll talk about the rest later, so go back quickly. When Gagoya was about to say something else, Changnyo refused with a smile. Abena stood by with a calm and interested expression. He seemed to know all this in advance. Seeing His Majesty the King like this, Gagoya could only pouted and stopped talking. Come to me tomorrow, and we'll talk about it later if you have any specific questions. Changnyo said to Gagoya again. After everything was said, Changnyo disappeared instantly from their sight. It was as if this person had never appeared here before, not even touching the dust under his feet. In fact, this is indeed the case. Changnyo also discovered this. With the fusion of the mind fruit and the space fruit, what he can do now is like a god. Even if he is stepping on the ground, as long as he is willing, his body can always be suspended above the ground, or even suspended above the sea water. It is not a problem at all. Even though everyone has left, everyone is still staring blankly at the place where Changnyo left just now. With this kind of visual impact, except for Abena, none of the other people had shock written on their faces. They had never seen His Majesty the King with such great power before. It is true that Changnyo has never used his spatial ability in front of others, and others have no way of knowing about it. Even now that this group of people have seen this scene, in their life creed, they don't know how to explain the scene they just saw. Your Majesty the King, what you just did was... Gagoya looked at Abena and asked in a dazed tone. Ji also cast a curious look, and he also wanted to know what the situation was. But in the end, Abena still maintained his original state, holding the long knife with both hands, smiling slightly at the corner of his mouth and saying nothing. Although everyone is curious, at this moment everyone, including Gagoya, can only keep this matter in their hearts. The next day. At this moment, the sun has already risen above the treetops, and people in the entire True Kingdom have already started to get up and get busy. The economic development of the royal city is now considered the most prosperous place in the entire country. Just around this royal city, more than 20 large-scale factories have been built. The huge flow of people they attract has indirectly or directly promoted the economic development of the entire royal city. Nowadays, you can find dining, entertainment, and places to relax almost everywhere. Compared with the previous slightly dilapidated royal city, it has been completely changed from head to toe. Fortunately, all of this now has a gradually improving system, and everything no longer requires him, as the king, to personally manage it. However, when others were busy, Changniu slowly woke up from the room. After such a long period of suffering the day before, a good sleep was what he wanted most. Although there was nothing too tiring, the fatigue from the 2 devil fruits still made him feel extremely hard. As soon as he woke up, he took a deep breath and then sat up and stretched. His room was not particularly big, but relatively speaking it was pretty good. After getting up, changing clothes, and getting everything done, as soon as Changniu opened the door to the room, he saw Gagoya standing in the yard. Chapter 164 Identification of Devil Fruits. Changniu was not surprised at all, but the other party was already surprised. When I saw His Majesty the King yesterday, it was too dark and I basically didn't pay much attention to it, but now it looks completely different. His Majesty the King seems to have changed in temperament. Although his clothes are still the same as before, the faint aura exuding from his whole body makes people feel very majestic, especially when you see Changniu's eyes now. When seeing the color, Gagoya was a little afraid to confirm whether this was His Majesty the King. "What's wrong? You look surprised." Changniu stood at the door and said with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty the King, your eyes?" Gagoya asked doubtfully. "It's okay, doesn't it look pretty like this?" Changniu asked with a smile. Gagoya nodded subconsciously. Although Changniu looked a little weird now, this weirdness mixed with handsomeness really made people unable to take their eyes away. Especially for women, this kind of lethality is simply not too powerful. Big. At this moment, Changniu is wearing a blue plaid casual dress with a white background, lined with a black engraved shirt, with gold stripes on the cuffs. There is no decoration on the whole body. The only thing that can be regarded as decoration is probably the belt. Changniu was wearing a pair of black slim-fitting ceremonial trousers, paired with a black belt with a flowing gold color, which made Changniu look particularly slender in figure at this moment. His height itself is already sufficient. For most women, there is no resistance to such a man. Looking at Gagoya's little appearance, Changniu couldn't help but sigh helplessly, then turned to the maid next to her who was working and saluted and said, "Xiaoju, ask them to bring some over as soon as possible, and send it to this courtyard." "Okay. You should go down and rest first." "Yes, Your Majesty the King." The maid named Zaiju said, and then slowly began to walk outside. After the little maid left, Changniu walked directly to the courtyard, found a chair and sat down. "Do you know what I'm looking for you for?" Changniu asked. "Sorry, Your Majesty the King, I really don't know." Gagoya said it simply, and she had no doubts involved. Facing Changniu sitting here, Gagoya was actually a little curious, but she really didn't know what was going on when His Majesty the King came to her at this time. Changniu didn't waste any more words and waved his right hand. Suddenly, more than 20 small boxes were neatly placed on the table in the yard. These exquisite wooden boxes were perfectly made. As for the contents inside, all of them they are all devil fruits. These are all devil fruits. Your next task is to confirm the types of these devil fruits, mark each item, and then paste it on the outside of the box. Changniu said slowly. Evil, devil fruit. Gagoya really couldn't believe that he was able to obtain so many devil fruits at once. For this country, this kind of thing was almost like a dream. Gagoya is one of the few people in the entire country who has seen the devil fruit illustrated book. Of course, no one knows where he saw the devil fruit illustrated book. At least in the kingdom of Toru, there is only one such thing. Ben put it there. However, Changniu himself has never looked at this thing. After all, it has no effect on him. Since someone already knows about it, it would be good for him to study it carefully. Although Changniu can identify the types of these devil fruits through the system, the key thing is that it costs money. After identifying these devil fruits, Changniu will at least need to spend tens of millions of baileys in the system. It's not generous enough to spend so much money on something like this. Gagoya was stunned and shocked. It was indeed unbelievable that His Majesty the King suddenly produced so many devil fruits. Gagoya walked to the table and slowly opened a box with an expression of disbelief. But when she saw the appearance of the items inside, she was convinced that what she saw was indeed true. At least being here today is not a dream but a fact. Your Majesty, where do these devil fruits come from? Gagoya asked curiously. Don't worry about this for now, just tell us the types of these devil fruits and mark them. Changniu said. Even if these things are placed in the courtyard, Changniu doesn't have to worry about being seen by others, because in his courtyard, except for the maid Xiaju, almost no one comes here. That's why they put these devil fruits in front of us so arrogantly. However, once the actual functions of these devil fruits are confirmed, the next fate of these devil fruits will be that they will appear directly on the empty island in the future. After all, only when others use it can its greatest value be realized. Currently, there are nearly 30 people who possess devil fruits in the entire Toru kingdom. Although most of them are ability users without much use, fortunately, each devil fruit will always have its own advantages. Don't worry, these things are completely useless. Gagoya picked up a box and looked at it carefully, and then said directly to Changniu who was sitting there, the devil fruit I am holding now is the animal type devil fruit cat fruit, which belongs to the agility category. Able to move at extremely fast speeds and possessing super jumping abilities. But among the animal devil fruits, this one has not mutated, so in the end it can only be an ordinary animal devil fruit. That's pretty good, find something to write it down on and leave it there. Changniu said. He didn't have high expectations for these devil fruits themselves. After all, it was difficult to find truly powerful and outstanding devil fruits. There are so many types of devil fruits in this world, covering all aspects. Even the number of devil fruits recorded in the illustrated book has reached more than 30,000, let alone those that have not been recorded in the illustrated book. In terms of abilities, most people would choose to use some of the better devil fruits themselves, and it would be impossible for them to appear in places like these. But after getting this batch of devil fruits from Marie Joya, Changniu really didn't believe that there weren't some awesome ones in them. Chapter 165 Business Development Plan. Gagoya turned her head and glanced at Changniu, full of curiosity in her heart, but she still did what the other party said. It's just that he didn't prepare these things this time. However, Changniu also didn't have any anxious thoughts. It was just the beginning, and as for these devil fruits, he was not particularly anxious to send them out. Within a short while, all the small boxes containing more than 20 devil fruits had been opened, and Gagoya gave a brief introduction to each one. However, these devil fruits were almost all of the animal and superhuman types. It's normal to think about it. Even the celestial dragons can't have too many good things. Although these devil fruits are not the most awesome ones, relatively speaking, they can also enhance their own strength. The appearance of each thing always has its purpose, and it will not be useless in the end. For these 20-odd devil fruits, he also has his own mission. Put them all away and sit here together and have something to eat. Changniu said leisurely to Gagoya. No, Your Majesty, after I finish the work here, there are some other things I need to do. Gagoya said with a smile and refusal. That's okay. Changniu did not invite him again. What he said before was just polite. Now that the abilities of the 20 dozen devil fruits have been confirmed, there is really no need to keep Gagoya. After everything was settled, Changniu still stayed in the courtyard. He did not leave this place for a whole day, and he was always planning the next plans and arrangements in his heart. There is no need to prove one's own strength now. It only requires more running in and familiarity. Changniu does not want to interfere too much with external affairs. The country has developed to this level, so the next step is to do some detailed work in place. The general policy in the early stage has been set. The first thing the country needs to recover is the economy. At the very least, it must ensure that all the people of the true kingdom will not starve to death. However, this is only the first step. According to the current situation, it has indeed been completed. The opening of hundreds of factories in the country, and the development of economic employment, have slowly begun to transform the country. Although it is not yet enough for everyone to live an ideal life, it is indeed an improvement compared to the previous few years. Years later, it's been many times better. But just like this, relatively speaking, it is still far from enough. 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, Changniu hardly moved at all. He either stayed in his room or in the courtyard every day, and began to become familiar with his current abilities. What he was most worried about was that his domineering aura was still out of control. This was the ultimate reason why he didn't go out. But after waiting for 10 days and realizing that nothing happened, I started to walk out of where I was. For more than 3 months, Changniu still had high expectations despite not seeing what his current country would look like. In the palace hall, Changniu and Luosta looked at each other in confusion. They were the only 2 people in the huge space. Luosta stood at the bottom respectfully, and Changniu did not sit on the chair. He also stood at the bottom with him. Your Majesty, we are ready to go to Alabasta to discuss cooperation. I wonder if you have any other arrangements? Luosta asked respectfully. I don't have too many questions. It's just that if the development of Alastan is good, it will have a great effect on us. You need to weigh this yourself. It will be very difficult to open up the market for the Grand Route. But it will also bring us great benefits. You have a long way to go this time, and I hope that even though you are so far apart, you can do as well as if you were in your own country. Changniu said with a slight smile. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Luosta will be loyal to you no matter where he is. Luosta bowed and said. This time it may take a long time, at least 3 years to stay there. However, within these 3 years, I hope you can implement all the conditions there. This will be beneficial to our future domestic development. It will play a big role, Changniu said. Yes, Your Majesty. Changniu has already taken everything in hand and looked at the contents of this cooperation with Alabasta. This time he directly plans to transfer nearly half of the factory types in the entire True Kingdom to Alabasta. It can also be regarded as the start of an all-round economic battle. As for the factories remaining in the country, it is enough to meet the needs of the world, and there is no need to expand and develop. On the Grand Line, you will definitely not just stay in the country of Alabasta. When you meet some more virtuous and talented people, you can also attract them all to our own country. How to do it then? Leave it all to yourself and I believe in you. Changniu said. Okay. Lusta said, and then asked again, I wonder if there is anything I should pay attention to after going to Alabasta, or something I need to send a message to the King of Alabasta. No, King Cobra probably doesn't want to hear what I have to say, but while developing their country's economy, everything must be based on our own country. Wait until Alabasta's economic system is fully implemented. We will communicate about other situations. Yes. This time, the person who chose to go to Alabasta to negotiate this kind of thing was only Losta, who was more suitable for the entire True Kingdom. Although he was full of ambitions, on the other hand, this guy was the ability to do things is still very good. He doesn't mind if a person is ambitious. Ambitious people will have greater motivation and ideas are the best. He doesn't even need to worry about him getting into trouble, because if these things can be done, they will definitely be solved. At least that's the case from the current perspective. The 2 people chatted for nearly half an hour about the situation in Alabasta. In fact, there is no special situation in that country. They just need to implement all these things. Everyone has their own purposes and interests. For Changniu, cooperation with the country of Alabasta is nothing more than finding a place that can act as an agent for processing plants, and relying on Alabasta's status in the world government to achieve. I will ask for more benefits in the future. Chapter 166 Alabasta Targeted. Changniu doesn't care at all what Alabasta will become in the future. The only thing he cares about now is the interests of his own country. In fact, as a king of any country, he should understand this. Cobra didn't have any outstanding performance as a king, but on the other hand, he has been a king for so many years, and he still has sufficient control over people's hearts. He should understand such a thing, but even so, he has nothing to do. This is a win-win policy for both countries, and Alabasta cannot refuse it anyway. As for when other countries begin to improve in the future, then at that time, the economy can almost be directly used to check and balance the lifeline of this country. Luosta stood here obediently, listening carefully to what his king said. Everything he used now was given by the other party. And for this kind of business management, although the talent is there, it is Changniu who has really applied it. Make points. Lusta. I don't want Alabasta to be rich, so after we get there, even if all industrialization is completed, I need you to build various entertainment venues including casinos. It's best if you can let's borrow some money from them in advance. Do you understand if you don't know this? Changniu said leisurely, with an undetectable smile on his face. Luosta stood there blankly. He didn't understand at all what His Majesty the King meant. He was clearly allowed to pass because it was not to promote the development of the country of Alabasta, but why did he say this? If it was precisely because he didn't understand that Luosta asked blankly, Your Majesty, I wonder what your purpose is. Who will work when they are all rich? We used to give them hope, not a high-quality life. I just hope that people in this country can work hard to have 3 meals a day, when all we have to do is feed them. Chang Nyo said. Your Majesty, will this cause dissatisfaction in the Alabasta country? Luosta asked in surprise. Dissatisfied? How can you be dissatisfied if you don't steal or rob? What we have to do is to provide them with financial support and ensure that they have 3 meals a day. But at the same time, what we need to do is to consume them spiritually, but in the end the choice is only in their own hands, and no one will force them. What Chang Nyo said was completely based on the experience he received in his previous life. If he wanted to get a group of people to work for him steadily, then all he had to do was not to bulge their pockets, but not to treat them badly. This is life, give them expectations and make them despair. Otherwise, if everyone is full of money, who would have the heart to work hard? Luosta nodded with some vague understanding. This was the first time he had come across this kind of topic in his life, but as someone who has been in business for so long, although he could not understand this kind of topic for a while, in the end he would carefully understand it. If you refer to it, you will always get unexpected results. However, for Luosta, he didn't know what words to use to express this experience. He could only stand there and not know what he was thinking. Do you think this method is a bit too vicious? Chang Nyo asked with a smile. No, it's just the first time I've come across such a topic. I need some time to understand this. Luosta said. You will set off with your people tomorrow, and I will ask Barlow to accompany you there. After that day, wait until everything is settled, and then communicate the situation here through the phone bug, and then let me see your ability. Chang Nyo walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder and said. Luosta's expression was very solemn at the moment. With such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, he didn't know whether he could complete it perfectly. After all, the country of Alabasta is different from the kingdom of True. He doesn't know the specific situation of that country, let alone whether this country can be what he wants. Despite this expression, Luosta still said respectfully, Your Majesty, I will definitely do my part. Go, wait until the dust settles on your side, the kingdom of True will usher in a new wave of reforms. The hope of all this may fall on your shoulders. The responsibilities and burdens will also be given to you. I hope you don't let the people of this country down. Chang Nyo did not use his identity to tell the other party this time. Instead, he used the entire True Kingdom to press on the other party's shoulders. Luosta is very capable and knows how to adapt, but this guy is too ambitious, but Chang Nyo is confident that he can control this guy. For Luosta, even if he has ambition, if his strength does not match his ambition, there will be no room for maneuver at all. Now Chang Nyo wants to give him this opportunity to go out and show himself. After Luosta left, a smile instantly appeared on Chang Nyo's face, and his sky-blue eyes looked very strange at this moment. It's not that he doesn't believe in Luosta, on the contrary, he trusts the other party very much, so he chose to leave this matter to him. It is not only giving him a chance to perform, but also an inspection of him. The kingdom of True is now beginning to solidly lay its foundation before starting to build on top. The entire country is now considered to be prosperous. In addition, and most importantly, after the country's strength has increased, it is no longer necessary for the people to plant flowers and plants. After all, this kind of industry is not a long-term solution. In the short term or within a few years, Chang Nyo can use its own system space to purchase food products. If it lasts for a long time, if one day the king of his country is not here, then these people how to survive? After all this industry was transferred to Alabasta, the country began to officially move on the right track. His Majesty. Not long after Luosta left, another person appeared at the door of the palace again. This man also looks like a gentleman, wearing a suit, but he is not as delicate as Lhasa, and looks very strong. Kamaro, come in. Chang Nyo stood in the center of the hall and shouted to the man standing at the door. This man is the next Minister of Commerce of the True Kingdom, and the man who will succeed Lhasa Tower. But unlike the latter, Kamaro is not as ambitious as Lista. Although he may not be as capable as Lista, in many aspects, Kamaro can completely defeat his opponent. Chapter 167 Minister of Commerce. After Kamaro heard what Chang Nyo said, he walked in slowly. He doesn't wear glasses or anything like that. Although he looks more like a gentleman, in his heart, it's more fitting to say that this guy is a warrior. Your Majesty, all the work of Minister Losta has been handed over. Kamaro said. What's the current funding gap? Chang Nyo asked directly. He doesn't understand anything now, and Chang Nyo can still let Kamaro do the same thing that Losta can do. Even if he doesn't understand, it doesn't matter. At worst, he will put more effort into cultivating him when the time comes. The key is that in just 3 months after the country was handed over to Losta, the country's net profit has already reached tens of billions of belly per month, and now there is still a large deficit. Although these expenses are not due to Losta's greed, the key is that this person is too ambitious and takes too far at one time, which leads to these situations. Your Majesty, we have calculated it yesterday. Minister Lostad has started more than 250 factories at the same time. Now it can solve the problem of large-scale personnel work in the entire country at once. But similarly, the cost this time is also it has reached nearly 300 billion belly, and so far, the funding gap is at least close to 120 billion. Kamaro said respectfully. 120 billion. Chang Nyo laughed to himself. This number is no longer small. At present, the entire food economy of the True Kingdom relies on the Chang Nyo system. Fortunately, there are still sufficient funds in the system to provide for the survival of the country. But if there is no system, if Losta proceeds like this, it will be a devastating blow to the entire kingdom. Your Majesty, do you want the factories that are currently under construction to be temporarily suspended until the kingdom calms down and then continue? Kamaro asked. No, since we have already started building things, there is no need to stop. It will cause a serious loss of the country's credibility, which is more than worth the loss for us. Let all projects continue first, and the other is the road construction in the entire kingdom. This issue should also be implemented as soon as possible. From now on, as the Minister of Commerce, you must manage the people below. I don't ask you to do well, nor do I ask you to do it fast, but you must take every step steadily and don't rush for quick success. This is also my warning to you. There should be enough funds in the palace treasury for you to use now. After all these things are implemented, we will see the rest. Chang Nyo said. Building so many factories at once would indeed be of huge benefit to the True Kingdom, but it would take at least a year for this benefit to be realized. These things can not only slowly boost the entire domestic economy, but may also become a cash cow for the entire country in the future. Losta's mistake was that he should not have taken such a big step at once without observing the economic situation of the entire country, causing the country's capital chain to break. When the time comes, these factories can no longer proceed as scheduled, which will directly damage the country's credibility. Began to decline, and most people began to distrust the kingdom of Toru. Kamaro was not too happy about what Chang Nyo said about the sufficient amount of money in the palace treasury. Instead, he asked with a sad face, Your Majesty, there is one more thing to report to you. Minister Losta said 3 months ago, regarding the Crimea Kingdom project that has already been started, do we need to suspend this project now? Did anything happen over there? Chang Nyo asked. Not yet. Stop for now. The current focus is to develop the domestic economy first. As for getting involved in other countries, we will not consider it for the time being. According to the current situation, we can only wait until 1 or 2 years later. Chang Nyo said. Yes, Your Majesty. The content of the 4th volume is not only for the resources of other countries, but more importantly for the intelligence of other countries, especially the current entire South Blue Sea area. Among these dozens of countries, there are indeed many good things, but because in this way, the overt and covert battles are constantly going on. According to the current Toru Kingdom, there is no need to have any disputes with neighboring countries. Chang Nyo is relatively clear about this kind of thing. At least the current era of great pirates has just begun to arrive. Many things have gone too far and can easily become a thorn in the eyes of the world government and the navy. This is something he is relatively clear about. Kamaro, are you sure that everything will be settled within half a year? Chang Nyo asked. There is no problem with this. Kamaro said. Go ahead, I look forward to seeing what you do next. Chang Nyo said with a slight smile. Now for His Majesty the King, there are too many things to do, but if everything needs to be dealt with by himself, then he will not have time to practice at all. This is the current development of the Kingdom of True according to the model, everyone can give him enough power. For Chang Nyo, he only wants the results and does not care about the process. Even more often, he only needs a time to complete all tasks within this time. After the task is completed, he only needs to report a result. As for what the process is like, he doesn't care. The simpler point now is that Chang Nyo does not need to face too many people at all, only a few people. As for how they do it, that is their own business. This is essentially the management model of a large enterprise. A country is nothing more than an enterprise, just a little bigger. As long as these things are controlled well, then this country will move on to a perfect path. But there are still many things to meet him next. The space passage between the empty islands has reached the point where it needs to be established without delay. The kingdom's biggest trump card at present is that it needs to increase its strength. Only in this way, no matter what situation happens in the future, the entire true kingdom can deal with it calmly. This is not only the most difficult step, but more importantly, it is also the most complicated step. Facing such an empty palace, Chang Nyo turned his head and took a look. After all, this was the place where he grew up, and he had a relatively deep feeling for it. After looking around, the next moment he was instantly lost. Appearing again, he was still standing on the back hill, on top of the square that had turned into a huge pit. Chapter 168 The Establishment of the Space Gate. This back hill looks exactly like the ruins, but you can't tell that this place was once a square of tens of thousands square meters. The rubble piled up around it, forming a huge pit in the middle, but even so, this place can be regarded as the most secret and safe place to build the space gate in the entire True Kingdom. But the noise caused by the construction of the space gate is too great, and it is almost impossible to hide this kind of thing. Chang Nyo stood on the rubble. After thinking for a while, he immediately stretched out his right hand. Blue light was wrapped around his hand, and it shot out from his hand in the next second. A vortex shape slowly began to form above the deep pit in the middle of the pile of rubble in front of him, and the area of the black vortex was also expanding at the same time. After all, building a space portal is already the most important thing in the Kingdom of True. This is considered a very important part of all plans. As the black vortex slowly expanded, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, accompanied by the sound of lightning and thunder. Not only could it be seen from the palace, but even the entire royal city, everyone was watching quietly at this moment. Looking at the dark clouds gathering above this place. And unlike the time at Kangdeo, all the dark clouds were hovering in the sky and formed a funnel-like shape. Lightning kept flashing in the middle, and the roaring sound was endless. Many people are curious about what happened. After all, the power of thunder is only concentrated in this area, and other places are not affected in any way. But as this kind of thing started to happen, the guards in the palace, led by Haruya, began to gather here one by one. But when they didn't arrive, Abhina appeared directly in front of everyone, stopping them from moving forward and saying, "Your Majesty is doing something very important, we don't want to go." "Abhina, are you sure this was done by His Majesty?" Zaya asked in disbelief. Now, except for Junhee and Abhina, no one in the entire kingdom knows the extent of His Majesty's strength, but no one has ever underestimated him. Most people know that the 6 types of navy skills and domineering training methods currently spread throughout the kingdom are all from the hands of His Majesty the King, but they have never imagined what level of strength the King has achieved. However, after nearly half a month of contact, Zai also believed in Abhina and did not have any doubts. "Captain Haruya, you should know what happened on the top of the mountain in 3 days at most. What you need to pay attention to now is not this place. The movement this time is too great. What you need to do is to eliminate the royal city as soon as possible. Everyone who can see the scene is surprised in their hearts. Give them a reasonable explanation. The other thing is to pay attention to the areas around the royal city, those who may pose a danger to the country. After seeing this scene now, it is inevitable that some bad actions will occur. Another point is that when we came back, we encountered more than 10 warships of the Navy. Their purpose is to determine their location in the South Blue Sea. Make sure these people don't see what's happening here." Abhina immediately began to speak. These matters are easy to solve in their own country. The biggest headache for Abhina should be the 10 naval warships. It is still unclear what their purpose is in arriving in the South Blue Sea, but they can indeed pose a certain threat now. Haruya didn't talk too much. He turned around and began to give instructions to those who were coming towards him, repeating the same words. Everyone performs their duties and does what they should do. But it is indeed too late to say this now. Everyone aboard the 10 naval warships is observing what is happening in the Kingdom of True at this moment. Although the distance is far away, after all, it is endless on the sea and the rotating sky. The funnel cloud can also be seen in detail and clearly for them. What is that place? On a Navy warship, a man wearing a robe of justice looked at the funnel cloud hovering in the sky in the distance and asked directly to the person behind him. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, that direction should be where the true kingdom is, but I don't know exactly what happened, said a guard standing behind him. The Flying Squirrel has a mohawk on his head, and his long dark purple hair is tied back into a bun. The mustache is also dark purple. Wearing a lilac striped suit, a dark blue shirt, and a white tie. He was wearing a white navy coat with justice written on it, 2 medals hanging on his chest, and black leather shoes on his feet. With a black saber slung around his waist, he looks very brave and domineering. He stared at the situation ahead seriously. On the sea of the 4 seas, it is impossible for such weather to occur. There must be other things that would cause such a state. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, should we go over and take a look? Next to the Flying Squirrel stood a man who was also wearing a robe of justice, but with the epaulets on his shoulders, he was obviously several levels lower than the Flying Squirrel. He was wearing the standard uniform of a Navy general. The guy standing nearby was also a little confused, and then he opened his mouth and asked directly with a serious face. Inform other warships to continue moving towards the mission location, and our ship will go over and take a look. Flying Squirrel said. Yes, Lieutenant General. The guy standing next to him said directly. As for why they came to this place in the South Blue Sea, no one knows what their mission is, but what is certain is that they are definitely not coming for a certain country. After the Flying Squirrel's order was issued, the entire ship began to deviate from the sailing formation of the 10 warships, and then a single ship began to move towards the Kingdom of True. I really don't know what this guy Flying Squirrel is doing. It's necessary to take care of that kind of thing. The golden phone bug hasn't been found yet, so he still has the heart to do such a thing. On another Navy ship, a man with a cigar in his mouth and a big toothy smile said with an almost invisible smile. Lieutenant General Huashaishan, it seems that it has something to do with that dark cloud, so Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel went over to take a look. A general behind Huo Shaoshan said. However, now among these 10 naval warships, everyone has a different view on this matter. But most people have one attitude. Chapter 169 Establishment of Space Channel. They came to the land of the South Blue Sea not wanting to cause trouble, but for the entire land of the South Blue Sea, these 10 naval warships can definitely travel anywhere without any obstruction. The strong military strength can already prove everything. There are about 500 people on each warship, adding up to more than 5,000 well-equipped troops, and there are 10 vice-admirals. With this kind of strength, even in the New World, not many people dare to provoke. Notify me, get to the location of the golden phone bug as soon as possible, and quickly solve this mission. I'm still waiting to rest and sleep when I get back. A woman on another warship shouted domineeringly. Yes, Major General Peach Rabbit. However, in the land of King True's royal city at this moment, many people from the army have begun to tell the people that the cause and result of this incident did not have much impact on them. After all, the current kingdom's army still has a lot of influence. However, in his own country, this sentiment quickly evaporated. However, there is a person in the royal city at this moment. He is blind and leaning on a cane, but he looks up at the dark clouds on the mountain behind the palace. Although he cannot see it, he can feel it in his spiritual world. All the scenes to get there. But even when he was walking on the street, no one knew him. At this moment, in the mountains behind the palace, dark clouds swirled with lightning and thunder, and from time to time, lightning began to fall downwards. The target points of their attacks were all in this black vortex. The huge black vortex began to spread, and everything around it was swept into it. Especially the rubble that was scattered around before was all cleaned up one by one. But at this moment, the other place is not so comfortable. At the other end of the space gate above the Sky Island, all the gravel attracted by the front end was ejected from this end at this moment. The 2 escorts standing at the front end were completely confused about what was going on, but from true the rubble attracted by the kingdom was now falling towards them like raindrops. Faced with such a scene, the 2 people guarding the space gate of the empty island quickly reported the matter. After all, they were completely unable to understand what was going on. However, at this moment, in the mountain behind the palace, Chang Niu was hurrying to build this teleportation gate, and it was built on this gap. As the black vortex began to grow larger, more and more things around it were sucked in. However, the construction speed this time is much faster than that on the empty island. Although it will not be completed in the blink of an eye, at least in terms of time, it may be more than twice as fast as that on the empty island. In less than 20 minutes, the entire black vortex had begun to gradually take shape, and the rest began to add the frame of the teleportation gate to stabilize the teleportation channel. But the difference from Sky Island is that the teleportation channel this time is many times larger than Sky Island, and the overall height must be at least nearly 100 meters. In addition, the area of the black vortex is also larger than that of Sky Island. The one on the other side of the Sky Island is nearly 3 times bigger. The main reason is that Chongnyo thinks that in the future, there will definitely be more than one space channel established. As the True Kingdom is its base, it is not known how many places this space channel will connect to in the future, so naturally it will be all at once. Build successfully. As the dark clouds in the sky continued to approach, Chongnyo suddenly raised his left hand, and then a huge black portal fell from the sky. Just stuck directly in the circle of the black vortex, the power of space that was still spreading was suppressed within the scope of this space gate in less than 30 seconds. As the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate, as the only space channel in the True Kingdom, it was now considered a perfect success. The black space gate with a black vortex in the middle is much weirder and more serious than if it were empty. But in such a place, there is no need for any guards to guard it. After all, the only way to get to this place is through the palace. If other people are more powerful, they can indeed come over the sea, but once they set foot in this place, those in the palace will be able to discover it immediately and come to solve it. The space gate is not something that anyone can use at will, at least for now. No matter how powerful it is impossible to transmit it directly to the area where the Sky Island is located through the space gate, which can be regarded as adding a layer of protection to this thing. As the dark clouds dissipated, the strange situation suddenly began to disappear. Even the navy ship sailing on the sea began to feel a little surprised when looking at the dissipated dark clouds. After all, it would take at least 2 hours to get to the True Kingdom from where they were, even if it was a navy warship. However, for the people in the kingdom of Toru, since they have been persuaded by the kingdom's army in the early stage, no one pays attention to such things now. It may just become a topic for discussion after dinner. Looking at the now successfully constructed space passage, Chongnyo stood there looking at his masterpiece with some satisfaction. After all, this thing was unique in the pirate world. Of course, building a space channel cost him tens of billions of baileys in an instant, but this kind of thing is completely necessary for the kingdom of True. It looks like it's been done up there. Are you interested in taking a look? Abena, standing at the foot of the mountain, asked Zaya with a smile. Really? I don't know if His Majesty the King will agree. Ji was also looking forward to looking at the scene above. After all, he had no idea what was going on. But at this moment, his whole body was already driven by curiosity, and he wanted to see what was going on the top of the mountain. The next thing is prepared for you, so there will definitely be no problem going up. Abena said. Others didn't know what it was, but he knew it very well. It's not the first time I've seen this thing, but staying at the foot of the mountain, I don't have the same shocking feeling as standing next to it. He had already witnessed the establishment of a space channel on the Sky Island for the first time. Although he was a little curious as to why the time was much shorter this time than on the Sky Island, he was also curious as to whether it was really possible to receive a one-time pass. Arrive at the location of the empty path in an instant. To what extent the space gate can be used, Abena is much more curious than Zaya. Chapter 170 Navy warships arrive. Driven by curiosity, the two people walked up the steps side by side, and then began to head towards the top of the mountain. Even before we reached the top of the mountain, we could already see the huge door from a long distance away. The swirling vortex above still shocked Zai, who had never seen such a sight before. Abena, what on earth is your majesty doing? Zaya asked in surprise. Abena continued walking upward without any pause, and then said as he walked, if this thing is true, it will definitely overturn the entire world. Abena himself did not dare to confirm, so he could only say this. For him, building a space channel that can directly reach the island from the Kingdom of True is already incredible. Even after seeing the space passage gate established on the empty island, he still maintained a skeptical attitude in his heart. Turning the world. Ji also didn't understand the meaning of what he said, but just looking at the black vortex in the middle of the huge portal above his head and thinking with his feet, he could already guess that this thing was definitely not as simple as imagined. When the two people walked up, what was in front of them was an extremely tall thing, a huge space channel with a height of 100 meters. This thing, let alone people, could pass through it at this moment, even a large sailing ship. Go straight in without any hindrance. You are here. Do you want to try to go over and have a look at the situation on the other side? Chang Niu looked at his masterpiece without looking back at the two people who had already come over, and then said with a slight smile on his lips. Your Majesty, can this thing really lead to the Sky Island? Abena asked doubtfully. Sky Island? Can it be reached directly from here? Ji also couldn't believe what he heard. Go and have a look later when you have time. Abena, a navy warship is coming towards us. The two of you and your men should go over and deal with it. Chang Niu said. He didn't know since when, his knowledge, color and domineering energy could directly cover almost the entire country. This distance could even reach hundreds of kilometers, let alone 10 kilometers. As long as it is within range of oneself, it can be sensed even subconsciously. Okay, Your Majesty, the two of us are going right now. Arban said. Abena has long known that the Navy has 10 warships wandering in the South Blue Sea. They were still in the windless zone when they encountered them. According to time, they should have entered the South Blue Sea area by now. If 10 warships come at the same time, then I may have some trouble for them, but if only one ship comes, it is not a big problem. Haruya was still opening his mouth wide, looking at the space portal in front of him. It was so huge that it was impossible to see everything at a glance, especially on top of this mountain top. Fortunately, there were various mountains around it. Staying in the palace, raising your head, all sight lines are blocked by the mountain. From the outside, you can't see the space portal in front of you at all. The reason why Zaya was shocked was because he was attracted by the depth of this thing. Such a huge black vortex, even standing next to him, already gave people a chilling feeling. Let's go. The Navy warships are about to land on our country's territory soon, so hurry up and take a look. Abena said while looking at Haruya, who was still looking shocked. Oh. Zaya didn't even turn his head and replied directly, but his eyes were still staring at this huge space portal. There is even some reluctance to start preparing to leave here. Something like this not only makes people feel scared, but also makes people feel curious. The naval warships sailing on the sea did not stop because the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Instead, under the command of Flying Squirrel, they continued to move towards the Kingdom of True. From the beginning, nothing could be seen, until the shadow of the True Kingdom slowly began to appear in the sight of the ship. They walked directly along the place where the dark clouds just spread out. Navy warships are already large ships, but when they came to this place for the first time, they couldn't find any port at all, so they could only move directly to the nearest place on the shore. But at this time, Abena Kazuji had also appeared with the palace guards at the place where they were about to dock. 200 people were waiting here. Haruya and the palace guards wore the same clothes, all black combat uniforms. Every guard behind them stood side by side with their arms crossed until the Navy warship appeared in front of them. In front of. For a Navy warship, even before it docked, he had already seen so many people waiting for him on the shore, and the Flying Squirrel's expression gradually became serious. After all, in his understanding, when he came to this place, there would be no one at all. But now there are so many people waiting, which can only mean one thing. Among the other people's crowd, he possesses a relatively powerful hegemony of knowledge and information, but for the land of the four seas, these things should basically not appear. But now a small true kingdom can actually predict the docking position of their naval warships in advance. How can this not shock people? Notice down, everyone is ready to fight. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel shouted to the adjutant next to him. Ready to fight. The adjutant then shouted loudly to everyone on the ship, and then all the muzzles of the guns were aimed at Abena on the shore, where the group of people were. But for ordinary soldiers, they can't see the people on the shore at all. They can only point the muzzle in the direction of the shore based on their feelings. Flying Squirrel stood alone on the deck, staring ahead with a serious expression. He now wanted to know what secrets existed in the True Kingdom. After all, during the previous meeting of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji had already mentioned that the Toru Kingdom was not what everyone saw and must be monitored more closely. A country that can allow its general to say such words definitely has a side that no one knows about it. And the other party didn't look like he was joking, he was extremely serious when he spoke. Flying Squirrel at least thinks so at the moment. He has known before that the entire True Kingdom has even begun to imitate the Navy's training model, and some aspects are even earlier than them. Therefore, the internal situation of this country is definitely worthy of their navy's training. More detailed exploration. Chapter 171 Swordsman. Now that the ship has reached this position, it is simply impossible to turn around or change other directions. But now that we are here, what needs to be done still needs to be done. The naval warships continued to approach the shore. Although they would not approach the shore directly, at least they could go ashore at any time. Abena, do you recognize the people here? On the shore, Zaya looked at Abena curiously and asked. There are so many people in the navy, how could I know them all? Maybe when I came into contact with the navy, this guy might just be an unknown person. Abena said with a smile. Fortunately, the flying squirrel didn't hear this, otherwise he might have had to lose his temper. I see, I don't know why these guys came to our country for nothing. Zaya said speechlessly. Okay, don't say such things here. People are going to land soon, so hurry up and shout. Abena glanced at Zaya and said. Zaya stood aside and sighed, then took 2 steps forward with a helpless expression. His expression gradually became serious, and shouted to the naval warship that was about to dock, this is the boundary of the Toru kingdom, and the navy warship has no reason to do so. Don't dock. Afraid that the other party wouldn't hear, Zaya repeated it again. But the first time he shouted, the other party had already heard it and just ignored it. Flying Squirrel continued to insist on his opinion, and then ordered the navy warship to continue to move towards the shore, and the ship was already on alert and might start an attack at any time. Abena's smile just now gradually disappeared. He had no good impression of the navy, but now that he had warned the other party still looked disdainful, which made him quite annoyed. He walked directly to Zaya without saying anything else. He hugged the dawn in his hands and held it directly in his right hand at this moment. Without saying any more warning, Abena instantly pulled out the long knife in his hand and slashed in the direction of the navy warship. A strong sword light burst out instantly, but Abena's attack did not target the naval warships, but only attacked their sides. This can also be regarded as an early warning. But such a warning is indeed a bit big. At least 2 kilometers of seawater were directly divided into 2 halves at this moment. When the seawater closed, even the navy warship was a little unstable. Many soldiers on it were a little unstable this time. Amid the shock, they fell directly to the ground, and a few of them failed to stand still and fell directly into the seawater. Swordsman! Flying Squirrel was instantly shocked. He had never expected that he would meet such a powerful person while staying in the South Blue Sea. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, do you need to order an attack? The adjutant shouted with some urgency. After all, the other party had already taken action. If he didn't take action at this moment, it would be unjustifiable. After Abena struck the sword, he directly put Dawn back into the scabbard, and then stared at the situation ahead with solemn eyes. The lust of seeing and hearing began to reverberate on the ship, and even the voices on the ship could still be heard very clearly. Zaya, tell everyone to prepare to fight. Abena said in a serious and cold voice. Ready to fight. Ji also became serious, the expression just now was completely forgotten, and now the rest have begun to enter the dual state. The Flying Squirrel on the navy warship had an equally serious expression. He looked coldly in the direction of the shore and did not choose to order direct firing. What surprised everyone was that the Flying Squirrel jumped into the air on moon steps and ran in the direction where they were. But before he landed, the Flying Squirrel directly pulled out the long knife from his waist and slashed in the direction of Abena in an instant. The red sword light also flew towards where they were at this moment. According to the Flying Squirrel's current strength, there would be no one on the shore who could be his opponent except Abena. Even in the face of such a situation, Abena didn't even frown. He instantly pulled out a beam of light from Dawn in his hand and slashed it out. The next second, Dawn continued to return to the scabbard. But the moment the 2 sword lights collided in the air, a powerful impact broke out. Vice Admiral, do you want to start a war? Haruya shouted in a cold voice. The king's guards behind him are now ready for battle. As long as Zaya in front says a word, they will rush to the naval battleship without hesitation and then ruthlessly kill them. The Flying Squirrel didn't make any reply, fell to the ground, teleported, and softly shouted shave. In the next second, he disappeared completely and reappeared, with the entire knife already appearing next to Abena's neck. But in such a short period of time, Abena had already pulled out Dawn and stood directly in front of Flying Squirrel's knife. Seeing that the blow was unsuccessful, the flying squirrel was about to retreat when Abena also hit the opponent directly in the abdomen with a very fast speed. This time he received a solid kick, and the flying squirrel was kicked away a long distance. Abena had no intention of letting the other person go just like that. He rushed forward again in an instant. He raised the knife in his hand and was about to end the other person's life. At this moment, a familiar voice came to his ears, "Let them go. Leave." Chongnyo was sitting in the palace, and his casual words could be heard more than 10 miles away. He had already applied his domineering energy to such an extent. The battle on the beach has always been in his perception, and he has not let go of even the smallest movements. Abena was quite shocked when he heard the sound, but he still put away the long knife in his hand and immediately retreated to Zaya's side. Flying Squirrel did not have it so easy. When he came to a land in the South Blue Sea, he could be injured by what they called indigenous people here. This was simply his biggest shame since he became a vice-admiral. He slowly stood up at the beach, and the long knife in his hand had been put back into the scabbard. He looked at the other party with serious and cold eyes. Although he didn't know why the other party retreated in the end after clearly being able to kill him, but at this moment he would never look down on these people again. After standing up, he no longer looked as arrogant as before, at least he would never underestimate the people in front of him again. No matter where the navy went, he had never been treated like this. The key is that this time he was really in their home. After being warned, they continued to go ashore. The Kingdom of Toru is not a member of the world government, and they can completely refuse to abide by the world government's treaties. Abena, why did you let him go? Zaya asked a little confused. Your Majesty's order, I can't do anything about it. Abena said with a frown. Chapter 172 Sound transmission more than 10 kilometers away. Abena himself didn't understand why Chongnyo's voice reached his ears. The other party was obviously observing every move here. But things have reached this point now, why can't we just take action and directly eliminate the opponent? The flying squirrel not far away also stood up, dusted himself off, and then stared at Abena seriously. He was quite surprised to come out this time. However, the sailors on the ship were all shocked and dumbfounded at this moment. No one could have imagined that the famous Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel in the Navy would be defeated by others in such a small place in the South Blue Sea. It's really surprising that people like you still exist in the South Blue Sea. The Flying Squirrel took back the long knife in his hand, took a few steps towards Abena with a serious look and said, "Fighting without telling us, is it possible that today's Navy is like this? Or does your Navy want to go to war with our Kingdom of True?" Zaya directly stole Abena's words and asked directly in a cold voice. Humph. The Flying Squirrel showed a disdainful smile. He had never thought that such a small country would dare to challenge the naval power. Something that he had never encountered before actually encountered it today. I think your Kingdom of True has something unknown that is enough to threaten the world government and the security of the entire world. According to the relevant regulations of the world government, our Navy has the right to go to your country to check it out. The Flying Squirrel said still in an upright tone. He had already felt that the place where the swirling dark clouds caused such a big movement just now should be on the edge of the true kingdom. Now, no matter what, driven by curiosity, he had to go in and check it out. Originally, I wanted to use force to directly make the other party obey, but now my own strength is not as strong as the other party, so I can only use this method to force the other party to take a step back. But when the Flying Squirrel said this, Abena smiled nonchalantly, and then said leisurely, "You are talking about the relevant regulations of the world government, but our Kingdom of True has joined the world government some time ago. Since you have not joined the world government, then naturally you don't need to pay attention to your so-called world government-related regulations." The Flying Squirrel didn't know what to say. No one dared to say such words in any country in the entire sea world, but this time they really encountered it. The other party did not join the world government, which made them quite embarrassed. He was really speechless for a moment. Is it possible that after looking at the situation in your country, the world government will need to step in the end? The Flying Squirrel suddenly changed his tone, and the murderous aura on his body suddenly appeared. He did not want any country to appear that could threaten the Navy. If his own strength was not good enough, it would probably take a few more hours to let other Navy warships come over at the same time. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in our Kingdom of True? Or do you really think that we dare not kill you? Or, in the South Blue Sea, your 10 naval warships can form can the scale of the demon-slaying order ensure that you can get out of this place safely? As soon as Flying Squirrel finished speaking, Chongnyo, who was sitting in the palace hall, suddenly opened his mouth and said angrily, and the sound also directly spread to Flying Squirrel's ears more than 10 kilometers away. Staying at the beach, the Flying Squirrel immediately started to turn his head and look around, but to his surprise, he did not find anyone speaking, because no one in front of Abena and others showed signs of opening their mouths to speak. So the only thing he can think of now is that there is a more powerful person behind the true kingdom. This will never end. The Flying Squirrel didn't show off anymore. Although he was a little angry, he still turned around and walked back to the warship directly on the moon steps. After standing on the deck, the Flying Squirrel stared at Abena and others for a while, and then shouted loudly, "Return!" Everyone on the entire warship has seen that their general is extremely angry at this moment, and no one will touch the other's brow at this moment. One by one, they could only do as the Flying Squirrel said. Even after getting on the ship, Flying Squirrel still couldn't hide his anger. He clenched his fist in his right hand and held his left hand on the railing of the warship. The strong strength had even deformed the wooden railings on it, causing several shapes to appear. A very deep fingerprint. But now even his anger was of no use. This time, their navy warship came to the Kingdom of True, and the whole thing was a disappointment. Abena and the others who stayed on the shore waited until Flying Squirrel and their navy warship disappeared on the sea level. Only then did they complete their mission. This confrontation can be regarded as the Kingdom of True's first frontal charge against the Navy. But no one knows what they will face next, whether there will be some more powerful opponents at the Navy headquarters. But now even if they give the Navy those ideas, the Navy headquarters does not dare to send troops in large numbers. The New World has already put a time bomb on their heads. These people understand what the trade-offs should be. If they were staying on the Grand Route, they would most likely face an attack from the Navy headquarters at this moment. Unfortunately, they were located in a place all over the world, with the sky high and the Emperor far away. Even though they have 10 naval warships sailing in the South Blue Sea, not everyone on them is extremely powerful. Anyone with a general's talent can easily destroy these warships. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel did not imagine that the retreat would be the end of the matter. Not long after returning to the ship, after they disappeared, Flying Squirrel directly picked up the phone and began to inform others about what happened here. People. 10 naval warships sailed in the South Blue Sea. This is their biggest trump card and courage. But when he took the phone and told what he had experienced, the person on the other side calmed down for a moment and then said, "Haha, Flying Squirrel, this matter is no joke. I didn't expect that you, who has always been meticulous, could actually do this. If you tell such a joke at this time, there are still people in this land of the South Blue Sea who can beat you, so don't be ridiculous. You bastard! Do you think I'm joking at this time?" The Flying Squirrel was even more angry now. He didn't expect that even his own people didn't believe this kind of thing. But such thoughts are normal. After all, even after he came to the South Blue Sea, he had never thought of it. There will be someone who can surpass him in terms of strength. Chapter 173 Council Department. At this moment, it would take at least 3 hours of sailing for other naval warships to reach where the Flying Squirrel was, so through the phone bug, they could not understand what exactly happened at that time. Although the group of people laughed a little at first, after hearing the Flying Squirrel's serious and angry words, they all fell into deep thought. It's not that they don't believe Flying Squirrel, after all, they have heard the news that Flying Squirrel has received. Each of these 10 naval warships has a naval admiral on board. When they reach their position, they can naturally know a lot of things that others don't know. Although they had all heard that the Kingdom of True was not as simple as it seemed, no one cared about it. How powerful can a small country in the South Blue Sea be, no matter how powerful it is? After the Flying Squirrel cursed at the phone bug angrily, he hung up directly. Their main mission goal when they came to the South Blue Sea was not the True Kingdom, but the group of CP2 who had disappeared. To be more precise, it was for came looking for the golden phone bug. Having already reached the position of Lieutenant General, it is not that Flying Squirrel cannot distinguish the priorities of things, but this time the humiliation suffered in the True Kingdom, the expression on Flying Squirrel's face has proven that it is impossible to just do this. It's easy to give up. So even after leaving, the Flying Squirrel still sat angrily on the deck, still looking in the direction of the True Kingdom, which had disappeared. Including his adjutant, no one on the entire ship dared to approach the current Vice Admiral, for fear that the other party would vent his anger on them later. The duel between Flying Squirrel and Abena was witnessed by everyone. His swordsmanship, which he was proud of, was defeated directly and openly, and it took such a short time. Everyone on the ship had nothing to do right now, and they wanted to lick the floor directly, for fear that they would be scolded if they did anything slightly unsatisfactory later. But Abena and Zai had already begun to lead the team back. Along the way, Zai was chattering like a man possessed by a chatterbox. Although he had heard that Abena was a swordsman before, this time, he really felt how powerful the opponent was. This group of people came in a hurry when they came, and they were running all the way, but when they went back, there was no need for this. For them, the journey of more than 10 kilometers can only be completed in 1 or 2 hours, even if they just walk. Abena, that sword strike you made at the beginning was so handsome. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. It's really surprising. Zaya kept talking, but Abena seemed not to hear it and still walked forward slowly and hurriedly. Zai, I remember that the king didn't leave the palace, right? Abena ignored what Zaya said to him, but he kept a deep mentality along the way, always thinking about where His Majesty the King was staying to convey the message to him. Could it be true? Do you want to stay in the palace? It was because of things like this that he had been thinking about it since he came back. Zaya was suddenly startled after hearing this. He still didn't understand what Abena meant. Abena, it seems that His Majesty the King has not left the palace at all, right? But why do you ask so? Zaya asked. Just talking. Abena turned his face and said directly. Abena really can't imagine how powerful His Majesty the King is at this moment. If he is really standing in the palace and can communicate with them from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, then what level of domineering power he has seen and heard, I don't know how far they have reached. After the navy warship disappeared from the Toru kingdom, Chongnyo, who had been staying in the palace hall, slowly showed a smile. However, he also knew the purpose of the 10 warships of the navy in coming to the South Blue Sea. Unexpectedly, after such a long time, the world government and the navy came to investigate matters related to CP. It is precisely because of such a long time that Changyo has forgotten how to deal with the golden phone bug at that time. After all, he remembered that this thing was given to Junhee. As for how the other party did it, he really had no memory at all. Your Majesty, this is what you asked for. I have brought it to you. Outside the palace hall, Gagoya slowly walked in holding a pile of documents and said. Why is there only this little? Your Majesty the King, what is currently placed here is the land information of the entire country. As for other things, it is still behind. Gagoya said. These are far from enough. Let's take everything else to the main hall. Also, let the Council of Ministers hold a meeting in the main hall tomorrow. Remember to have someone make a census of all the situations in the entire country. Changyo said. Your Majesty, I wonder what your purpose is for doing this? These things should be done by dedicated people. Gagoya asked curiously. Do what you should do, and I will communicate the rest with the Senate. Chongnyo said. The Senate Department is a very special department in the Kingdom of True. There are not many young people among them, which is equivalent to the civil servants of the entire country. Moreover, there are approximately 100 people in the entire Senate Department, and the average age is almost 40 years old. It can also be regarded as the most complicated and difficult department to enter in the entire Toru Kingdom. Most matters in the country are almost decided through the Senate, which will implement public voting rights. This is also a department established by Changyo 2 years ago. With their presence, this part of the pressure on him as the king has been greatly reduced. In the entire country, the only place where he can make decisions so far, except for the Ministry of Commerce, is the military. But Chongnyo only targeted the guard team, which included the palace and National Guard teams, which numbered about 20,000 people, and could be considered the most elite force in the entire country. As for the remaining 4 to 5 million troops in the kingdom, they are also directly managed by the Council of Ministers. It can also be said that 100 of them are equivalent to half a king. For such a thing, no one in the entire country and ministers refused to object. After all, in a certain aspect, this not only increased their real power behavior, but also found the best and most effective solution for the people. Chapter 174 Decision-Making Meeting. The powers exercised by the Council of Ministers are mainly aimed at people's livelihood matters and planning various important domestic affairs. As the king of this country, Changyo is only responsible for the country's development direction, military development, economic development, and foreign exchanges. Therefore, after encountering major events and changing the country's national policy, Changyo needs to communicate with the council in advance so that they can prepare files and communicate them to the people of the country. This plan can be said to be effective. Even if the king of this country makes a major decision-making error, it will not change much for the people of the country. There are currently only 3 most important departments in the entire Kingdom of True, namely the Council Department, the Commercial Department and the Guards. The latter 2 are directly controlled by the king of this country, so their development speed is astonishingly fast. His Majesty the King, is it necessary to notify other people when convening a meeting of the Council of Ministers? Gagoya asked. No need, this time the Experience Council will participate. Chongnyo said. Yes, Your Majesty. Gagoya said respectfully. After finishing speaking, Gagoya placed the pile of information in her hand directly in the main hall, but as soon as she left, Abena and Abena were already back here. And he still watched Gagoya leave this place with his own eyes. As soon as he entered the gate, Abena Kazuji respectfully shouted, Your Majesty. It's good to be back. I just have something to talk to you about next. Changyo stood up from his seat and walked a few steps down, and then said to Xia, You need to gather all the Kingdom Guard personnel at the back of the palace within a week. I will take you there when the time comes. Let's go to the next place. Is it Sky Island? Xia asked excitedly. You will know this matter by then. Chongnyo said. Your Majesty the King, if they all leave the kingdom, what will happen to the security of this country? Arban asked. Now is not the time to worry about this. The kingdom also had no strength before and has existed for hundreds of years. Besides, in the past 2 years, the kingdom does not plan to have any conflicts with the outside world, so it can only take advantage of the opportunity. During this period of time, start to recharge your batteries. Chongnyo said. If that's the case, then I'll go with them when the time comes. Anyway, there's nothing special about staying in the kingdom. Abena said. It's still early for you to talk about this matter. There are indeed tasks for you next. You need to stay here and take good care of yourself. We'll talk about the rest later. Chongnyo said perfunctorily again. Your Majesty, what about the Navy warship? Xia asked. They have their own things to do when they come to the South Blue Sea. Besides, our Kingdom of True also belongs to a country. Now is not the time to let anyone slaughter us. Chongnyo said with a slight smile. Although he doesn't want to have any conflict with the Navy now, if the other party goes too far at this time, he doesn't mind a direct battle. He didn't believe that the Navy at this moment had any ability to deal with things in the world, so it was because of this that Chongnyo didn't take them seriously. Or maybe it's because after his strength has improved, all of this has become relatively insignificant. Just relying on his own strength is completely enough to destroy those 10 naval warships, so why should there be anything worth worrying about? After hearing this, Xia took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, I understand. Xia, in addition to summoning the Kingdom Guard this week, take a day to take Abena to Clearwater Bay. The rest of the work there will be left to you. Changyo said to Xia that the last words were for Abena. For Abena, who had just arrived in this country less than half a month ago, all of this sounded so strange that he could only turn his head slightly and look at Xia with a look of help. Abena, Clearwater Bay is the shipbuilding base of the Kingdom of True. Almost all craftsmen from the entire kingdom gather there. This is an important place for our entire Kingdom of True to develop its navy and commercial transportation in the future. Xia said. Okay, if nothing happens, you should hurry over. The other thing is to send people to keep an eye on those navy warships. If anything happens, just report them in time. Chongnyo said. Yes, Your Majesty. At present, the entire country is proceeding in an orderly manner, but Chongnyo is very aware of the drawbacks. If it weren't for the existence of the system in this country, according to the current development model, no one knows how many people would have died of starvation. Therefore, in response to this situation, tomorrow's Senate meeting will be held. This will be another major change for the coming Toru Kingdom. So far, Changyo has only been king for 3 years. He has changed the state affairs twice in 3 years. This is already considered very diligent. If the people cannot accept it, it will be embarrassing enough. The next day. At this moment, except for one aisle in the middle of the palace hall, tables have been set up in all other places, and everyone's place, including tea, has been placed. The collective participation of everyone in the Senate at this meeting is enough to prove the importance of love. Most of the things mentioned in the first national meeting were almost participated in by the council, but this time they also discussed the feasibility of the next plan internally before starting to inform the whole country. This time the meeting was not broadcast live. Instead, it was more secretive and conservative. Except for Chongnyo and the members of the Senate, no one from the entire Kingdom Guard would approach. Only Chongnyo knew the importance of the meeting. The most important purpose of cooperating with Alabasta and placing nearly half of the business plan there was to change the existing economic status of the true kingdom. The first thing to do is to get rid of all the current economic shortcomings in the entire country. Once this kind of thing is tolerated on a large scale, it is likely to lead to the entire country being unable to make ends meet. At this moment, Lostar has also begun to leave for the country of Alabasta, and there are about 20 people from the Ministry of Commerce accompanying him. Their main purpose in the past was to replan to the country of Alabasta in accordance with all the current plans in the Kingdom of True. Among them, it can be regarded as a step-by-step demonstration. Chapter 175 Another Policy Reform. Everything is within the prediction, and there is no deviation from the trajectory at all. Everyone in the palace hall was now solemn. Chongnyo had already arrived early. Most of the people sitting below were in their 40s, and of course there were a few younger ones among them. Each of them sat upright and looked at Chongnyo, who was sitting on top without a smile. The Senate meeting held this time was a bit rushed, and there was almost no time for everyone to prepare. However, there is not much time left for the Kingdom of True, so convening this emergency meeting today can be regarded as a meeting of the Kingdom of True. Another change follows. During this period, you can raise any questions you have at any time and start communicating on this matter. The King's Secretary Gagoya is responsible for recording, and the Minister of Consultation Meng Ji is responsible for coordination. This meeting is expected to last for 1 day, and sufficient time will be left for everyone to discuss. But regarding the previous issues, I will briefly throw out 2 of them now. You can discuss them first. I will need to get your voting results in half an hour. The first topic is that regarding the various issues that the Kingdom of True will face in the future, simply relying on the current national army to maintain it will definitely not be enough to achieve a certain effect, and it will easily confuse the vision by then, so what I am raising now, that is, the entire Kingdom of True will implement 2 internal and external military reform plans in the future. Internally, it will be called the National Guard, and externally, it will be called the National Army. All mechanisms will be reformed. As for the plan, I will leave it to you. Have discussions. The second topic is about the current legal issues in the country. I have produced a legal dictionary. Gagoya will send it to all of you later. You can browse it briefly and roughly. You will need to give it to me in half an hour. Reply. The answer I need is whether you agree or disagree with this point of view, and the other is to come up with your suggestions for the next plan of the Kingdom of You True. I need to get accurate answers to these 2 topics in half an hour, and then we can discuss the following questions. Chongnyo sat at the top and said directly to everyone. This time, his expression was very serious throughout. After all plans have begun to be fully rolled out. Whether in terms of business plans or military plans, they have now achieved steady victory, so for some domestic stable work must be done now. If not, it will be difficult for the entire True Kingdom to accept such a thing if it is a mess externally and is not stable internally. So after Chongnyo finished talking about these 2 topics, the entire hall immediately became as noisy as a vegetable market, but Chongnyo, who was sitting in the upper position, didn't mind such a lively atmosphere. Everyone expressed their opinions enthusiastically, and the first topic was easily accepted. Without even thinking about it, they had unanimously approved it. Now the more complicated issue is the second issue. No one had expected that His Majesty the King would suddenly need to change the entire country's laws. But what they didn't expect was that the legal texts that Chongnyo brought out were all so novel, and they all felt dazzled. How can Chongnyo have such great ability? It just spent millions of baileys and purchased it directly from the system space. Stabilizing the country is the most important direction of development in the next 2 years. The Kingdom of True does not plan to take any action within 2 years. Now the most important things have begun to be carried out in an all-round way. From the economy, military, and people's livelihood, these are all things that need to be paid attention to and implemented. Something that comes down. 2 years may not be a long time, but for the True Kingdom, it is completely enough. Chongnyo is now 17 years old. Even in 2 years' time, he will only be 19 years old, so there will be many things he can do in the future. The reason why we chose to hold such a meeting suddenly now is because the business aspect has begun to make considerable progress, but in terms of the domestic people's livelihood, it is still lagging far behind. During the whole day's meeting, more than a dozen topics were discussed, ranging from basic matters concerning people's livelihood to situations planned for the future. In fact, most of them are beyond the reach of the common people. The only difference is that in the following days, the people of the entire country began to resume growing food, and they can also directly grow fruits. In short, the entire country will grow in the following days. Began to completely ban those crop fields where flowers and plants were grown. After all, this kind of thing is not a long-term solution. It is enough to persist for 1 or 2 years to allow the domestic economy to recover slightly. The most important thing is that in the next planning, the important plan of the Ministry of Commerce is to transfer the entire perfume industry to Alabasta. Of course, the freshwater purification system will also be used to directly irrigate large areas of land throughout Alabasta for planting the types of flowers and plants needed for perfume. In order to encourage all people to start growing grains or other fruits and vegetables, the tax laws have been regulated to basically achieve tax exemption for farmland, and even have the economic effect of compensation. Because the current perfume storage capacity of the entire True Kingdom is relatively large, they can make full use of this opportunity to fully acquire the land for flower cultivation. Of course, all this is just to plan him out in today's time. As for the actual implementation, I'm afraid it will take at least a while. Not only the people need time to relax, but the entire country also needs time to settle. It is not difficult to imagine how much of a sensation this matter will cause when it comes out. But even so, these are things that the entire country should be doing, and they need to be done well. In the midst of rapid development, we also need to strive for victory in a stable manner. The shortcomings have already been revealed. For long-term plans, sometimes it is necessary to cut through the mess quickly. Changnyo also pretends that long-term pain is not as good as short-term pain. After all, in other countries, it would be pretty good if people can get less than half of the food they grow on an acre of land, but in this country it is not. No one competes with them, and there are no nobles in the national team. This can be regarded as the most valuable asset left by the old king to Changnyo. Chapter 176, The Mysterious Space Passage. The main reason why Changnyo had to endure the pain and directly carry out the national economic reform was that he did not want the entire country to rely too much on the system in the end. All grain purchases are provided by the system, which also gives Changnyo a sense of security. Now that the country has developed to this point and is no longer what it used to be, it is time for the means of providing change to start working. When the meeting was discussed in the evening, Meng Ji, a middle-aged man in his 40s, stood up. He was originally the old king's most capable man, and he was also considered the mainstay among the country's civil servants. Your Majesty the King, you have proposed so many plans this time. How long does it take for our council to notify you? And regarding many detailed issues, we cannot all agree on them in a short period of time. Especially in terms of national laws, many things require different rules based on the actual national conditions. In addition, in terms of people's livelihood, if the country vigorously subsidizes them to restore their original farmland and abandon the current flower cultivation, then the country will spend a lot of money in a short period of time. I wonder if His Majesty the King has considered this? Meng Ji said slowly. Because this was a day-long meeting, the most important thing is actually these two aspects. As for the other detailed standards, as long as they feel reasonable, they can be passed. It's just that these two things are different. One thing takes too much time. The length needs to be customized according to the actual national conditions, and the other involves Bailey's expenditure. These two things can be subversive policy reforms for the entire country. They have been sitting for a day, and the answers to these questions are not just considered now. Changnyo smiled naturally and said, Minister Meng Ji has considered it very comprehensively, but all the shortcomings of the kingdom have now been revealed. In front of others, there is no need to care too much about this at this moment. Taking advantage of the fact that the kingdom's economy is currently developing, it is an opportunity that all citizens can accept to solve all the problems at this time. If once the country is really developed and finalized, then it will carry out national reform. It will have a huge impact on the country. What His Majesty said is to solve all the shortcomings at the forefront. This is indeed the best option at the moment. However, I don't know if the people will be able to accept the transfer of more than half of the economy to Alabasta. Meng Ji said. For this point, Minister Meng has no need to worry. The country's economic industry is enough to support the people in the country. There are too many factories, which is not very good for us, but moving to Alabasta is different. At least it will allow us to open up a new market, and most importantly, moving to Alabasta will play a great role in the stability of the country. Changnyo said. I hope it will be as His Majesty said. After I return, I will study the content of this meeting more carefully and provide a plan as soon as possible. Then I will ask your Majesty to review it. Meng Jie said. Although the Senate can almost decide major domestic affairs, they dare not let go of too much determination in matters such as national reform. As the Minister of the Council of Ministers, Meng Jie has sometimes not understood what His Majesty the King has done since Chongnyo became the king of the Kingdom of Tru, but he almost agrees with it. After all, the development of this country to the present has brought great changes to everyone. You can see it all, no matter how bad it is at least much better than before. Therefore, almost no one objected to the requests put forward by His Majesty the King. However, the purpose of this group of people's existence was to make the issues raised by His Majesty the King more detailed and directly implement them on the people. Updated from N0/V/LBN/.co/M. This kind of development is the easiest one for everyone to accept. The Kingdom of Tru has reached the present step by step. It can be said that it has reached the critical point of development. Even with this change, there is no guarantee that it will be successful in the future. There will be no new points of change in the next few years. But every change can always make the country make rapid progress again. Even though the meeting was over, the entire palace hall was still full of lively atmosphere. No one in the council left. Taking advantage of the excitement, they gathered together in twos and threes and began to discuss the topics of today's meeting. The most important thing is that there is a lot of content today. At least nearly 80 reform points have appeared, and each of them will be full of unlimited benefits for the people, and it can also be regarded as a major change in the previous policies. Chongnyo was happy to see them like this, able to work so hard that they could forget food and sleep, but he was even more looking forward to having a better answer sheet handed in. I did only mention the general policy, but more importantly, I relied on these people to start to detail the plan. Although the reform plans have been put forward, the key is to implement all the plans with so many concrete reports. It is estimated that there will be no 1 or 2. It's simply impossible to complete in a year's time. Just the most important reform of people's livelihood will take at least half a year to arrange, and it also needs to appease the emotions of all the people and let them know the benefits of doing so to these people. A week later, Chongnyo stood on the hill behind the palace, with the huge space portal in front of him. The black vortex is still full of weirdness, and makes people feel like falling into an abyss. For those who see it for the first time, an inexplicable sense of fear has already filled the whole body. However, he was not the only one staying here at the moment. Standing behind him all the way to the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of people were waiting in a long queue to enter. Ji stood behind Chongnyo, with a serious expression on his face, and his whole person was meticulous. Everyone behind him was wearing uniforms and black combat uniforms, which gave him a completely different style at this moment. Everyone who saw the space portal at this moment had almost the same expression, not only full of surprise but also full of horror. After all, people who saw this kind of thing for the first time, including strong men like Abena, were shocked and surprised, let alone these people. Each of these people was carrying a huge black backpack containing personal daily necessities. After stepping through this door, everyone understood that it would be impossible to come back within 2 years. But none of them refused and now went to live in another place. The concept of protecting the country has been deeply planted in their minds. Chapter 177, Heading to Sky Island. This long line of people had already arrived at this place before dawn. They all received the same special mission, and these people had been notified a few days ago. However, no one knows about this special mission, but everyone already knows in their hearts that for their current strength, the only special mission is training. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Tens of thousands of people walked from the mountain to the foot of the mountain, all dressed in black uniforms and carrying a big black bag. Such a large number of people did not attract anyone's attention. Not to mention the people in the royal city, not even anyone in the palace noticed. They set off under the cover of night and were already waiting here early in the morning. Haruya stood at the front and shouted directly with a serious expression, His Majesty the King, Morode Shang Haruya, the captain of the Royal Palace Guards of King Tru, is here to report that the kingdom's special forces should have 11,500 people, but the actual number is 11,500. Please give instructions. Chongnyo stood here, silently paying attention to everyone behind him, and then said in an equally high-pitched voice, They are all future pillars. The entire Tru kingdom will be in your hands from now on, and the families behind you will, the people will rely on your hands in the future to build a safe country. It's just that for now, your strength is still insufficient, so starting from today, each of you will accept a special task and become what the people of the Toru Kingdom expect, and become a person who can protect your family. A warrior who protects the kingdom and protects his own share of honor. Today, I, Genji Nagano, as the king of the Toru Kingdom, will personally see you off. When you return, I hope that each of you can bring back a warrior who can make the kingdom safe and secure in your hands. Changnyo's words not only raised his voice, but also used the domineering power of knowledge to directly spread the words. Even people standing at the foot of the mountain can clearly hear at this moment that his own king is standing at the top. His Majesty's words. Every soldier is very excited at this moment. They are not afraid of hardship and fatigue, and it is already a great honor for them to receive a word of praise. Not to mention participating in a training mission, and having His Majesty the King personally see them off. For this group of people who have their king as their ultimate goal and belief, the expressions on their faces are enough to express any emotion. But in order to keep quiet, no one in the long queue opened their mouths to speak. After Changnyo finished speaking, he took out a phone with a crown from his pocket, and then pressed the button on it. After a click, Changnyo said in a serious voice, "Junhee, prepare to greet, from now on, these people will be left to you." The phone bug immediately showed a serious expression, and then a voice came and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, Junhee will live up to the trust of the kingdom. From the beginning to now, no one has stepped through this portal after it was built, but this does not hinder its safety." At this moment, in front of the empty island space portal, Junhee has taken the king's guards who are staying here, standing in 2 rows one by one to guard here. Everyone's face is meticulous, and the same expression is also full of expectation. After more than half a month of planning, Kangdao, a place that originally belonged to the land of Shantora, has now become something else. Although everything has not been built yet, the current appearance is enough to be used as a military base for training in the future. Moreover, the underground Golden Palace originally discovered has now fully achieved its greatest use, which is to serve as a logistics reserve for the entire military base in the future. After everyone was ready, Changnyo faced Xia, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "I look forward to your transformation and return. I will personally welcome you back when the time comes." "Your Majesty, we are all a little embarrassed by what you said." Xia scratched his head and said with a smile. "Okay, let's go quickly. After you get there, there are still a lot of things waiting for you. I will also take time to go and have a look. After you get there, you can't be lazy. You are now from the entire country. The people's expectations of you." Changnyo said. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will live up to the kingdom's trust." Haruya immediately straightened up and shouted loudly. "Set off!" Changnyo shouted to all the kingdom guards standing there. After they returned, this group of people had all changed their names. However, their name was the True Kingdom Special Forces, which would become the country's biggest weapon. Of course, this country will never be the only one with such a few people. For the entire kingdom of Toru, it has huge resources and strong popular support, and the young people who are practicing the 6th form of the Navy in the next game are also at this moment. They are all getting ready to go. This group of people who go to the Sky Island to practice are just for the practice of domineering. They need an absolute fighting space. However, on the Sky Island, the battle mode of the group of people is very simple, that is, against each other. After they are almost there, the next group of people who need to go to Sky Island can follow directly. Changnyo walked to the huge space portal and put his hand directly on the black door. As blue light shone directly in his hand, the entire space portal immediately lit up. However, the black vortex in the middle is spinning even more fiercely at this moment. If only a small amount of items usually pass through it, there is no need for the king of Changnyo to personally take action. But now he is facing tens of thousands of people. In order to just in case, he directly used his own ability to strengthen the space channel. "Everyone, follow me and let's go!" Haruya shouted loudly. Then he took direct steps and jumped into the space vortex with meteoric strides. Because there is a deep pit of more than 20 meters under their feet, but a suspended wooden board has been built on it long ago, and it leads directly to the whirlpool of the portal. As Xia walked in first, everyone behind him followed in an orderly manner, stepping into the space vortex step by step. But for them, only the first person to step in feels the deepest. In this space vortex, they did not stop at all, as if they had just stepped out with one foot in front, and they had arrived at the base of Sky Island in an instant. Chapter 178 Military Base. When Haruya walked out first, Shunye stood right in front of him with a smile on his face. Captain Junhee. As soon as Haruya came out, he saw Shunwei's appearance, and he suddenly became excited and shouted. This kind of space travel made him feel really different and at ease. One second he was in his own country, and the next second he was on an empty island that they had never dared to imagine. Zaya, I didn't expect you to be the first one to come out. It's really surprising. Junhee said with a smile. Hurry. Junhee hadn't finished speaking yet, and the troops that followed him had already walked up. It was still time to talk. Junhee knew very well how many people were coming this time, so he hurriedly said, hurry forward, let's not block the road here. Yes yes yes. Zaya also said. When he first arrived at Sky Island, he was already so ecstatic that he completely ignored the fact that there was a large army following behind him. In fact, everyone was quite excited when they first landed on the empty island. Before arriving, they already knew the location of this mission. Although the word empty was unfamiliar to them, some of them had heard of it. These things. Unexpectedly, in just the blink of an eye, they have arrived at this place 10,000 meters above the sky. For those of them who have barely even been out of the country, they probably don't even think about practicing in the past few days. It would be great to be able to get familiar with the environment of Sky Island. As more and more troops gathered behind them, the faces of everyone who arrived on the empty island were filled with joy, and many people even started to get excited and didn't know what to do. But as the commander of the army, Shunye kept a different look after the large troops behind him started to come up. The whole person stood on the edge seriously, looking at each of these special forces who came up. For them, it is too early to get this title. The main reason why he maintains a serious expression is because after all, as the highest official who will manage them in the future, he needs to always pay attention to his own image and majesty. However, this scene did get a reply. The group of people who had just come up were all surprised and excited when they saw the face of their army commander, and immediately began to obediently continue to move forward at an orderly pace. In addition, there are more than 20 kingdom guards who have been staying on the empty island. They stand in a row of 10 people and wait directly at both ends of the space portal. The domineering force exuding from their bodies is enough to intimidate these novices. However, even if there was such a big movement in the land of Shantora, no one on the entire Sky Island felt it at all. All of them had started not allowing anyone to set foot in Apaidu 3 days ago. In the past half-month, both the Angel Island and Sandian people have been helping these people build the Sky Island military base in an orderly manner. Although it has not been completely completed yet, the key is to increase the number of tens of thousands of people at once, and each person has a little with a little effort, the entire military base can be completely perfected. Moreover, it is not easy to find building materials on the empty island. You can just use island cloud to cut them to create a beautiful and warm base living space. Kuata, you lead the team to arrange for all the people who are coming to arrive at the place where you live. After everything is sorted, everyone should gather in the square. Junhee shouted to the team standing in front of the Kangdeo gate. The guard shouted. The group of people standing on the right side immediately turned to the left neatly. The leader of the group gave a respectful military salute to Junhee and then shouted yes. Junhee, brother, isn't Kangdeo beautiful? I'm really looking forward to going around the entire Kangdeo now. Haruya stood next to Shunwei and chuckled quietly. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The only area with trees on the entire Sky Island is the area where we can live and move. No one is allowed to step into other places without orders. If you want His Majesty the King to know where you are now, if you think about it, you will be in trouble. After hearing what the other party said, Junhee said with a speechless expression. Is this still the case? I originally wanted to take a stroll, but it seems that this wish cannot be fulfilled. Zaya said with some frustration. This kind of thing is not necessary. There will be a break every month in the future, and supplies need to be delivered to Angel Island from here. If you are interested, it doesn't matter if you go over for a walk then. Junhee said with a change of tone. Really? Thank you so much. Don't thank me so early. You can't just go wherever you want in the entire Kangdeo area. When His Majesty the King left, he had strict orders that prohibited us people from disturbing the original life of Kangdeo unless except for special circumstances. I don't believe that His Majesty the King didn't warn you before you came here. Junhee said. That's true, but everyone has already arrived at Sky Island. Sometimes I really want to visit other places. Haruya said with a grin. We'll talk about it after a while. It's better to get these guys settled quickly. We'll talk about other things later, Junhee said. Okay. With the guidance of the guards who were already living on the empty island, each group of people who came to the empty island began to slowly get their own room. Although it was not a house for one person, the dormitory there were 4 people in a room, and it wasn't just bunk beds. What surprised them even more was that their beds were all made of white clouds, and even the house was pure white. For these young guys who had never seen the world before, as soon as they arrived in the room, they all excitedly threw away their backpacks behind them, then jumped directly onto the bed made of white clouds, and lay down leisurely for a while. For them, they have never experienced anything with this level of softness. Coming here does not feel like training, but more like coming here to enjoy. The soldier lay on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling the comfort of this moment. For these young guys, this kind of thing can only be seen in dreams. It's really comfortable. I didn't expect this thing to be so comfortable. If I pack all these things back to my country, even if they are sold, they will probably be worth a lot of money. A soldier lying on the bed made by Bayun said leisurely with his eyes closed. What are you thinking? His Majesty the King has long issued an order prohibiting products made by Bayun on the Sky Island from flowing into the world below. Another voice sounded directly, and the speaker was the Kuata who had just arranged for everyone to live. Chapter 179 Personnel Registration. The reason why he said this was because this group of people had already thought about this 800 years ago. Such loose and soft things can definitely become very powerful for the people in the pirate world below. Hot items. At the same time, they did not quite understand why their king would say such words. It is normal for this group of people not to understand. For the Toru Kingdom, the main reason why Changyo issued such a strict ban is to worry that if too much of Sky Island's products are leaked out, it will easily expose the Toru Kingdom's presence on Sky Island. It has information about military bases. After all, almost everyone in this world now thinks that Sky Islands only exist in fantasy. Once these things are really applied in real life, Sky Islands will become a place that many people pursue and choose, even the Navy and the world government, and probably don't want to let go of the existence of this place. In fact, the Navy and the world government may have known the location of the Sky Island for a long time. It is simply because it is too troublesome to get up and down, and the gain outweighs the loss in doing anything, so they are unwilling to own such a place. But now this place can be regarded as a treasure land of gold and silver for the true kingdom. It can continuously provide powerful talents to the true kingdom. When you stay in your own country, you can't avoid outside observers, but it's completely different when you stay here. Even though the current Sky Island suddenly had more than 10,000 people, which was much more than the Aborigines, no one outside knew about the changes that had happened on the Sky Island at this moment. They still maintain their original way of life and rhythm. For ordinary people, Apaido is essentially a restricted area. Now it is nothing more than a stricter ban. Anyway, most people have almost never been to this place. Whether it is banned or not, has no impact on their lives at all. But after all, there are so many people on Sky Island, and it is impossible to hide it for a long time. As an Aboriginal Sky Island person, the first one to know is Analu. He now hangs out with June and them almost every day, and is also undergoing high-intensity training every day. When he finished today's training, as soon as he walked into the military base, he was instantly attracted by the lively and noisy sounds. Ming Ming already knew that many people would come here next, but suddenly standing here and watching so many people wearing black clothes appear, Analu was still a little unbelievable. I was obviously fine when I woke up in the morning, but why did I suddenly come back in a circle and there were so many more people? Not everyone knows about the space portal, at least Analu is not aware of this situation yet. Everyone, get ready to assemble. Zaya stood in the center of this huge training ground, holding a loudspeaker in his hand and yelling. Almost everyone within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers could hear him, because he shouted loudly through a loudspeaker. Although not everyone could hear it, it could be heard by the guy who controlled the microphones of the entire military base. He stayed in the control room and after Zaya finished shouting, he repeated the other party's words again. Most of their training content is also in these aspects. In addition to the training of the 6th form of the Navy, most of them are training gatherings and team operations. So in less than 2 minutes after the order was issued, tens of thousands of people quickly rushed towards this huge training ground. Stop standing there stupidly and come with us. While Analu was still surprised by these people's performance, Junhee happened to pass by him, then glanced at him and said. Jun and brother, what's going on? Enelu asked doubtfully. You will know later, gather quickly. Junhee said again. Yes. Enelu answered loudly. At this moment, when I was lying down and carefully observing the team of tens of thousands of people, I could clearly notice that there was a group of people who were also wearing black combat uniforms, but the only difference was that they also wore peaked caps on their heads. It stands out among the crowd. And they were not standing in the middle of the line, they were all standing in front of the crowd. In less than 3 minutes, the originally noisy and turbulent training ground became completely quiet. Tens of thousands of people were divided into hundreds of rows. The distance between each person was just right. Looking from the front, it was almost only the figure of one person can be seen. Haruya stood at the front of all the groups. He also put on a black peaked cap at the moment, and then faced the front of the training ground, where the flag of the Toru kingdom was already flying. There were 3 rows of teams of hundreds of people standing behind Haruya. Each one was wearing a black combat uniform and a black peaked cap. In terms of image, they were completely different from the team of tens of thousands of people behind him. Junhee led a group of people from Enero from the outside and slowly began to walk towards the training ground. Except for a few people who needed to guard the space gate, everyone from the True Kingdom who came to the Sky Island military base, now they are all gathered here. When he reached the front of the crowd, Junhee stood at attention with a very serious expression, and then slowly took out a black peaked cap from his waist and put it on his head. Reporting to the commander of the army, Toru Kingdom Special Military Major General Haruya, former Palace Guard Captain, has been ordered by His Majesty the King to lead the Toru Kingdom Special Forces to report to you. Zaya's voice was high-pitched. He stood on the spot and took a step forward. Then he saluted a military salute and shouted loudly. In the huge training ground, you can barely hear the wind at this moment. Although it is not so quiet that you can hear a pin drop, at least you can't hear any noise. Junhee also returned a military salute and said with a serious expression but crisply, start reporting. Reporting to the commander of the army, there are 11,500 people coming to the Kangdeo military base for training this time, including 500 instructors and 11,000 people participating in the training. At present, all the people have arrived, please give instructions. Haruya said in a high-pitched voice again. Okay, Kangdeo military base accepts your registration. Junhee said with a serious smile, and then began to look at the tens of thousands of people behind. It would be a lie to say that this scene was not shocking. There are tens of thousands of troops and they are so uniform. Even the Navy may not be able to find many people with such a training scale. Chapter 180 Investment in Alabasta. The most excited person now is probably not Junhee, but Enelo who is standing behind him. This guy has been very nervous and uneasy since the first time he saw so many people, let alone now, standing in front of everyone, reviewing his army like a king. Everyone, I don't want to say anything more. You all know me. After all, we have not been together for a day or two. I guess His Majesty the King has already said what I need to say before coming here. I am not here for you to enjoy. King Fuse. Now that the entire Kingdom of True has begun to develop in an all-round way, His Majesty the King is working hard to improve our living environment, so what we can do is seize the time to train the ability to protect His Majesty the King, the entire country, and the people living in this country. You are all still too weak now, so in the next time, you will gradually be divided into groups of 20 people, and each group will have an instructor specifically responsible for you. In the next 2 years, you will live and train in this 10,000 meter high altitude. I hope you will not disappoint the expectations of the people of the entire country, let alone the expectations of His Majesty the King. Do you have confidence? Junhee didn't roar louder, but directly picked up a speaker. Although his own voice was not very loud, after it was transmitted through the speaker, the sound was also full of seriousness. Even the people standing at the very back and in the corner could hear his voice very clearly and truly, because as soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately shouted, "Have confidence." The sound of tens of thousands of people shouting together suddenly resounded throughout the world. This thing was much louder than the sound of a trumpet. Because of this loud roar, even people staying in other places on the entire Sky Island could hear it to some extent. The slightly stronger ones began to look in the direction of Shantara, but most people still remained quiet. Each of the soldiers who came to Sky Island knew their mission. They had already endured such arduous training before, let alone cultivating a higher level of domineering. Almost all people who come here have mastered one of the 6 naval styles, which is already outstanding among the military. The Kingdom of Toru is different from the world government navy. The 6 skills practiced here are not hidden after joining the army. Anyone can choose among them for training. This is also to screen out some people, as long as they are good in these aspects. Anyone who can excel can join the special forces to practice more advanced domineering methods. When the replacement takes place in 2 years, these people who are practicing domineering in the tunnel will have achieved success, and then the army of the Kingdom of True will begin to gradually renew in the future. As for those who are not able to become members of the special forces, they will gradually become police officers who can only manage domestic security. I believe that by the time the official plot begins, the entire Toru Kingdom will also have a certain say in this world. It's just that all this can only be done gradually and cannot be done all at once. However, in the next month, all the good news began to come one after another. The first is the development of business. After Luosta and his people arrived in Alabasta, the other country indeed sent Minister Zo to receive them. Even Cobra attended the discussion meeting between them in person. It has begun to establish a commercial scale starting from Alabasta, and gradually began to establish a radiation range of factories throughout the country. Taking Rapeseed Port as the starting point, nearly 200 projects of various sizes have been planned for the construction of the perfume construction site, including textile factories, clothing companies, fast food companies, snacks, beverages, and steel, etc., which is almost as fast as the Kingdom of True. The number of factories in your own country. After all of this was discussed, construction of the rest almost began, and the planned project period for these things was 5 years. During these 5 years, they could gradually improve everything. In addition, the factory built by the country of Alabasta for the Kingdom of True provided a huge discount in the early stage, because in the early stage, let alone taxes and the like, it was enough to ensure that the entire Alabasta could live a life of food and clothing worthy of others. In addition, the Kingdom of True is also responsible for building the infrastructure of the entire Alabasta, so everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. After receiving this information, all the people in the entire country of Alabasta have begun to get excited. Although they are not very clear about many things, they can at least know something about how these people from the True Kingdom can bring them a life of subsistence and sufficient income is already very satisfying. But living in this country full of yellow sand, there are also many things that need to be overcome. In the main hall of Alabasta Palace. Now the two parties were sitting on both sides looking at each other, and Cobra also joined in. He sat on his king's throne and didn't say a word the whole time, just quietly looking at all these things. Minister Zo, we have been discussing all infrastructure construction matters for 3 days now. It is time for all of us to make a statement. I wonder what your country's opinion is. Luosta sat at the front and said to the slightly fat Minister Zo. Minister Lostot, Our Majesty the King has communicated with His Majesty the King of your country at the beginning. The Kingdom of True is building a project here, and our Alabasta National Army will provide you with all security matters, and in the later business. We will provide as much help as we can in terms of sales, but all our country can do in the early stage is to provide land. For this reason, we can also directly reduce all projects and taxes for the 5 years of the factory project. But within 5 years, the Kingdom of True must provide necessary assistance for the construction of infrastructure projects in the country of Alabasta, including seawater desalination projects, environmental restoration projects, and infrastructure construction projects that have been discussed with His Majesty the King before. Minister Zo also talked about it carefully for a long time. They had already studied these things hundreds of times, and even before the people from the True Kingdom came, they had almost memorized these words. Its purpose was to deal with the current situation, but what they didn't expect was that the Kingdom of True would make such a big move this time and actually open more than 200 projects in its own country at the same time. This number of projects, even King Cobra was quite surprised. Chapter 181, Rapeseed Port. At the beginning, Cobra even thought that the Kingdom of True could build nearly 20 engineering projects in his country, which was worthy of him, and he even thanked the other party countless times in his heart. But this time Luosta opened his mouth to talk about the entire plan within 5 years. When he heard it, everyone present was really shocked. In fact, on the way here, Luosta had already communicated and negotiated with the more than 20 people who had followed him to the Ministry of Commerce, and it could be regarded as a preliminary feeling for the bottom line that Alabasta could provide. Now the other party can tell the 5-year exemption. The tax revenue during the year has been considered to have met their preliminary requirements. And the other party seemed to have already directly supported him. While exempting from taxes for 5 years, although they require the construction of infrastructure facilities, even if they don't talk about these things, Loasta still needs to prepare these things in advance. Rainfall in the entire country of Alabasta is very scarce, and most of the country is desert. If you want to develop large-scale business here in the future, you must use this country as your business base and improve the environment here. The most important thing is that the other party is willing to provide troops for free to protect everyone's safety. This is almost similar to what His Majesty the King mentioned when he came here. Loasta sat there and smiled slightly. What they wanted most was not these things, but something that the other party didn't care about at all, which was to use their own abilities to promote the products of the entire True Kingdom, along the Great Line Market. Otherwise, they would not go to such great lengths and choose to cooperate in all aspects with the country of Alabasta. Minister Zhou, we have been chatting for so long, and your condition is obviously not sincere enough, so let's first talk about more conditions that the Kingdom of True can offer. First, in the next 5 years, our country will invest more than 150 billion belly in project construction costs in Alabasta every year, and at the same time strive to solve the problems of 1.5 million people in the entire Alabasta country every year. Regarding employment opportunities, I don't know what the outcome will be. How can Minister Zhou look at it? 150 billion belly. Hearing what Lhasa said, even Cobra, who was sitting at the top, felt a little surprised. What is the concept of 150 billion belly? The entire country of Alabasta does not know whether it can produce such a large amount of expenses in 5 years, let alone the expenses that need to be paid. But a minister of the Ministry of Commerce just said a word and directly confirmed the annual investment of 150 billion bailey. This shocked the entire Alabasta, not to mention the king, and all the princes and ministers below. But the conditions mentioned by Minister Zhou are already the bottom line that their country can offer. For such a poor country, there is really nothing better that can be offered. I wonder what kind of conditions Minister Lostot wants from our Alabasta country. Cobra, who had been silent all this time, looked at his ministers, who were all silent, and when they started to discuss, he finally couldn't help but ask directly. He didn't want to speak at this time. After all, the two parties were still in the process of negotiation. As a king, once he opened his mouth to speak, he was already completely vulnerable. But there is nothing that can be done about it. The bargaining chips in the negotiations have been increased so much that Alabasta has no chips to throw out again. They can only be at a disadvantage and let others raise conditions. Loasta smiled again, then stood up and saluted Cobra respectfully, and said, His Majesty King Cobra, our request from the Kingdom of True is very simple, that is, the port of rapeseed flowers. From now on, it is used by the Kingdom of True and has the right to dispose and operate this port. That's it. Minister Zhou, who was sitting opposite him, was suddenly shocked by the news and somewhat completely surprised. For Alabasta, which has always been barren, a port is completely useless. In addition to the usual docking of ships, it also needs to be on guard against the pirates coming from the port. Moreover, due to the economic depression of the entire country, the rapeseed port has long been different from what it once was. It is now in tatters. Even people in our own country are too lazy to clean it up. Now that the other party has invested so much, they only added one rapeseed port. The conditions at Huagong port really surprised all of them. Facing Minister Zhou's face, Loasta smiled sinisterly at the corner of his mouth. This is a complete look of success. People in this country do not realize the importance of a port, but for the Kingdom of True, which has been doing business nationwide a few years ago, the importance of a port can almost be, it goes without saying that controlling a port means almost controlling the economic lifeline, especially to survive in such a maritime era. Cobra frowned and sat there completely silent. He couldn't understand the purpose of Lhassa's request. As the leader of a country, although it was not easy for Cobra to understand the purpose of Lhassa's request, he always felt that there must be some circumstances that he did not know about. But for someone who doesn't understand business, I'm afraid it's impossible to guess the purpose of doing this even if he tries hard. A huge port not only has a strong commercial effect, but can also play a great deterrent role in the military. The port in the land of rapeseed flowers is the largest port in the entire country of Alabasta. If the commercial economy here is really developed in the future, this port will definitely become the absolute vitality. Although Cobra has never been able to figure out what aspects are involved, the other party's conditions have been put forward, and everyone is waiting for his reply. In the end, he can only say helplessly, I agree to Minister Lusta's request. Thank you King Cobra. In the next agreement signed by our two countries, we will clearly indicate all these things. In the fastest time, I think it will only take 2 months at most. All-round construction work has begun, and I hope you can help us. Loasta smiled and said to the princes and ministers sitting below. Chapter 182 Blind Gambler. Until now, none of these princes and ministers of the kingdom of Barabastan have realized what they have lost. But Lusta was already laughing in his heart at this moment. He never thought that the people of Alabasta could be so stupid. The 5-year tax exemption is enough for them to save a lot of expenses. In addition, the Kingdom of True is assisting Alabasta in infrastructure maintenance. It is not their job to do it. It is nothing more than providing some simple training and some simple equipment only. More work must be done by people from Alabasta's own country. The True Kingdom and his party came here, but there are only 20 people. More work needs to be done by people from Alabasta's own country. Now that things have been negotiated, Loasta will naturally not add other conditions. In the following days, he only needs to start construction from the rapeseed port, and then everything else can be carried out in an orderly manner. In the first half of this great route, Alabasta was located at a place where all commerce must pass. If they had some business acumen, the country would not have developed into what it is today. Even though the Toru kingdom has now begun to fully cooperate, as the top figures in this country, including King Cobra, they still maintain their original status, a group of mediocre and incompetent people, but relying on the power of their ancestors Meng Yin was able to achieve his current position. It was in the hands of this group of people that this country began to slowly become dilapidated. The business negotiations in Alabasta have been fully implemented. After the results of the negotiations were reached, Lusta informed Chang Nyo immediately through the phone. However, after receiving the news, Chang Nyo also immediately began to arrange for all people and machines to move towards the country of Alabasta. This large kingdom suddenly started a state of general mobilization. Of course, there were also many skilled workers who all started heading towards Alabasta. If they only relied on their people who knew nothing to support these industries, if you want to achieve your goal within 5 years, you probably don't have to even think about it. However, the whole country is now in a different situation. Less than half a month after the meeting, the Senate has begun to issue comprehensive notices. The fertile fields that were originally used to grow flowers and plants were all eradicated in an instant. Although the Kingdom of True did not give these people a certain amount of compensation, the key was to directly exempt them from any taxes generated by farming. This was enough to make all the people who farmed the land grateful. Let alone any other requirements, I probably wouldn't even think about such a thing now. Almost everything is prospering and growing, and everything in the country, including infrastructure construction, is proceeding in an orderly manner. This country, which is booming in development, has not attracted anyone's covetous attention. At least the people living in neighboring countries have begun to sneak into this country one by one. It is this kind of living environment that can ignite their hope in life, so they will not be afraid of any threats and move towards this country with their families. However, although the Kingdom of True has not begun to pose a threat to other countries, it is also happy to accept people from other countries who have fled or want to improve their lives to integrate into their own country. More accurate and true information has now been released to every household, and interest registration has begun to become popular. As for those from outside, they can only be counted as second-class residential users. They can only contribute to this country in the future, or they originally, if the country is merged into the Kingdom of True, then this group of people may become a type of residents. After a month of hard work, Chang Nyo finally began to step out of the True Palace where he had been staying. He didn't take anyone with him, and without even informing anyone, he quietly arrived at the royal city outside the palace. To know how your country is developing, you need to look at the overall situation of this royal city. After all, this represents the most prosperous economy in the entire country. The cargo ships docked at the port have completely confirmed the current state of this country. Nannuwa port has now been expanded again, almost 5 or 6 times larger than before. At least nearly 250-meter giant cargo ships can dock side by side. Even so, this huge port location is still in short supply. Chang Nyo's first stop was at this port. He wanted to see what level of commercial development his country had reached now. Coming here to take a look is indeed the best proof. There are rows of cargo ships docked at the port, plus the cargo ships that are still coming towards this side in a steady stream. The flags hung on each ship are completely different, and almost all represent the flags of each ship. The country's large-scale commercial body, this place brings together all merchants from all over the world. After all, the Kingdom of True has now become the birthplace of all sources of goods, and ensures that every merchant can make a lot of money. After observing for nearly half an hour, Chang Nyo smiled slightly, and then began to walk slowly towards the main street of the royal city. The previous architectural style is still maintained here. Although it is a bit dilapidated, the crowds of people coming and going on this main street can still reflect the prosperous scene here. In the entire world, I am afraid that no country can reach such an extent. Come and see, there is a blind man here who has won many games in a row. Not long after Chang Nyo entered the street, he saw a dozen people in the crowd quickly heading towards a casino. So far, this country has not restricted this kind of commercial economy. This is the public's leisure time, and there is no need to ban entertainment venues. But when he heard the people on the other side running and shouting, Chang Nyo always felt a little familiar. But for a moment I really couldn't remember where I had thought of such a thing. But following curiosity, he also began to follow this group of people into the casino. At this moment, the casino, which is almost 100 square meters, is already crowded with lively people. Even if they can't see it, they still want to feel the lively atmosphere. But right in the middle of the crowd, a small man who looked like the owner of the casino on the roulette table was already sweating on his forehead. Although he was wearing a straight suit, he was facing the person sitting on the roulette table. He really didn't know how to deal with the middle-aged man with a cane in front of him. Chapter 183. A smile. At this moment, the blind man sitting in front of the roulette table in the casino was holding an upright crutch in his hand. His eyes were obviously injured by external forces, but under such circumstances, he still chose to sit. Gambling takes place here. Perhaps to outsiders, this situation is impossible to happen at all, which is why so many people come to watch. This middle-aged man does not have any timidity. Although he is blind, at this moment he has a lot of chips in front of him, and it can make the entire casino people break into cold sweats, because if the opponent continues to win, I'm afraid this casino will all be lost in the hands of this blind man. Why haven't you started yet? The entire casino was silent, and just as they were getting ready to watch the excitement, they heard the blind middle-aged man sitting in front of the roulette table speaking unhurriedly. At this moment, as a person in the casino, how can he dare to continue playing with this blind guy? He has not won more than a dozen games, but has been winning here all morning. Our casino has run out of money. The casino owner hesitated and said that this kind of thing was a slap in his face, but he still stubbornly said it. No one laughed at him at this moment. Even the group of people who came to watch the excitement only felt sorry for him and were curious about this blind man's abilities. A person who can win even the casino owners and say such words, I really don't know what kind of identity he is. He. It doesn't matter. Since you have no money, why don't you deceive me, a blind man? Anyway, I can't see. I have encountered such a situation in other places, but in the end they all just started to grab it. Come on, you have met a more civilized person. The blind middle-aged man said with a smile. In fact, he had been observing the casino owner opposite him, trying to see what kind of tactics the other party would use in the end. However, he had won all morning, and the other party did nothing excessive other than tampering with the gambling table. Behavior. As for things like tampering, you will encounter it in any casino, and it has completely become a rule in the industry. It will not affect this blind middle-aged man in judging a person's quality. However, the casino owner smiled awkwardly and said, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. This is what happens on the gambling table. If you have the ability, you can take away everything here. His Majesty the King has taught us to be honest and trustworthy. In this special situation, in the Lu Kingdom, I don't want to be looked down upon by others because of something like this, so it doesn't matter if I lose. That's right, no one is laughing at you anyway. If you keep it open in the casino from now on, we will come here often in the future. Just after the casino owner finished speaking, a group of people standing around watching the excitement began to boo. They also admired the character of the casino owner. What an interesting country. The blind middle-aged man said with a smile. After saying that, he slowly stood up, then turned around and started to explore the road ahead with his crutches, and walked towards the door without turning his head. Even the chips on the gambling table, he didn't touch any of them and kept them there as they were. The casino owner probably understood what the other party meant, and bowed in the direction the other party was walking. It wasn't until the blind middle-aged man walked out of the casino that he slowly stood up. Chang Nyo stood here and saw all this scene. His heart had already been filled with excitement at the moment he saw the middle-aged man. He didn't need to think too much about who this guy was, but he never thought that such a powerful person would appear in his own country. The accident was definitely unexpected, and he had never even thought about it. Case. The blind middle-aged man walked in front, and Chang Nyo followed behind with interest, keeping a distance of about 10 meters. They followed in a tacit understanding without any special actions. Although the old man is blind, his heart is not. It seems that His Majesty King Tru has something to do with the old man. The two of them were in a stalemate like this for nearly 20 minutes. It was not until they reached a place where there were relatively few people that the blind middle-aged man started to stand where he was. The crutch he was tapping in his hand also stopped and stood. He started talking leisurely on the spot. The distance was not very far to begin with, so Chang Nyo could naturally hear what the other party said, and even though the blind middle-aged man in front had stopped, Chang Nyo continued to walk forward. "I wonder if you would be interested in buying you a drink," Chang Nyo said with a smile on his face. He didn't think that the other party wouldn't be able to discover him. This kind of thing was simply nonsense. The main reason why he chose to follow him all the time was to see the other party's attitude. After all, this was the most important thing. Chang Nyo recognized this blind middle-aged man the first time he saw him. Isn't this man Yu Xiao who will become a naval admiral in the future? He is an extremely powerful being. But as for his origin, no one knows the situation, and no one even knows and understands where he comes from. But the only thing that is undeniable is that this person is full of justice. It is not the so-called absolute justice, but he only recognizes the ideals he insists on in his heart. Yu Xiao smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then slowly turned around to face the 17 or 18-year-old young king. He raised his head slightly without caring, but in his mind he could only see the outline of the other person's body, and there is no specific look. "I heard that the Kingdom of Tru has launched its latest industry. I wonder how your wine will go," Yu Xiao said. "Maybe it should be pretty good, at least I haven't drank it, so I thought Mr. Yu Xiao might as well try it if possible." "Ha ha ha. It seems that I came here to meet the old man, which is really surprising," Yu Xiao said. "Then I wonder what Mr. Yu Xiao means." What Chang Nyo showed at this moment was quite respectful, not the level of compliment, but the respect of a young man for his elders. "Since His Majesty the King has already begun the invitation, I am naturally willing to taste it, and I also want to look forward to it," Yu Xiao said with a smile. "Although there are people coming and going on both sides of this place, not many people will pass by it at this moment. At least compared to the main street, this place is much quieter." Chapter 184 Future Expectations. None of the passers-by noticed that His Majesty the King suddenly appeared in this place. They just regarded it as two random people walking around. After receiving Yu Xiao's accurate answer, Chang Nyo slowly began to smile, and said very politely, "Mr. Yu Xiao, please." Although the other party cannot see, he can still feel this kind of thing. Chang Nyo knows the other party's strength better and does not treat the other party as a blind person. The two people walked side by side on the road. Yu Xiao still started to tap the road ahead with the crutch in his hand. The walking process was not very fast, but nothing could stop him. While walking on the road, Chang Nyo asked curiously, "Mr. Yu Xiao, what do you think of the current True Kingdom?" "It's very good. I have been to many countries. At least in the Kingdom of True, I feel that the people here are simple and honest, and everyone has a kind smile. I have heard of you before. You are indeed very capable to govern a country to what it is now," Yu Xiao said without hesitation. "Excuse me, but the way this country looks now is still very different from my ideal. At least in a short period of time, it will be difficult to achieve the ideal look." Although they have begun to smile with satisfaction, but in this world we don't know how many people are living in misery. However, my strength is limited, and I can only do this to ensure that the more than 20 million people in my country can live the kind of life they want. As the king of this country, all I can do is to make them more hopeful in their future lives, happier and more harmonious at home, and safer and more stable in the country. There is still a long way to go in the future, and we still don't know what will happen." Chang Nyo laughed at himself and said. What he is saying now is not too modest. The development of the entire Kingdom of True so far has indeed not reached the conditions he wants. Even the land of the royal city still looks a bit dilapidated. Although everything has been it was mentioned in the last meeting with the Senate, but it still needs time to develop. The most important thing mentioned in the meeting was the development of the real estate industry. In the next few years, the entire royal city will be filled with high-rise buildings. At least this core place will look full to outsiders. Incredible look. Yu Xiao walked along the street with Chang Niu like this. After listening to what the other party said, he raised his head slightly to feel the surrounding environment, and then an undetectable smile appeared on his face. It's great that King Toru has this kind of mentality. If the current world government could have your kind of mentality, then the whole world would definitely not be like this now. If the world government does not act as a navy, it also does not act. The sea is overrun with pirates. No country can actually consider the people like you. It is really a pity. Yu Xiao said with some frustration. Chang Niu could already sense Yu Xiao's contempt for the world government and navy from the other party's words, but the world was indeed as he said now, with almost no action from top to bottom, and wars sweeping the world almost every day. There will always be incredible things happening in unknown places. I still don't know what kind of food Mr. Yu Xiao likes to eat. Chang Niu suddenly changed his tone and said. Haha. It's not just a day or two since I came to the True Kingdom. I arrived here a month ago, so I have tasted a lot of delicious food here. I just don't know how the food in the True Palace is. The reason why Yu Xiao said this was to test, what is King True next to him like? But the next sentence surprised him instantly. Since Mr. Yu Xiao has this idea, the delicacies of the royal palace of True must be perfectly presented in front of you. There is still a little time before noon. How about we walk and let the palace do the work while we do it? Chang Niu smiled. Said. Hearing that the other party did not refuse, Yu Xiao smiled again and said, okay. The distance from here to the palace is only a dozen miles. For the two of them, even if they run 100 times back and forth, they will not feel any fatigue. This distance is not enough for either of the two to reach such a distance. The distance is only a moment. Chang Niu did not pick up the phone to communicate with the people in the palace. Instead, he said softly in front of his face with a smile, important guests are visiting today. Let them prepare some special meals. What a powerful strength! Yu Xiao said, he was already a little shocked at this moment. King True would be such a powerful young man. He had never thought of this before. According to Yu Xiao's strength, he could fully feel that Chang Niu's words were not meant for him. How could Yu Xiao not be shocked when he saw that SC Haki could be used to such an extent? Mr. Yu Xiao, I have made arrangements here. We will chat while walking, and then we can enjoy the delicious food in the palace directly when we wait, Chang Niu said. It's really helpful to His Majesty the King. Yu Xiao said. There's no hard work. If you think the Kingdom of True is okay, Mr. Yu Xiao must stay longer, at least let us enjoy our friendship as landlords. Of course, if you think the scenery of the South Blue Sea is better, or more suitable if you live by yourself, you can settle down directly, and at least you can see how far the True Kingdom will develop in the future. Chang Niu said. This matter should really be considered carefully. Yu Xiao did not refuse, even the meaning behind the words was just in deep thought. Seeing Yu Xiao's pensive expression, Chang Niu smiled slightly. He was not in a hurry to directly pull this guy into his camp. He might even get a counterproductive state. He should communicate slowly first. When talking about feelings, the other party will probably have their own thoughts and considerations. At that time, they may be able to achieve the level they want without even having to say it themselves. Neither of them might be in a hurry about this matter, but for Yu Xiao, he felt that King True, who was walking beside him, was indeed very deep in his heart and much stronger than he imagined. The key was to show his strength at his age. It shouldn't look like that at all. This is what Yu Xiao values? More. Chapter 185 Chatting with each other. Since Yu Xiao has come to the Kingdom of True, Chang Niu naturally has no idea of letting go. For such a powerful person with a sense of justice, no matter what method he uses from now on, Chang Niu will keep him in his own country. It's just that when you first make contact, you naturally need to leave a better impression on the other party. The two of them just chatted with each other, not talking about whether to stay or not, but just chatting about everyday things. Unknowingly, the two of them had arrived at the gate of the palace. Everything here seemed so peaceful, but yet so lively. After reaching this place, Yu Xiao stopped in a rare step. He seemed to be sensing everything in the entire palace, and then continued to walk towards the inside. For the people walking on the street, many may not know His Majesty the King, or they may have only seen him. Suddenly he appears alone on the street and others dare not recognize him, but it is different at the gate of the palace. Everyone knows His Majesty the King of this family. When Chongnyo first appeared here, the doors on both sides were already fully opened, and the guards at the door also saluted respectfully. Mr. Yuxiao, this is our palace. It may not be as luxurious as imagined, but I still hope that Mr. Yuxiao can give me some advice. Chongnyo said with a smile. It doesn't matter, I can't see anything with my eyes anyway, it doesn't matter what it looks like. Yuxiao said. The Kingdom of True has existed for nearly 400 years, and this palace has also existed for hundreds of years. Everything now looks more historical, but compared with modern houses and buildings, it feels like an antique. Chongnyo said. His Majesty the King really likes to joke. Even though I can't see anything, I can still feel the different atmosphere of this palace. I wonder what Your Majesty the King's plans are for the future. Yuxiao directly changed the topic and asked. At this point in time, the two of them still haven't asked how they knew each other's identity. It's as if they had known each other for a long time. No one would pierce this layer of window paper and continue chatting about ordinary things. Topic of. But as soon as this topic came up, Chongnyo was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to say it. After all, no matter whether he said it or not, he didn't know what the other party was thinking. But after hesitating for a moment, Chongnyo said calmly, maybe in the future my idea is to change the world. A very simple sentence, but it made Yuxiao burst into laughter, and laughed very loudly. This made Chongnyo very confused as to what kind of strange situation could make him express such a state of mind. I wonder if after eating, can we go to the mountain behind to observe the secrets of your true kingdom? Yuxiao suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the mountain behind. However, what is placed over there is a space portal. For ordinary people, this kind of thing may not be visible at all, but for a man like Yuxiao who has extremely powerful knowledge and domineering, there will be no obstacles in the middle, preventing him from exploring that place. Perhaps Yuxiao had already observed these things when he first came to this country, but there was no chance to come to the palace at all. But now that he had a rare opportunity, he asked directly without probing. No problem. As long as Mr. Yuxiao is willing, you can come in and out of any place in the True Kingdom at any time. Chongnyo didn't take this kind of thing by surprise, and he didn't refuse it at the same time. The expression on his face looked very calm, as if he had already been prepared. Now he is also looking forward to it. After all, no matter how hard he hides what happened in the True Kingdom, the news will always be leaked. The only thing he can do in the future is to nip all these things in the cradle in time and make himself as safe as possible. The secret will be known to the world later. The space portal on the back mountain is indeed the biggest secret in the entire Toru Kingdom, but now that it has been discovered, it is no longer a secret, and it can also be used as a bargaining chip to keep the other party in your country. How could Chongnyo not be willing to take the other party to see it? Yuxiao could think that the thing in the back mountain he sensed was definitely an unusual place, but he didn't know what was mixed in it. The reason why I took the liberty to ask this is because I want to learn something from the other party's words. I didn't expect that His Majesty the King would really take me to that place. This should be the most secret place in your Kingdom of True, right? Asked Yuxiao. Mr. Yuxiao is right. This is indeed one of the most secret places in our entire Kingdom of True, but there is nothing difficult to show to the outside world. Now that Mr. Yuxiao has mentioned it, it is natural that he should take you there to see it. Just a moment. Chongnyo said with a smile. It's really an honor, and I'm even more excited. Yuxiao does not belong to any force at present. He is just a wanderer wandering in many countries in the world. With his own strength, he can go anywhere without any hindrance, but the only one who can make him feel surprised is this country. When he first came here, he had already felt that there were many puzzling secrets in this country. How could a teenage king turn a poor and messed up country into a developed country in just a few years? To such an extent, what kind of king is it that can make all the people worship him as a person of faith? So with all these questions in mind, I stayed in this royal city for nearly a month. The longer he stayed in this place, the more Yuxiao discovered that this country was essentially different from other countries, that is, as a decision maker, they almost always consider the lives of the people. Even when I first arrived, I heard that most of the land in this country was used to grow flowers and plants. Yuxiao was even a little unhappy, saying that most of the top officials in this country were bastards. But after 2 days of contact, I discovered that at the beginning at that time, this country was not only too poor but was often invaded by pirates. As the country slowly began to become stronger, this situation was also decreasing year by year. Planting flowers and plants is also a helpless behavior. After all, not only can these things be exchanged for corresponding food and barley, but they can also avoid being coveted by others. Chapter 186 VIPs from Royal Palace of True. But less than half a month after arriving here, the new national reform policy had been issued. Not only will all the people be allowed to restore fertile land to grow food, and the flowers and plants that have been planted will be completely banned, but the state will also pay corresponding amounts to maintain all their lives during this period. This kind of thing is simply impossible to see in other countries. The country will also give money to the people, and the leaders of most countries will almost endlessly deprive people. The feeling here seems to be much warmer. Because the national reform policy issued half a month ago contains not only legal documents, but also the conditions for sentencing for this country, and also eliminates the thoughts of many people with bad intentions. Especially the punishment for pirates is almost more serious, but this country has banned all capital punishment. 1 month has allowed Yu Xiao to understand so much about this country, and he has even felt the deepest chord in his heart. Until now, with his powerful knowledge, he had been able to explore all the surrounding places, but the Kingdom of True still gave him many unsolved mysteries. When we walked to the main hall of the palace, the place had turned into another scene with exquisite furnishings and red carpets. This was obviously preparation for the highest level of reception. Your Majesty the King, you are back. Gagoya stood in front of the hall, wearing a professional short skirt and shirt. The combination of high heels made her temperament clear. Now she is fully qualified as a qualified secretary to the king, and she can handle everything in an orderly manner. On the street, the person who Changnyo used to directly use the haki of knowledge was Gagoya, and everything here was prepared in advance. Is everything done? Changnyo asked. Your Majesty, everything is ready, you and the distinguished guests can go directly. Gagoya said. You take Mr. Yu Xiao to the restaurant first, and I'll go back and change clothes first. Changnyo said, then turned to look at Yu Xiao, and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Yu Xiao, I'll go back and change clothes first, and I'll go back later. When we get to the restaurant, you can follow Gagoya and invite him inside. Your Majesty, there is no need to be polite. You should do your side of things first. Yu Xiao said. Mainly because the clothes Changnyo wore when he went out today did not have any image of a king at all. He wore them very simply, giving the impression that there was no difference except that the material of the clothes on his body was slightly better. With that said, Changnyo nodded directly as a courtesy, then turned around and started walking in the direction of where he lived. He left all the situations at the scene to Gagoya, a woman, to handle, but at this moment Gagoya was also a little embarrassed. After getting the information from His Majesty the King, she immediately began to prepare all this non-stop, and arranged many people to deal with this matter. After all, everyone was curious about what kind of distinguished guest the king spoke of. After all, in the few years since Changnyo became king, he had not entertained anyone, let alone such a major banquet. Even the other people who had been staying in the palace had never heard of the distinguished guest he mentioned, so everyone spent almost all their efforts on entertaining this first distinguished guest. But the smile at this moment did not look like a distinguished guest at all in Gagoya's eyes, and he looked a little sloppy. He has short black hair, a beard around his mouth, and an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead that extends to both eyes. Has a tall figure. Wearing a lavender kimono, a black and purple belt, a purple scarf around his neck, white gauntlets on his hands, bandages on his arms, and wooden shoes on his feet. His eyes were always closed, and he was holding an upright crutch in his hand. Anyone with an eye could tell at a glance that the other person was a blind man. Although he was curious in his heart, Gagoya did not show any expression of disdain. Instead, he smiled and said in a sweet voice, "Please come in, VIPs. You're welcome, just ask me to smile. I'm just a blind man who can't see. I can't be called a distinguished guest." Yu Xiao said with a smile. Mr. Yu Xiao is really joking. Since His Majesty the King became the leader of the entire Kingdom of True, you are the first person he calls a distinguished guest, and he is also willing to invite you to dine in the entire palace. This has already been reflected. Your identity and position. Gagoya said. This is just because Your Majesty the King looks down on old people. I am just a good-for-nothing old man. What ability can I have to become a distinguished guest? Yuxiao said with a self-deprecating smile. But even if the other party said such words, Gagoya still maintained enough respect. All the other servants who were busy, when they saw the two of them arriving, none of them were surprised, and they all started to stand on the carpet. Both sides bowed to greet each other. This is the ceremony for treating distinguished guests. After passing through the main hall, there is a huge dining table that can seat about 30 people, and it is still rotating. It was already filled with exquisite food, but even so, the huge table only had 2 seats, front and back. This was obviously a lunch specially prepared for 2 people. It smells so good, it really makes people look forward to it. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, he smiled and sniffed twice, and then said with satisfaction and expectation. Mr. Yuxiao, please take a seat. You can enjoy all the delicious food today, and the chefs in the palace are looking forward to your evaluation of this meal. Gagoya said with a smile. There is absolutely no problem with this. Now that we have arrived at this location, let me taste it. How is the food in King Tru's palace? Yuxiao said. Although he was blind, the key point was that he didn't need anyone's help at all. He walked straight to the dining table and sat on the chair. But he still knew the basic etiquette and politeness. After sitting down, he did not move his chopsticks immediately. At least he had to wait until the host came over before he could taste the delicious food here without being rude. As the king's secretary, Gagoya took 2 steps back when he saw Yuxiao sitting down. He stood on the edge and carefully looked at the unprepossessing guest sitting in front of him. Chapter 187 Table Etiquette. Yuxiao had been sitting here for less than 2 minutes when Changnyo had already changed his clothes and reappeared here. This time he was wearing a standard king's attire, which could be regarded as a form of attaching importance to the existence of Yuxiao. After all, for him, no matter what kind of clothes he wears, as long as he can sit here and eat, it is enough to prove his identity and status, but he is not willing to do this. Since he has already arrived in the palace, then what he should have respect is still needed. No matter in terms of form or etiquette, Changnyo wants to do this matter more carefully and seriously. I'm really sorry, Mr. Yuxiao, for keeping you waiting even though I've already invited you over. When he first arrived here, Changnyo hurriedly smiled and said. Don't be too polite, I should be the one thanking you. Facing the delicacies on this table, I can't enjoy such good things in other places. Yuxiao said with the same smile, but he sat there without standing up, and Changnyo didn't care at all about such a thing. However, the attitude of His Majesty the King not only surprised Gagoya who was standing next to him, but also all the other maids who participated in the service had their eyes widened. In their impression, Changnyo rarely cares about someone so much, and he is very indifferent to many things. But today, they didn't expect that he would be so caring about an ordinary blind man. This kind of thing is still theirs. This is the first time I have encountered this situation since I came into contact with His Majesty the King. As the two of them talked, Changnyo walked directly to the opposite side of Yuxiao and sat down. Then he looked around the entire dining table and said to Gagoya who was standing next to him with some dissatisfaction, "Go to my room and bring my father to the table. Bring out the fine wine that Wang has collected for decades, and today I want to have a good drink with Mr. Yuxiao." Gagoya was obviously stunned for a moment, but after just asking, she immediately bowed and nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The reason why she behaved so unexpectedly was because she had no idea when His Majesty the King would still have the fine wine in his collection. Furthermore, in her impression, the old king did not seem to drink at all, let alone not to mention collecting these things. But since the other party had already said so, Gagoya could only go to his room and take a good look first. In fact, after returning to the room, Changnyo had already purchased 2 bottles of wine from the system space and placed them on the table in his room before changing clothes. This wine was indeed aged for dozens of years. If it goes well, I am afraid that the entire pirates there is almost no such good wine in the world, which is enough to prove how much he values the middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in front of him. His Majesty the King does not need to be so polite. This old man is just a blind man. How can he be so virtuous that His Majesty the King can treat him like this? Yuxiao said with some shame. After all, I have only been in contact with this little king for less than 3 hours, but during this period, the other party has already achieved a level that I recognize in terms of conversation and etiquette. Now even eating is enough. Attention to detail. Whether the other party does it intentionally or unintentionally, it can at least reflect the value that Yuxiao can achieve here. Mr. Yuxiao, there is no need to be too modest. Since you are all here, you are naturally my guest. It is rare to have such a good chat with Mr. Yuxiao. Naturally, I should prepare some wine to express my fate and friendship with Mr. Yuxiao. Changniu sat there and said with a smile. He was not in a hurry to move his chopsticks, and at this time, he was not in a hurry at all. The drinks had not been served yet, and the official plot had not yet begun. His Majesty the King is so affectionate, it really puts me to shame, but since I have already said this, I will no longer be polite. He said with a smile, and then directly picked up the chopsticks placed on the dining table. The maids standing not far away, ready to serve, were all curious about how the blind man was eating, but no one came forward at this moment. After all, His Majesty the King, who was sitting on the main seat here, had not yet opened his mouth, so they could only stand there and wait. Changniu smiled and saw that the other party had already picked up the chopsticks. Then he quickly turned the round table and turned a fish in front of him and said, Mr. Yuxiao, this is a fish unique to our kingdom. It has no bones or spines in its body. You can enjoy this delicacy with confidence. Thank you for your work. He smiled without being polite, then picked up the chopsticks and pinched it. Moreover, he had no image at all when it came to eating. The chopsticks almost caused half of the fish on the plate to go down, and then he directly cut the piece of fish off. He stuffed the fish into his mouth with big mouthfuls, not caring about the place where he was. Oh, it's really delicious. Yuxiao didn't have any image at all at the moment. His mouth was stuffed with a mouthful of food, but he still raised his head and shouted excitedly. And looking at this look, I don't know how long I haven't eaten for a long time. It may be that these foods are too delicious, which is why the other party behaves like this. Just after Yuxiao finished speaking, Gagoya had already taken a bottle of wine from Changniu's room. Of course, these were things that had been prepared in advance. When she opened the door and entered, she had already found the table. There is a bottle of wine on it. Considering the character of His Majesty the King, this thing must have been prepared in advance. Just as Gagoya hurried over in a hurry, Changniu looked at her like this and said with a smile, since we are all here, quickly open the wine and fill it up for Mr. Yuxiao. Although no one could understand why His Majesty the King would entertain this blind man and use such grand etiquette, it didn't matter if they didn't understand, the key was that he could do things. Gagoya unpacked the box, and then took out a bottle of wine that could be easily seen to be many years old. The inside looked slightly yellowed due to time, and they didn't even have the pattern on it. Saw it. After Gagoya opened it, a strong aroma of wine instantly rushed through the entire restaurant. Smile, who was still chewing his food, was instantly attracted by the aroma of wine. He stopped chewing and began to poke his nose in the direction of the drink in Gagoya's hand. Seeing this scene, Changniu felt that the matter had indeed been settled. Don't use such a small wine glass, give Mr. Yuxiao a larger bowl. Seeing Gagoya picking up a small wine glass and preparing to pour wine, Changniu suddenly smiled and said with a hint of helplessness. Chapter 188 The Secret Yuxiao Wants to Know. After hearing this, Gagoya changed to a slightly larger wine glass, but this time he used a goblet, just to let the other party enjoy the feeling of drinking a large sip of wine at once. After pouring the wine, Gagoya continued to withdraw and step aside. Mr. Yuxiao, please have a taste. Changniu sat opposite and said leisurely. So far, he hasn't moved his chopsticks, just quietly looking at the blind man sitting in front of him. It seems that the man sitting opposite is much more attractive than the delicious food on this table. But the fact is true. You can eat a table of delicious food at any time. If you don't have it, you will have to make a new one. But if you miss this powerful man in front of you, you may never have it again. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Yuxiao directly picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It is indeed a rare good thing. After finishing the drink, Yuxiao said with appreciation. In less than 20 minutes, all the food on the table had turned into empty plates. However, from beginning to end, the king of this country, Changniu, did not touch the chopsticks in front of him, let alone taste the food. A delicious meal. But he was extremely happy at the moment, and a feeling of success had already filled his heart. Everyone else was confused as to why His Majesty the King would entertain such a slovenly middle-aged man. This man could not live up to the requirements of a distinguished guest in terms of appearance or etiquette. Now that not only the food is finished, but also the bottle of exquisite wine has disappeared, leaving only a smile that is leaning on the armchair, leisurely enjoying the aftertaste of the feeling just now. Thank you so much for your hospitality today. This is the best meal I have ever had in my life, and it is also the best wine I have ever drunk. Listening to what Yuxiao said, Chongnyo slowly showed a smile and said, Mr. Yuxiao said that if you like it, I can give you 2 bottles of fine wine, but it may take a few years for this kind of delicious food on the table to satisfy you regularly. After all, this country has not yet been able to protect itself as imagined, and when the people are still hungry, as a ruler, naturally, he cannot be rich in food and clothing for every meal. Having this understanding is enough for me to think highly of His Majesty the King. From now on, I will also wait and see whether the future development of this country can achieve what you ideally want. Yuxiao said. I hope so. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Chongnyo said. Now that I've finished eating and drinking, I wonder if His Majesty the King can take me to see what's behind? I'm still very curious in my heart. Yuxiao said with a smile that eating was just a formality, what he really wanted to know was what was on the mountain behind. No problem. Since Mr. Yuxiao is so interested, we should go take a look. Changyo stood up and said, then turned to look at Gagoya standing aside and asked, Is Abena here? Your Majesty, Abena arrived 20 minutes ago, and he is waiting for you in front now. Gagoya said. Okay. Changyo said, then continued to look at Yuxiao and asked, I wonder if Mr. Yuxiao is ready. He, I don't have anything to prepare, so just set off. After saying that, he also stood up, then leaned on the crutch in his hand, stood there and took a deep breath. He had eaten too much just now, and now he looked the same, at least there was no change from before eating. Since Sir is ready, what if we go there right now? Chongnyo said. Very good. After saying that, the two of them started to walk out of the restaurant one after another, leaving only the maids and Gagoya standing there in confusion. After they left, one of the maids looked at Gagoya and asked, Sister Gagoya, what is going on? There are 5 or 6 maids standing here, and the expressions on their faces are full of doubts. It's just that because of the presence of His Majesty the King, it's hard for them to ask. But it's different now. Everyone has left, so naturally they should ask. Don't ask me about such things. I don't know why His Majesty the King would invite such a person, but you just need to know that there is a reason for everything His Majesty the King does. Gagoya looked at the maids standing here with a slightly serious expression, and had clearly told them not to think or talk too much. Although the royal palace of a country is the safest place in the country, it is also the most dangerous place in the country. Because here, whether it is words, deeds, or other aspects, you need to abide by the specific rules here. Changyo started to head towards the back mountain with a smile, but as soon as they walked out of the backyard fence, Abena was already standing here waiting. When he first appeared here, Abena immediately bowed respectfully and shouted, Your Majesty! What a powerful strength! When Yuxiao first saw Abena, he couldn't help but said it directly. This is Mr. Yuxiao. He is a little curious about things in the back mountain, so he asked you to accompany him to the back mountain today to have a look. Chongnyo said. I wonder who this young man is. Yuxiao suddenly asked Abena. Abena, I always feel that I have seen the same Mr. Yuxiao somewhere. Abena said. Maybe. I've been to too many places over the years, and maybe a few of them look familiar. Yuxiao said. Abena is now the swordsman of our kingdom. He is also the most powerful being in our kingdom so far, and he is also the person I trust the most. Changyo said with a smile. I don't think this is necessarily the case. Yuxiao said to Chongnyo with a smile, because he thought that such words were not reliable at all. Now is not the time to study these things. Let's chat while walking. Chongnyo said to Yuxiao. At this point in time, it is indeed not the time to discuss who is more powerful. What use can a single powerful person do? Only when a country becomes strong can it be truly powerful. While talking, the three of them began to walk side by side towards the long steps leading to the top of the back mountain. Stored on it was the top secret space portal in the entire True Kingdom. As the three of them walked while talking, time passed very quickly. In less than 20 minutes, the three of them had reached the top of the mountain. Chapter 189 Personnel Training at the Air Island Base. It's still the same here as usual, a huge black vortex is still spinning in a 100-meter-high portal. After the space portal was established, Chongnyo has never stepped into it once. As for what has become of the empty island now, no one knows. People over there will hardly pass on any information now, not just because it's not necessary, but because it would also be a waste of their energy. Standing in front of this space portal, Yuxiao couldn't see anything, but he felt that in front of him was a huge and strange place. Even though he has no eyesight, everything around him is displayed in his mind. He is full of curiosity about it all, because he has already discovered this thing after he first came to this country. The depth and weirdness behind it, this feeling made him so curious that he wanted to come and take a look. What on earth is this? Yuxiao asked with a serious expression. He can feel that this thing is not simple, but he doesn't know what it does. So I can only use this to ask directly. This thing is a space portal. As long as this thing is built in another place at the same time, he can reach any corner of the world at any time. Chang Nyo said without any concealment. Abena actually had the same idea as Gagoya and the others from beginning to end. Why would His Majesty the King lead a stranger to such a confidential place? But the only thing that is different about him is that he can feel the strong strength of the other party, and the strength is so strong that it is completely superior to himself. After Yuxiao heard this, he began to slowly open his eyes, but only the whites of his eyes were exposed. He really wanted to see what the so-called space portal in front of him looked like, while maintaining the shock in his heart. Also full of curiosity. Space teleportation? It seems to be a space devil fruit. It has been developed to this extent. Yuxiao murmured to himself. I wonder if Mr. Yuxiao is interested in going over and taking a look. Chang Nyo asked again. If possible, I really want to know where is the other end of this so-called space portal. Facing Yuxiao's questions and curiosity, Chang Nyo did not refuse at all. Instead, he directly raised his hand, and a flash of blue light hit the frame of the space portal, and then the originally black vortex became even deeper at this moment. Mr. Yuxiao, since you are so interested, we might as well go and have a look together. I hope Mr. Yuxiao can give some pointers then. Chang Nyo said. I can't give you any advice now. He said it with a smile, but what he said really came from the heart. He has never encountered a space devil fruit before, and the ability of this thing seems very weird. Saying that, he smiled and walked directly into the teleportation space. The remaining two people followed closely and walked in. When he appeared again, the scenery in front of him had completely changed into something completely different. After walking out of the space portal, the two guards guarding here found out that they were strangers. They were immediately on alert. However, before they started preparing to attack, Chang Nyo had already followed them out. It's His Majesty the King. One of the two guards yelled. They were still very familiar with His Majesty the King, but the person in front of them should have come out with their king, so they immediately put away their guard and stood respectfully. Your Majesty the King. When the three of them walked side by side to the guard, the two of them bowed respectfully and shouted. Thank you. Chang Nyo responded with a smile. Yuxiao was tapping the ground with the crutch in his hand, and his sense of knowledge had begun to spread throughout the area. Now the world of Sky Island has been completely displayed in his mind, and he can see the extent of the other party's shock from his expression. What shocked him was not only the empty island area, but more importantly, in his perception, not far away, tens of thousands of people were training intensively. It seems that this place is not as simple as imagined, but I never thought that this place would be on an empty island. Yuxiao said with emotion. Is it possible that Mr. Yuxiao has been to Sky Island before? Abena asked curiously. I've been here once, but it was many years ago. The Sky Island now seems to have completely changed into a completely different scene, which is really surprising. Yuxiao said. This is indeed surprising news. I didn't expect that Mr. Yuxiao would actually come to Sky Island. Chang Nyo said with some surprise at this time. Because in his impression, there were probably only 3 groups of people who had been to Sky Island, but it was relatively normal. After all, as a person who had traveled all over the world, it was not a particularly unexpected situation for Yuxiao to have visited Sky Island. Your Majesty the King, what really surprised me was not that this space teleportation directly reached the Sky Island. I didn't expect that the Kingdom of True still had the strength to amass tens of thousands of troops here as a military base. The strength of these people is comparable to ordinary soldiers in the Navy are much stronger. Yuxiao said with emotion. It's not that he was so emotional. The main reason is that almost all those in the Navy who can master the 6th form of the Navy have become instructors or lieutenants. The remaining ordinary soldiers are just slightly stronger in physique and have no special experience. And those kind of people are almost always caught in large numbers. Even in the current True Kingdom, those ordinary armies are now being completely replaced. As there are more and more young people in the army, the strength training each of them receives is also the 6 type naval skills. However, as long as they work hard and master 1 or 2, they can be directly selected until now. Become a member of the Special Forces at the training base on Sky Island. This military reform has been recognized by everyone. Although the cost is many times greater than that of the previous army, it is still fully affordable for the current Kingdom of True to maintain the development and operation of the army. Down. Especially for the Special Forces training of more than 10,000 people on the Sky Island, their consumption has basically caught up with the consumption of the nearly 500,000 domestic troops. Chapter 190 The Fatal Flaw on the Empty Island. The land of Shantora at this moment is completely incomparable with what it was before. In just over a month, it has turned into a different scene. The establishment of the entire Sky Island military base is completely refreshing. When I first arrived at this place, I no longer even needed to use my sense of sight, hearing, color, and the sound of training was already deafening. Those who are the commanders do not shout directly with their own loud voices. Instead, everyone holds a relatively large speaker in their hand, and each sound can almost penetrate the entire training venue. The training method here is not very simple. More than 10,000 people are divided into more than 500 teams. Each team has only about 20 people, and is equipped with an instructor. The overall training methods are almost the same. Changnyo and Abina slowly walked towards the training ground with a smile, because the space portal is located directly behind the entire Sky Island military base. After all, this is the place leading to his own country. A guard can definitely become the tightest in this area. As soon as he reached the edge of the training ground, Changnyo saw a completely different scene. There are at least 1,000 people training to lift a rather large stone. In addition, there are other people running around the entire venue. Anyway, the training methods and training rhythms of each team are almost different, but the only thing they have in common now is that they are doing a lot of physical exercise. The training method of armed color domineering is nothing more than surpassing one's own physical limits. Every instructor has mastered this method of training, and everyone uses their own simplest method to train the people in their team. More than a month will not have a very good effect, but for those who can be selected into the special forces, each of them has a physical strength that is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people, and the Navy's 6 type skills are even more. A lot of preparation has been made for them in advance. Not many people noticed the 3 people appearing here, but it wasn't that everyone didn't see it. The 3 people were walking around the edge of the training ground, but within a short time, Junhee had already led several people and quickly ran towards their direction. When he confirmed that what he saw was His Majesty the King, Junhee was suddenly surprised, then ran up quickly and shouted respectfully, "His Majesty the King. We're just here to take a look. Don't mind. Just keep doing what you have to do." Changnyo said with a slight smile. "It's been so long, Shunye." At this time, Abina walked up and patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Why do you have time to come here today?" Junhee asked Abina in a low voice. This time it is His Majesty the King, accompanying Mr. Yuxiao. Listening to what Abina said, Junhee subconsciously looked at the blind middle-aged man, and he could tell who Abina was talking about at almost a glance. After all, there were only 3 of them here, and the man in the middle looked very strange and had never been seen before. As expected, they are a group of very energetic young people, but I have never thought that the Kingdom of True has such an unknown side. Yuxiao sensed the entire area with his own sense of knowledge, and he was directly shocked by what happened in this place. The model of unified training and training for tens of thousands of people. Although it is a bit inexperienced in many things compared to the Navy, the ability to conduct such large-scale personnel training under the noses of the world government and the Navy is enough to prove the future of the Kingdom of Toru. What the achieved capabilities will look like. Mr. Yuxiao, this is the biggest military secret that currently exists in our Kingdom of True. I wonder what Mr. Yuxiao thinks after seeing all this. Changnyo said with a smile. When he came here, he didn't even try to communicate with Junhee, because his people were always his people, and the other party could understand even if he didn't chat for a short time. Yuxia sighed, then placed the crutch in his hand directly on the ground, pressing both palms on the end of the crutch. There is a problem with the training model. Although the ideal results can be achieved in the end, it will be delayed by at least 1 year. The Navy's training model inherently has certain disadvantages. If it can be improved, it will definitely become a country that the world's governments and the navy will be afraid of in the future. Yu Xiao said it directly, commenting directly on what he felt in his words. The whole process here has been going on for a month. In fact, Chang Niu had already discovered some problems when he first came here. With the help of what the other party said, he even more believed that Yu Xiao was the person he was looking for. Junhe, where is the training manual I gave you? Chang Niu asked doubtfully. After all, directly training such a large-scale army does not have any experience with the previous personnel of the Toru kingdom. This is different from the result of training individuals. When tens of thousands of people are trained at one time, complete planning and leadership and coordination capabilities. So before that, Chang Niu had already purchased a manual on how to practice domineering and other methods in the pirate world from the system space. This is probably the most complete and convenient one. But after arriving here, Chang Niu found that no one followed the instructions he had set before. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, the training manual you gave me is now practiced by Enel alone according to the contents. Junhe lowered his head and said with some embarrassment. Why is this happening? Chang Niu asked. Your Majesty, the method in the training manual does require a lot more speed and strictness for current training, but for these people who have just arrived on Kangdao Island, high-intensity training is very easy. Let them cause the soil and water environment to become unsuitable. The oxygen level on Sky Island is much thinner than that below. Large-scale cultivation methods can easily cause side effects to many people. Regarding this, my subordinates and others are also seizing the time to find a solution. Junhe said. He, this little guy is right. Sky Island is indeed a very good choice as a military base. It is not only secretive, but more importantly, it will not be interfered by any external factors. However, its shortcomings are also very good. Obviously, the oxygen at an altitude of 10,000 meters is simply not enough to supply so many people for large-scale cultivation on the Sky Island. Yu Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 191 Invitation from King Tru. Only then did Chang Niu finally begin to understand, because the manual he gave did require a large amount of oxygen consumption, but for the only land on the empty island, it was indeed difficult to directly supply such a large number of people. Do intense training. The main reason is that they are not adaptable at all, but as a native of Sky Island, Anilu, he has no such side effects at all, so he is very suitable to follow the entire training manual. Just when Chang Niu frowned and started to think of a solution, Yu Xiao smiled again and said, there is really a solution to this problem, but the way to get it is a little troublesome. Please tell me, sir. Chang Niu suddenly relaxed his brows and asked with some expectation. There is a kind of sea coral on Fishman Island that can automatically emit oxygen. One of these things can be at least as strong as 1,000 trees. There is also a white sea on Sky Island itself. As long as these things are planted here, then this problem will naturally be solved. It's easy to solve. Yu Xiao said. Get latest oval ch pictures on nv.e/lbj/n.c/m. Thank you, Mr. Yu Xiao, for informing me. Chang Niu never expected that he originally wanted to bring the other party over to see the hidden situation in his country, so that the other party could see his sincerity, but he did not expect that just by coming here, he would help his country solve the problem. Such a big problem. In fact, no one had thought of this kind of thing before. After all, since the establishment of the Kangdao military base, Chang Niu has not come up to it once. But now that the problem has arisen and was discovered at such an early time, all problems have been prevented as early as possible. Your Majesty the King, there are still many things and problems involved in the Sky Island as a military training base. I think you should consider these things in advance. It seems that they have received a lot of intensive training on the ground. Come on. You probably went to Sky Island to practice your domineering spirit, right? Yu Xiao asked directly. Yes, Mr. Yu Xiao. It was because he was worried about being discovered by outsiders that he chose Sky Island as a military base for training. However, the existence of these problems was not discovered before. Thanks to Mr. Yu Xiao for coming here this time. Chang Niu said respectfully again. Indeed, Mr. Yu Xiao is really a thank you this time. Junhe also said respectfully beside him. The old man observed it and found that the aborigines on the empty island did not seem to be affected in any way. His Majesty the King did the right thing in this regard, but once the oxygen content on the entire empty island is increased, then for their personnel, it will cause inconvenience to their lives. After all, they have adapted to the current living environment, so I think it is better for His Majesty the King to consider these aspects in advance. Yuxiao talked about these problems, because as soon as he came up, he felt the quality of life on the entire Sky Island. Compared with the first time he came to the Sky Island, it was much better. This meant that the Kingdom of True was occupying the Sky Island. After that, he did not do anything excessive to the indigenous people, which he quite recognized. Regarding this issue, I think Mr. Yuxiao should worry more. His Majesty the King has enough capabilities to directly cover the entire area and will not affect the indigenous people living on the empty island. Abena said with a smile. The most important thing now is not these things. I think Junhee has not done a good job in many aspects. I wonder if Mr. Yuxiao has any ideas after seeing these troops. They only survive to change the future environment. If Mr. Yuxiao doesn't mind, you can take up a general position here and help train some of these young people who have not experienced any large-scale battles. Chang Nyo suddenly asked directly with a smile. Even though he was belittling Junhee in his words, the other party was not angry at all. He was just a little confused as to why His Majesty the King valued the blind middle-aged man in front of him so much. The most important thing is that none of them know what Yuxiao's current strength is. The highest-ranking member of the Toru Kingdom's army is Shunye, but his position was so high that in the end he was only a lieutenant general, at least for the Toru Kingdom. But His Majesty the King invited him directly and gave him the rank of general, which was equivalent to directly commanding the entire army of the Kingdom of True. Not to mention others' doubts, even Abena, who came with the two of them, was a little surprised by the decision made by His Majesty the King. However, as the person involved smiled, he did not say anything at this moment. He had already felt before that this little king of the True Kingdom could lead him directly into such a confidential military base, and he would definitely find a way to stay in the end. He didn't like it, but he didn't expect that the other party would say such heartfelt words. Although the generals of the army in the Kingdom of True do not have the status of the admirals of the navy, this is already a great existence for a country. Chang Nyo stood there, staring at Yuxia quietly, trying to get some answers from the other party's words. At least this time, he could say what he wanted to retain the other party deepest in his heart. After all, the preparations had been made. He knew so much, even though they had only known each other for half a day, he had already put all his trust in this moment. Your Majesty, although it's not that I don't believe Mr. Yuxiao, but directly giving him the position of general, isn't it a bit? Junhee didn't know what to say in the middle of his words. In fact, his meaning was very obvious. He was mainly worried about whether the other party had the strength to hold this position. He had to have at least the strength and ability to manage so many people below. Let others know. Abena also had the same idea, but he didn't know how to speak at this time. Now no one has a complete understanding of the blind man in front of them. They have never even understood each other. They have just met each other once. They have not even spoken 3 sentences to each other in total. That is why there is such a situation. Idea. Chang Nyo didn't pay attention to what Junhee said. Instead, he stared at Yuxiao seriously. His most urgent mentality was at this moment, because he wanted to get a more certain answer from the other party, which was naturally very important. But after waiting for a long time, Yuxiao suddenly asked, and asked very seriously, Your Majesty the King, I wonder if I can ask you a question. If the Kingdom of True has enough strength in the future, what do you want to do most? What? Chapter 192 General with a smile. Faced with this sudden question, Chang Nyo didn't really know how to answer it for a moment. Now this question is just a false proposition. The answer Yuxiao wants is definitely not what he wants to do in the future, but what he can do. Chang Nyo didn't hesitate at all and said directly, the world is too chaotic now. Maybe when I have the ability, I just want more people to live in a stable environment, at least to ensure that they can live in a stable environment. There is no way to guarantee that one can live a stable life in this condition. After all, no one dares to say what the world will become in the future. If you have some ability, then protect the people around you. If you have a lot of ability, then protect a country. If everyone around you has a lot of ability, then what's the harm in protecting the world in the future? Chang Nyo's domineering words caused the overlord-colored domineering energy around his body to begin to overflow uncontrollably, especially when blue lightning surrounded his body, completely forming the look of a living god. Haha. It's really rare to hear such domineering words, but I will remember these words today. If you are very capable in the future, I would like to see how you protect this world. But today, I will accept your invitation and become the general of the Kingdom of True, and I will protect this world with you. Yuxiao was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly and wildly, without taking the people next to him seriously at all, and he directly accepted Chang Niu's invitation to become the country's first general. As soon as these words came out, Chang Niu was stunned for a moment, as if he was shocked by this sudden surprise. Then, the smile on his face directly made his facial features distort. But he was the only one who was happy, and the others didn't understand what happened at all. Why is it so simple? Suddenly our country has a general who is also the military leader of the entire army. Abena was not clear about this situation, nor was Junhe, and it was even less clear who came with him and heard these words. They looked at each other one by one, trying to figure out what happened from each other's expressions. Your Majesty, this. Junhe now has a look of doubt on his face. He really wants to know what happened? It had only been a month, and suddenly for some reason such a weird person appeared. Yuxiao didn't show any strength now. Abena only guessed that the opponent should be stronger, but he really didn't know anything else. Chang Niu excitedly spun around twice, the smile on his face no longer concealed at all, and his excitement was beyond words. Mr. Yuxiao, thank you very much for joining our family in the Kingdom of True, but you can rest assured that the words I said today as King True will naturally be realized in the future when I have the ability. Chang Niu suddenly took a deep breath and said calmly. He is still excited in his heart, but he completely agrees with what he said at this moment. Although he does not think that he is a very good man, he still admits that he is definitely better than other kings in terms of the major issues of right and wrong. Much more has been done. Being able to see this scene is also a blessing for me. Since I have chosen to join the True Kingdom, I will need your Majesty's guidance in the future. Yuxiao said politely, bending down. He is now much older than the people around him. Even Abena is at least a dozen years younger than him. Whether in terms of qualifications or strength, Yuxiao will definitely become the leader of the army in the future. Son. The confused people are still confused. A group of people still haven't understood why His Majesty the King is so excited now, and why he made a very strange person become the general of the entire country in an instant. With such a position, he can be regarded as the person with the highest strength and power besides the king. Mr. Yuxiao, although I am very excited for you to join our country, there are some things that I am afraid you will need to do again. Chang Niu said. I understand that this kind of thing should be done naturally, so I don't know what kind of place should I choose next? Asked Yuxiao. Junhe, call everyone together. Today I want to grandly introduce to everyone the future general of the Special Forces of the Kingdom of True. Then you and Abena will get ready to face the next challenge. Find new stories on nov/bin.com. Chang Niu said seriously. Now the two of them finally understood that His Majesty the King wanted to gather everyone together, and then let the two of them have a duel with Yuxiao, who had just become a general, to show off each other's strength. But it's normal to think about it this way. After all, the two of them are already considered to be the strongest in the army. If a general suddenly appears in the air, then naturally he should crush the two of them in terms of strength. Although Junhe showed some doubts, he did not refuse. He also wanted to know what level of strength the blind middle-aged man standing in front of him had. After receiving the order, Junhe waved directly to the people behind him to activate the emergency call order, asking everyone to gather here. Abena, Mr. Yuxiao is also a swordsman. In terms of strength, you can learn from it later and let him guide you. It will be of great help to you in the future. Chang Niu said seriously to Abena next to him. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I'm just a little older. Abena's strength has reached a very good level. If we were to guide you from here, I'm afraid I really don't have that ability. Yuxiao said with a smile. Mr. Yuxiao. I should be called General Yuxiao from now on. I hope you can give me more advice later. The fact that you can be called a strong man by His Majesty is enough to prove your strength and ability to take on the responsibility of guidance. Abena smiled. Said. He didn't feel that what His Majesty the King said was hurtful at all. After all, in this world, there were indeed many people who were stronger than him. There might be someone who could suppress him in any corner of the world. Junhe has no right to speak at all now. Abena's strength is higher than him. And indeed, as Abena said, His Majesty the King has never praised others in terms of the other party's strength. This time he can rarely think so. This blind middle-aged man has a relatively strong smile. This kind of thing obviously allows them to think that their king has known him in advance. Chapter 193 Yuxiao's Display of Strength. Ding! While they were still talking, a huge ringing sound instantly swept through the area. When they heard this sound, all those who were still preparing for training immediately dropped what they were doing and quickly moved to the center of the square to gather. The gathering process was a little slow this time, mainly because many people were not in this area. They were receiving another kind of training in other places, so by the time everyone gathered, 10 minutes had passed. Although this is the case, this organization is already quite fast. All these scenes were displayed in Chang Nyo's eyes with a smile. Faced with such a state, tens of thousands of people dressed in uniform and marching in neat steps, it was absolutely shocking no matter which angle you looked at it. And at the front of the team, there is a big boy who is familiar to Chang Nyo. This is today's Analu. He looks a little dark at the moment, but after more than a month of training, this guy's courage, he is obviously much stronger than before, and the muscle lines on his body are also very obvious, but his facial expressions have begun to gradually change to what he will look like in the future. Especially the pair of big earlobes, which now reach almost to the shoulders, are particularly weird compared with the others. In fact, most of the soldiers present are in their 20s, and each of them is radiant. Although the heights of some of them are somewhat different, at least in terms of the uniformity of the team, they are still it makes people feel refreshed before their eyes. Report from a large team. There should be 1,000 people in the team, but there are actually 1,000 people. Report from the 2nd Brigade, the number of team members should be 1,000, but the actual number is 1,000. All the people here were divided into more than 500 teams, but they were divided into 11 brigades, each with 1,000 people. This was also the number of people they later prepared for fighting as a group. Among the more than 20 people, there is an instructor who is also their leader and has the right to command the team alone. Even if there is no top commander among them in the future, each team will be able to complete combat tasks independently. Yuxiao stood there and felt the reports of all their teams. He still admired Chang Nyo for his management of this point. After all, the military management specifications like this were many times more powerful than the current navy. In this world, there is not only a navy under the world government, but also a powerful army. However, compared to the navy, the army is basically a group of crooked people. Compared to the navy, they can almost ignore it. But facing the tens of thousands of people in front of them, it can give people a sense of the momentum of an army of 100,000. Your Majesty, all the troops have been assembled. Please give instructions. After Junhe saw all the teams reporting, he walked straight up to Chang Nyo, saluted with a military salute and said, General Yuxiao, let me introduce you first. You will need to teach them a lesson later, so this time I can only push you to the front of the stage. Chang Nyo said with a smile. This is what I should do, Your Majesty, you're welcome. Yuxiao said. Junhe, let's go there. Chang Nyo's expression instantly became serious, and then he said calmly. Just like this, following a group of people, they began to move toward the front of the team of tens of thousands of people. Even though many people have seen His Majesty the King appear here, although they are still excited in their hearts, no one speaks at this moment. The entire training ground is still quiet and only the sound of the wind can be heard. When he reached the front of all the teams, Chang Nyo stood at the front, looking at the team of tens of thousands of people. Their eyes remained consistent, all looking straight ahead. Everyone stood very straight, as if they could not feel anything at all. Any exertion is normal. Chang Nyo stood there, closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly opened them. He instantly exuded an aura that enveloped the entire venue. His eyes were still sky blue at this moment, but the aura exuding from his body made people feel very gentle. After seeing the spread of domineering power, Chang Nyo slowly showed a smile, and then said in a soft and calm voice, I'm sorry to disturb everyone's practice, but there are indeed more important things today. Gather everyone here, all soldiers, I have seen your hard work in cultivation, so in the end I just want to say, thank you for your hard work. But the most important thing today is not these. Next, the most important thing is to introduce you to someone. Chang Nyo said, then took 2 steps back, came to the side of Yuxiao, then pointed at him and said to everyone again, this is Mr. Yuxiao, and he will become a general of the Special Operations Forces in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had no idea that this sudden person would become the one who would rule them in the future, and they had no sense of recognition for this stranger they had never met before. Chang Nyo used his knowledge to be domineering. Even though his voice was very small, his voice seemed to be speaking in everyone's ears. Everyone had many doubts in their hearts, but no one in these teams opened their mouths to speak at this moment. Let alone the so-called whispering state. Mr. Yuxiao, please introduce yourself next. Chang Nyo said to Yuxiao with a smile. It should. He said with a smile, then took a few steps forward with the crutch in his hand. His movements were very slow, but all the soldiers could understand that this new general would be blind. Everyone, my name is Yuxiao. Today, I can win the favor of His Majesty the King and become a general of the Kingdom of True. From now on, I will naturally be a member of the Kingdom of True, and we will advance and retreat together with you in the future. It was just a short sentence that didn't mean much, but then he did something that no one expected. That was when a blind man suddenly exuded a powerful aura, which instantly covered all the soldiers present. It seemed as if 1,000 kilograms of weight had been added to their bodies. They were all suppressed and squatted on the ground, and some even fell to the ground. Already lying on the ground. Until this moment, Junhee and Abhinav finally understood why His Majesty the King was so respectful to a blind man, and why he was able to personally invite him to become a general of the special forces. Just relying on this strength, he is indeed the best choice to become a general. The key is to rely on this ability to allow this group of people to become familiar with armed domineering as quickly as possible in the future. The current intensity is a bit low for everyone. As long as the oxygen content of Sky Island increases and they can adapt to more intense training, coupled with the blessing of this unique gravity fruit, it will indeed be able to greatly shorten the progress of this group of soldiers. Chapter 194 Challenges in Military Bases. Yuxiao just said a word, and he immediately started to show off his abilities. At least in terms of strength, he must be recognized by everyone, otherwise even if he has become a general who leads this group of people, in the end, it won't get anyone's approval. However, this scene really shocked everyone's hearts. With one move, thousands of people in the audience were instantly killed. Although they were unprepared, this strength was enough to make everyone pay attention. Seeing that no one could stand safely on the entire field, even the group of people watching from behind were all extremely surprised. It's not their fault. From the first time they saw Yuxiao, this group of people subconsciously thought how powerful a blind man could be. Where did Your Majesty the King find this fierce man? Junhee said somewhat muttering to himself. Don't think about it. You can't figure out what His Majesty has done. Mr. Yuxiao is indeed very powerful. Let's cooperate well later. Just don't let the two of us be too embarrassed. Abhinav said helplessly. Now the two talents finally knew why their king would find such a blind middle-aged man to serve as the country's general. This strength is indeed transcendent, and even the two of them feel tremendous pressure. Yuxiao just released his power, at least to show everyone his ability, and then began to take back the gravity he had released. The soldiers lying on the ground stood up one by one with shock on their faces. I'm sorry to use this way as a greeting for our first meeting. Although I feel sorry for you, I hope you can remember that our country will face many things in the future. You are just the first batch, but you are also the first batch. They will definitely not be the last group of people to join this force. According to what His Majesty the King said, from now on you will protect this country and protect the people. After wearing these clothes and getting this honor, what we have to do in the future is at least worthy of our own conscience, worthy of the people, and worthy of His Majesty the King. The next mission training will be more rigorous, but for the future, I believe that His Majesty the King should be able to take us directly to the entire sea, and wherever he looks, all the people will praise him. In front of His Majesty the King, tell me loudly if you can do it. Yuxiao said these words calmly and seriously before any of them got up, or even before the team stood in order. During the period of speaking, the group of people below also stood in full compliance with the previous standards. At this time, as the last words fell, no one looked down upon them. They all shouted loudly, "Have confidence." Chang Nyo stood behind and watched such a deafening scene with a smile on his face. He would never think that his choice was wrong. This time, he really picked up a bigger treasure. At least so far, with the addition of Yuxiao, the entire Toru kingdom can be considered to have the ability to protect itself in terms of strength. At this moment, whether it is facing the navy or any pirates, even the Yonko pirates, then at this moment the Kingdom of True also definitely has the power to fight. The powerful force displayed by a smile instantly conquered everyone present. From the soldiers' confusion at the beginning, To their admiration now, no one would question the Special Forces general standing in the center of the field, let alone people question the vision of His Majesty the King. Abena, keep what you just said in mind. Just let yourself go and fight after a while. Don't worry about destroying anything. Chang Nyo said leisurely, then looked at Junhee, and then continued, Junhee, the same is true for you. The two of you must show your strength without reservation. This will be the best for you. A vivid lesson. Yes, Your Majesty. The two people answered together. They did not retreat at all. Instead, they felt inexplicably excited at this moment, especially for Junhee. Since the last time he met Yonko Kaido, Shunye clearly felt the slim gap between himself and the strong man. Even though he had been forcibly training himself during the time since he came back, he also wanted to see, where have you reached so far? Everyone retreat to the perimeter of the field and leave the space in the middle free. Chang Nyo shouted to everyone present in a soft voice. Using the power of seeing and hearing color, everyone could hear clearly. Although they were a little confused, the team quickly began to disperse around the venue in small groups. After reaching the edge, each team still stood in a very standard manner. The remaining training ground was at least 2 square kilometers in size, which was completely enough for a battle between 3 people. But in order to prevent accidents from happening, this situation is not enough. Chang Nyo crossed the crowd and walked directly to Yuxiao. He smiled politely and said, General Yuxiao, let's see how you perform next. He, don't worry, Your Majesty the King. Yuxiao didn't feel any pressure at the moment, and still said with a smile on his lips. But then, Chang Nyo walked directly past him to the center of the field, with a serious expression, and his body began to emit blue light. His eyes were even bluer at this moment. The power of space, the edge of infinity. Chang Nyo shouted softly, and then a barrier instantly emitted from his body, directly covering the empty field. This barrier is not as simple as it seems. Chang Nyo has even thought about leaving this barrier here from now on. The endless edge has made this space barrier infinitely magnified. People who stay in it can't get out of this barrier no matter how they run. Therefore, inside, they can release any attack as much as they want, and it will not affect to those on the periphery. After doing all this, Chang Nyo instantly appeared outside the barrier, and then shouted to Abena and Junhee, it's your turn. The expressions of the two of them were obviously a little excited at this moment. Without any hesitation, they rushed directly into the boundary area, and the smile behind them also walked in slowly at this moment. Now even the most ignorant people have discovered what they are facing this time. The soldiers around them all look very excited, because such a scene is probably not seen many times in this life. Chapter 195 Gravity Fruit Ability. They were very vague about Abena's strength, but they were quite clear about their General Junhee. You guys, please take a closer look. This is a duel between our Special Forces General, the Lieutenant General, and the Kingdom's Swordsman. The strength of each of them is beyond your imagination. You missed this. This time, I don't know when I will see such a wonderful scene in my life, so don't blink your eyes while watching it. At this moment, the instructor of an unknown team opened his mouth to shout, and then the other instructors all had serious expressions on their faces and began to reprimand and shout at the team members behind them. In fact, there is no need for them to say more. Everyone has a steelyard in their heart. Putting aside the issue of watching the excitement, it is indeed rare to see such a thing. Chang Nyo walked to the edge. He didn't know when someone had moved a chair over. He sat on it without any hesitation and watched the duel quietly. This kind of thing is not only of great help to those soldiers, but also a great learning experience for him. After all, so far, his strength is enough, but he still lacks some experience in battles. The distance between the 3 people who entered the space barrier is not particularly far, but this is just how it seems to outsiders. The internal space has been stretched countless times by Chang Nyo using the power of space. Even though they look very close from the outside, from the inside, the distance between the 3 people is at least about 100 meters. Space mirror. Chang Nyo also noticed this inconvenience while sitting where he was. After all, from the outside, the distance between them seemed too close, and he couldn't really feel what he saw. So he waved his hand, and something similar to a mirror suddenly appeared in every area. However, from the inside, everyone could intuitively feel the atmosphere of the battle they were fighting. Space mirroring is one of Chang Nyo's most commonly used methods, and the person sitting in front of them now is very likely not the real person. This state is combined with his impression that the Hokage can use the power of space. He can hide his body in another space anytime and anywhere. No matter what method others use to attack, it is impossible to hurt his body. A pattern. As the spatial mirror rises, the people inside can directly affect the people outside, whether in terms of speech or movement momentum, but this influence cannot cause substantial harm. General Yuxiao, I really hope to be merciful next time, but this time I really want to thank His Majesty the King for giving us the opportunity, otherwise we really won't be able to find an opportunity that allows us to know how much we can achieve. Junhee said seriously. You two don't have to be modest. I am just a few years older. You already have this strength. I hope you will be merciful in the future. Yuxiao said modestly with a smile. Then let me go first. General Yuxiao will pay attention. As Abena said, he was on full alert and did not make any further moves. The opponent was very powerful and he did not believe that he could simply hurt the opponent. The dawn in his hands, the scabbard flew dozens of meters away in the next second. Abena held the knife in both hands and lunged forward, but his hands still maintained the posture of drawing the knife, but there was no scabbard behind him. There is also a powerful force hovering on the sword at this moment, and he has begun to gain momentum. This is just a tentative force in the early stage, but even so, Abena still goes all out. Since the opponent's strength has been recognized by Chongnyo, it is estimated that no matter which aspect you look at, it will definitely not be as simple as what you see in front of you. I'm here too, General Yuxiao. Junhee roared loudly, and then his whole person quickly changed into a different scene. The black combat uniform on his body was completely broken at this moment. What he now showed was a standard werewolf image, except for the neck. Except for the white mane, the rest of it is completely black. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers couldn't help but be surprised. This was the lieutenant general who had been training with them, and was also the leader they had the most contact with. However, they did not expect that the devil fruit of their lieutenant general was actually this form. The fingertips of Junhee's two wolf claws can now extend at least about 30 centimeters, and each one looks extremely sharp. He, you two don't have to be polite to me. Yuxiao said, then took a few steps towards them. At this moment, the crutch in his hand was directly held in his hand, instead of being placed on the ground, and he began to explore the condition of the road ahead. Abena took the lead in preparing to attack. The long knife in his hand turned into a stream of light along with his figure at this moment, and he attacked Yuxiao at super fast speed. Junhee was also not to be outdone. After transforming into a werewolf form, he was far beyond his normal self in terms of physical function and speed and strength. The next second, he also started to fly directly in the direction of Yuxiao. Facing such powerful attacks from the two men, Yuxiao was not as relaxed and comfortable as before, but instead became serious. Abena's strength is already close to that of a general, let alone Junhee, who is at the level of a lieutenant general. If the two of them join forces to attack, even Yuxiao, who has the ability of a general, is likely to be hit hard if he is not careful. When he was getting close, a blade of light flew out from Abena's hand and instantly began to tear the earth apart, and it was not far away from Yuxiao. Nice attack. Yuxiao had a serious expression, but he did not take this tentative attack seriously. When the sword light approached him, it passed him directly in the next second. But Junhee followed closely, and his attacks also followed. Too slow. Yuxiao sensed Junhee's attack in his mind, and the wolf claws in the form of a werewolf were attacking towards his neck, but before his actual attack arrived, he had already sensed the trajectory and direction of the attack in advance. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuxiao took a step back and instantly pulled the crutch in his hand upwards, saying Gravity, Hell Brigade. Chapter 196 Gravity Knife Tiger. The next second, Junhee and Abena seemed to have a heavy weight on them, and they were instantly pressed to the ground. However, when the gravity fell, Abena relied on his own combat experience and ability to quickly transfer to the gravity. The place that could not be reached, but Junhee, who had relatively little actual combat experience, was instantly pressed to the ground. Even the ground had cracks and was still sinking. Find new chapters on nve/lbi.com. Bang! The ground that was cracked just now instantly formed a huge hole, and Junhee was directly pressed under the ground. At the same time, Abena once again quickly attacked Yuxiao from another angle, but the difference this time was that when the attack was about to hit, the bright dawn in his hand was instantly covered with armed domineering energy, and the next second a black blade slashed out. Faced with such a slashing blow, even a powerful Yuxiao would not be able to withstand it directly. He could only give up Junhee, who was suppressed by gravity, and then moved 2 steps sideways. This time the slash directly caused a huge crack in the earth, but fortunately there was a barrier on the outside to protect it. Although it would not directly attack the outside, due to the influence of the mirror image, it was still on the attacking end. The soldiers were shocked. With the power of seeing and hearing Haki cultivated to the point of predicting, it seems that there is almost no suspense in this battle. Changnyo, who was sitting on the outside, watched everything in the field with great interest, but he still commented on the excitement of this battle from time to time. In the field, after Junhee was not suppressed by gravity, he quickly jumped out of the crushed hole, but his body was covered with dust at the moment, and huge scars could be seen on his body, and some of them were even damaged. You can see the bones inside. Even so, the scars on his body healed quickly under Silver Moon Wolf's ability. This month, he has not been idle. He has been working hard to adapt to his own strength every day. Now he has achieved a little success, although he is not as immortal as under the moonlight under such circumstances. But at least it can quickly increase its own recovery ability. Junhee, if you don't serve snacks, it will be embarrassing this time. Abena shouted towards Junhee who had just jumped out. You don't need to say more, I know. Junhee was a little unconvinced, but he had also recognized the reality. The blind middle-aged man standing opposite him was no match for him at all. But faced with this situation, Junhee still refused to give up. He speeded up his speed again and began to attack Yuxiao vigorously. Not only that, his whole body has begun to be covered with armed domineering, his eyes have turned red blood red, and the 30 centimeters long wolf claws on his fingertips are constantly waving as he moves quickly. Every attack from his hand almost fell like raindrops. If this kind of attack is among the crowd, it can be regarded as a large-scale flat A attack, but for ordinary people or people with relatively weak strength, this kind of attack is indeed very effective, but for a person with knowledge and color, and after cultivating to a state where you can predict the future, this kind of attack becomes useless. Yuxiao just stood there. So far, he couldn't even pull out the staff and sword in his hand. Although he wouldn't be able to resist Junhee's attacks, every attack was about to hit him, and he was directly hit by it. Gravity pressed to the ground, and under the influence of ability, there was no need to pay too much attention. The speed is there, but the strength is not enough. A wall of gravity formed around Yuxiao, completely enveloping him in it, allowing Junhee's attacks to fall, but without causing any harm to him. During Junhee's attack, Abena did not do anything. He stood on the spot and the blade was still covered with domineering energy, and he began to accumulate his own strength. At this moment, it was as if a weak tornado had rolled up around Abena, and all the dust nearby was swept up at this moment, and began to spread rapidly towards the outside. One cut. Abena holds the knife in his right hand, and presses his left hand in front of the handle. The entire attack is a horizontal slash, and the speed is so fast that even Changnyo, who is sitting on the outside and observing, has already felt the space being compressed for a moment. A feeling. He could feel it even if he was on the periphery, not to mention Yuxiao who was fighting. He could directly feel the next situation of this attack. So now that he didn't pay much attention to Junhee, he directly took out the staff sword in his hand again. The difference was that this time he directly pulled out the entire sword, and the aura on his body also happened at this moment. Huge changes. Gravity Knife Tiger. Following the direction in which Abena struck, Yuxiao swung his sword and struck directly. However, this kind of slash does not have any sword light. Instead, it directly uses the powerful gravity ability, which directly causes the surrounding space to begin to distort. And this kind of attack can even attack outside the barrier. When Changnyo saw this state, he could no longer sit down. After all, there were thousands of soldiers behind the slashing attack. He did not get involved in the battle between several people in the space. He quickly moved to the direction of the attack, stood in front of everyone, and raised another barrier out of thin air. The art of space, folding. Changnyo quickly released the power of space with both hands, instantly creating a barrier that was nearly a kilometer long, and the space folding of this barrier could reach a distance of at least 10 kilometers. Although it does not affect the viewing effect of these people, it can directly make the group of people staying here safe. Oh, His Majesty the King is so powerful. Although this group of people have not experienced any particularly big battles, they are still aware of this kind of attack. Being able to have His Majesty the King appear here in person and create a defensive barrier already shows how powerful this attack is. In fact, for these people, everyone is very nervous and excited. After all, it is indeed rare to see such an attack. From Jun and his side, although every attack seems not very aggressive in Yuxiao, there is something worthy of praise from others, that is, in terms of speed, none of the soldiers standing here observing can be seen that the other party has moved. Not to mention the attacks falling like raindrops. It would be difficult for all of them present to deal with such a thing. Chapter 197 Meteor Falling. While a group of people were sighing, they still watched the battle inside intently. Yuxiao is worthy of being a general. This strength is enough to make the entire pirate world proud, and in this world, those with higher strength than him probably cannot exceed double digits in total. His gravity sword tiger attack is not like an ordinary swordsman's attack. He just uses the staff sword in his hand as a medium to activate his devil fruit ability. Chongnyo also saw some clues. If this gravity fruit is handled properly, it will definitely be a heaven-defying ability. This thing can definitely become the top-level existence among the entire superhuman devil fruits. Although it may not be enough in some aspects of space ability, sometimes its effect is so great that it can directly destroy the entire pirate world. It's just that it's difficult to awaken. Abina's entire body was completely affected by gravity at this moment. After all, this gravity could even distort the surrounding space, let alone manpower to withstand such an attack. But when Yuxiao attacked the opponent, the defense around his body was severely reduced. Even Junhee, who did not seem to be very aggressive before, now felt as if he had found an opportunity. Abina was restrained in place, unable to move, and was even pressed to the ground. He tried hard to hold on to his final dignity as a swordsman, after 4 years of silence. The potential in the body is once again stimulated. But the strength is like this is a battle that is completely crushed. Although Junhee found an opening and prepared to attack, the next moment he felt that his idea was completely wrong. Gravity meteor. How could Yuxiao not sense Junhee behind him? Although he was a little inferior in strength, sometimes at critical moments, he could still cause some fatal damage to himself. As a man with such rich combat experience, it is impossible to miss any detail. As his last move fell, it seemed to everyone that this move was no different. There was no defense or attack. It was purely to scare the opponent. But they couldn't figure out why Junhee still stood there and didn't attack. He just raised his head and looked up blankly. When everyone outside the venue followed Junhee's gaze, they all screamed in fright. Meteorite! With a loud shout, everyone saw several huge meteorites falling from the sky towards them quickly. This kind of attack almost subverted all their views. They had never heard of the method of summoning meteorites from the sky to attack, let alone seeing it before. The meteorite was quickly hitting the area where Sky Island was located. At this moment, he was suppressing Abina's smile and letting go of his own restrictions on this move. They have no interest in fighting anymore. At least the moment the meteorite appears, it means the battle is over. Not only is it enough to prove that this blind middle-aged man has absolute strength, but it can also completely prove that the other party does have the ability to intimidate. How can anyone be dissatisfied now? Not to mention Junhee and Abina, most of the people who saw this scene had their legs trembling. You are really good at causing trouble. Chongnyo said with a speechless expression. Anyway, now that the other party has withdrawn the gravity knife attack, he simply withdraws the defensive space folding, and then looks at several meteorites that begin to fall rapidly from the sky. This kind of attack is trivial to him, but if this thing falls on an empty island, it is very likely to sink the island directly. It was not only the people present who were panicking, but also the aboriginal people on the empty island. They all raised their heads and looked at each other. They were not panicked at all. What they showed in their eyes was just helplessness and despair. This kind of attack is like a natural disaster. In any world, let alone the world in the sea, this kind of attack is insurmountable for ordinary people. However, if such a meteorite falls from the sky, it will take at least nearly 30 seconds. Although the ability is great, the charging time is too long. During this period, anyone with strength can counterattack. Chongnyo reluctantly removed the space barrier. The two of them, Abina, were now in complete embarrassment, and the other party didn't even touch a corner of his clothes. They are no longer interested in the falling meteorite, because these two people believe that their king is absolutely capable of blocking this attack, and it is certainly impossible for this thing to fall into their military base. So until now, these two people have lowered their heads and looked disappointed, but thinking about it, it actually doesn't matter. General Yuxiao, this move looks really happy. Chang Nyo walked forward with a smile and said. He was not in the mood to pay attention to the two relatively depressed people now. Anyway, he should be able to get out of this haze in a while. It's just that this attack will probably require the help of His Majesty the King. I don't have the ability to stop the meteorite from falling. Yuxiao said cheerfully. On the surface, he said so, but this kind of thing is nothing more than deceiving others. Chang Nyo knew very well what the other party meant. He just wanted to test whether his own strength as His Majesty the King could stop the attack he unleashed. The gravity fruit can be aggravated or lightened. It can make meteorites fall and naturally levitate them. Others may believe Yuxiao's words about this situation, but Chang Nyo knows it all too well. But he didn't clarify these words. He just said with a smile, Mr. Yuxiao, this exhibition is really wonderful. Not only did they learn a lot, but I was also deeply touched. While speaking, Chang Nyo raised his right hand, and a blue-black vortex appeared directly in the center of his palm. Then just when the meteorite was about to fall, the entire vortex seemed to directly cover the entire sky. But this process only lasted for a second or two. After the space vortex dissipated, there was no trace of the meteorite left. Abina and Junhee seemed to have known about it for a long time and were not too surprised by this incident. But now the tens of thousands of soldiers standing around had their jaws dropped to the ground in surprise. His eyes were already bulging, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Chapter 198 What kind of monster is this? For them, they had already begun to despair in the last second, but what they saw in the next second almost made them even more unbelievable. What kind of monsters are these? One can release meteorites, and the other can actually destroy meteorites silently. One of the soldiers murmured to himself, not hiding the surprise in his heart. Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, someone slapped him hard on the back of his head. Then the person standing next to him looked at him fiercely and said speechlessly, Who are you calling a monster? The one who did such a thing he is our king, and the other one is the general of our kingdom. Yes. The guy who was beaten didn't complain at all. He quickly stood up straight and saluted the military salute. Because the person who beat him was their instructor, although this guy was also shocked and surprised inside, his expression was just joy. There is such a powerful person in our country, and more importantly, His Majesty the King is even more powerful. This is what is exciting. In the middle of the square. Your Majesty's methods really amaze me. I didn't expect it to be the fruit of superhuman space ability, and it has been developed to such an extent by Your Majesty. Yuxiao said with appreciation. The reason why he used this move was to confirm whether the thoughts in his heart were true. The main reason was that when the barrier was raised, there was already relative doubt. Abina's initial attack could definitely tear apart half of the empty island, but this attack actually didn't even go out of the barrier. The only thing he could think of was that the space where the three of them were in had nothing to do with the outside at all. Relation. The moment he used the gravity knife tiger, he became more convinced of the doubts in his heart. After all, this kind of attack is impossible to defend against with any physical force, especially when facing the soldiers so close at hand, but this move attacking it, it seemed like everything was lost in the sea. Now that he is convinced of what he is thinking in his heart, the most emotional thing about Yuxiao is that the little king in front of him actually has such a powerful strength, and the armed domineering energy on his body is even more terrifying. The black space vortex actually adds a domineering effect, which can instantly obliterate all falling meteorites, and the opponent appears very comfortable and relaxed. Chang Nyo smiled slightly and said, Thank you, General Yuxiao. There are still many places where I need your guidance in the future. Feeling Chang Nyo's courtesy, he raised his head slightly with a smile, opened his eyes to reveal the whites of his eyes, and said with some regret, It would be great if I could still see the outside world at this moment. At least I could see what His Majesty the King is like now. What does it look like? It's good that you can see it. Almost all the troubles in this world start when you see it. The external appearance of everything is the same. Only by feeling it with your heart can you know the true meaning of something. Chang Nyo said. Arrive. Ha ha ha, His Majesty the King is absolutely right. I never imagined that after being blind for so many years, I still couldn't see clearly than His Majesty. Yuxia took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then said with a smile. How long do you two plan to stay like this? This time is not a setback for you. It is nothing more than the result of a mutual competition. Why should it be like this? Chang Nyo looked at the two people with their heads lowered speechlessly. Although they looked embarrassed, no one was injured. After speaking to them, Chang Nyo continued to look at Yu Xiao and said, I really made you laugh. But from now on, I will leave Junhee to you. I hope to see him excel in the future. Don't worry, Silver Moon Wolf, the phantom beast species of wolf fruit, still has great potential for future development. It only needs another 1 or 2 years to get used to it, and it is estimated that it will be able to excel. Said with a smile. He, are you telling the truth? But I have tried many ways, but I still can't seem to find the way forward. Hearing what Yu Xiao said, Junhee immediately became energetic and approached each other with a smile on his face and said. Now is not the time for you to think about this matter. The noise caused just now is too great. Hurry up and send a few people to notify Ganfu and let them start to calm the emotions of the people on the empty island. Chang Nyo looked at Junhee and said. Although they do not need to personally explain this kind of thing to the people of Sky Island, it is still necessary to communicate with Ganfu and other priests so that they can convey the situation on their behalf, at least not to let the aborigines have any panic mentality. In fact, there was no need for them to call people. Such an important thing happened here. Ganfu's group of people, including the Sandians, were already rushing here quickly at this moment, and they couldn't care less. The question of any restraining order goes directly into Apaidu's territory. Because the changes in this month can be clearly felt by everyone. Not to mention eating things that have never been eaten before, the current quality of life on the entire Sky Island has also improved a lot compared to before. Grade. Most of their daily tasks are to go out to the sea to fish for shells, exchange money, and then go to the Sky Island supermarket on Angel Island to make purchases. Therefore, these people have truly felt the benefits brought to them by the arrival of the true kingdom. Not to mention the grassroots people who have already felt this benefit, even Ganfuer, a class figure who was originally an empty island, has also felt the great benefits. Life on Kangdeo is still the same as before. It's just that the place where the priests live has been changed. But in exchange for it, they not only get endless benefits, but also the future peace of the entire Kangdeo. So after this scene happened, they began to rush towards the land of Shantora in Apaidu regardless of everything. Here, Junhee has already begun to order people to spread towards the outside, just to prevent anyone from coming in, and not wanting to spread the matter here directly. But it's normal to think about it. If such a big thing happens here, they will definitely send people over to see it. But this time it really caused everyone to panic. The panic was not only because of the problems in the True Kingdom, but also because of where those meteorites came from and how they disappeared. But now the military base has begun to gradually restore stability. They saw a wonderful battle in all the videos, and also saw an incredible scene. It is estimated that in the next time, the real devil who belongs to them will the journey has just begun. Chapter 199 Worry. Although the battle between the three people has ended, Yu Xiao, the general's position, is now firmly seated here. No one has any doubts or objections about this. After all, the powerful strength has overwhelmed the entire audience, and no one can have a trace of doubt or dissatisfaction in their hearts. It's just that his last move was indeed a bit arrogant, and the panic it caused was a little more serious than imagined. While everyone was nervously busy with their work and training, there was a teenage boy standing there, his jaw still on the ground, his eyes bulging, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This person is Enelu. This is the first time in his life that he has seen a battle between strong men. But it is not only his first time in this life, but also others. Unexpectedly, in a short period of time, it has been enough to show the kind of strength that makes everyone despair. The attacks between the three people seemed to be able to kill everything in an instant. Even Shunye, who was the weakest, the final attack was jaw-dropping. So this is a strong man? He is really handsome. Enelu stood there, still maintaining a shocked state of mind and said. Where is this? Battles between truly strong men are almost life and death. They are just a challenge between strong men. There is also His Majesty the King protecting everyone. Otherwise, this kind of attack will definitely subvert your imagination. As soon as Anirudh finished talking to himself, a man walked out directly behind him and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a smile on his face. Looking at Zaya's expression, Anirudh asked with some doubts, Brother Zaya, do you think it's possible for me to become such a powerful person in the future? Zaya smiled slightly. He would not deny the little guy in front of him. It had been more than a month since he arrived. The most important thing was that Enel was currently his direct subordinate. Do you know where this general came from? Zai asked directly, looked at the other party and shook his head. Zai continued, when they were fighting just now, I learned that General Yuxiao was directly entertained by His Majesty the King. At that time, no one understood why His Majesty the King would find a blind man, and His Majesty the King even personally hosted a banquet with the highest etiquette in the royal palace. From the appearance, who can tell that the blind man is a strong man? Brother Zaya, what do you mean? Enelu asked confused. I just want to tell you that His Majesty the King's vision is much better than you think. His Majesty values you so much, so your future will not be lower than anyone else's in the future, provided that you practice well yourself. Zaya said with a smile, still resting on the other person's shoulder. No one among the aborigines on the entire Sky Island knows that there is a large military base on their Sky Island. I dare not say that in the future, at least in the early stage. The people on Angel Island and the Sandians are now slowly beginning to ease the relationship between the two tribes. The two teams of Sandians, Weibai and Ganfu, are quickly heading towards the land of Shantora. They started to move forward, but when the two of them met together, they could see the urgency of the matter in Fang Fang's eyes. Ganfu, why are you here too? Weibo asked without any curiosity, but with worry on his face. What happened just now has caused panic among the people on Angel Island. I don't know how the people in True Kingdom are doing now. Why is this happening? I can't care about any restrictions at this time. Let's go and check the news first. Talk later. Ganfu rode his Pegasus and said as he ran. It seems that we want to go together, but there is no news inside yet. You must have seen the scene just now, and you still don't know what happened inside. Junhee was worried. Said. It's better to go in and take a look first. Ganfu said, but when he was just about to start taking Weibai to operate inside, nearly 20 people appeared in the woods instantly, each of them was wearing black combat uniforms, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Everyone, you should go back. By the way, let's talk to your tribesmen and tell them that there is nothing going on here in Apaidu, so that they don't have to worry. Junhee came here quickly with a group of people, and he already knew the route of this group of people. Regardless of whether he had to use his knowledge or his haki to perceive it, after all, their route was the same. People on both sides of Weibo were not surprised when they saw Junhee's sudden appearance, but Ganfu was a little worried and asked curiously, so everyone is fine, but I don't know what happened over there. We clearly saw a huge meteorite falling just now, and we thought something was wrong with you all. That's right, it doesn't matter if the noise you usually make is a little louder, but the noise this time is too big. Weibo also said. I'm sorry everyone, but things here haven't caused any commotion. I hope you can calm down other people's emotions when you go back. In addition, the next batch of supplies should arrive in 3 days. Then we will still follow the same rules. We will send it to Angel Island personally. Junhee said. Now their purpose is very clear, that is, to make the two pairs of people in front of them retreat quickly and not let him enter the territories of Apaidu. They don't want the military base in Apaidu to be exposed. Although it doesn't matter if the people on Kangdeo know about it, it may cause panic. For maintaining the original life system of Kangdeo, this situation is simply not possible. There's no need to let them know. Although the managers of these empty islands already know the situation of the military base, they only know about the establishment of this aspect. No one knows the specific content. Junhee had already spoken to this point, and Ganfu were not ignorant. The two of them looked at each other, and then said with a smile, then I will wait for the good news from Junhee. Don't worry, you should go back quickly to calm everyone down and don't let them cause panic. Junhee said with a smile. Then we'll leave first. If we are needed then, just give us your orders directly. Weibo said. After they finished speaking, they started to turn around and leave, but the two groups of people began to walk outside together. And the speed is not as fast as when it came. It wasn't until they disappeared into the woods that Junhee began to lead people slowly towards the direction of the military base. Even if the affairs of the military base are kept strictly confidential, this situation cannot be hidden for too long. Although not many people go to Apaidu, after all, the fire cannot be suppressed. Reveal some clues. Chapter 200 Military System Planning. However, when both of their teams had not yet left the land of Apaidu, both of them had pensive expressions on their faces. Have you noticed that people seem to have changed their appearance now? Weibo asked Ganfu with some doubts. I have noticed it a long time ago. It seems that there is definitely something in Apaidu that they don't want us to know. I don't know whether it is good or bad for Sky Island. Maybe it was the so-called one they originally helped to establish. The base has now officially begun operations, but how did these people get up here? Ganfur raised his head, took a deep breath and sighed. When I first heard that they were going to build a base here, I didn't understand what they meant. But from now on, it seems that there is something we don't know about, and it's so big. If there is no meteorite, there is no such thing. It seems that from now on, we will not be able to go in there and observe the situation at all. Weibo said with a slight smile. The two of them don't have so many thoughts about what is going on inside now. After all, they just need to stay here safely. If they are not allowed in, they will not be allowed in. Anyway, their current life is quite satisfactory, as long as they can continue to maintain it, but one people's curiosity is always unstoppable, but they are just curious. These two people were not so curious that they insisted on going in to find out. They were blocked outside before they even entered. Without even thinking about it, they knew what the level of strength inside was. This is the military base. After Junhee settled all the matters, he quickly rushed back here. However, at this moment, Changnyo was already waiting for him in the room. There were several other people in the room. Before Junhee came, they had hardly discussed other things, just chatting about home affairs. Especially this time, the blow to Abhina was a little bit bigger. Although he had no intention of competing for the world's best swordsman, this battle made him see his own shortcomings and he was able to learn from the middle. Great lessons learned. Yuxiao began to point out each other's shortcomings without hesitation. After all, they are all partners from now on, and the exchanges between them will definitely only increase. Your Majesty, I'm back. Junhee walked in and looked at the three people sitting there. He was different from Abhina. Even if he failed, he did not show any signs of discouragement, nor did he show any signs of failure. It was just that at the moment of failure, he showed some unwillingness. Once he went out, his whole mood changed completely. Sit down as soon as you come back. It's rare for us to come up this time and just arrange things here. Changnyo raised his head slightly and said. This room is actually a combat conference room. All the tables, chairs, and benches inside are made of bibyun, but the difference is that they are not only carved with exquisite patterns, but also painted with different colors. There are only 4 of them in the conference room now, which can be regarded as a high-level gathering of the entire army. Because except for Shunye, the lieutenant general, the other personnel have the highest status as instructors. Haruya, the captain of the palace guard, has the same status and responsibilities as instructors at this moment, which is no different from others. After Junhee sat down, Changnyo took out a piece of information from somewhere and placed it flat on the table. This is the future military reward and punishment system, and there are also major restrictions on military rank. This matter will be left to General Yuxiao to handle. The army must not only have a variety of talents, but also need to provide they have enough avenues for advancement. Changnyo spoke for more than half an hour this time. He did not imitate the system model of the Navy, but instead became more innovative, a management rule in this world. Each army is divided into teams of 20 people, led by the rank of second lieutenant. A regiment of 100 people is commanded by the rank of major, and a division of 1,000 people is commanded by the rank of major general. The other biggest point is that an army of 10,000 people is under the direct jurisdiction of the general. Each team of 20 people needs a variety of talents, and their training model has also begun to conduct special training based on personal strengths, and does not continue to follow the original specific plan. The army formed in this way will be able to achieve maximum results whether it is advancing, retreating, attacking, or coordinating operations. However, as the person who initiated this matter, Changnyo, although he did not directly conduct military training, from the perspective of his position in the army, he directly controlled the operation of the entire army as the commander-in-chief. In the future, the Kingdom of True will never be what it is now. According to everyone's plan, a group of soldiers will be admitted for training every 2 years on average. Then when the official plot begins, the Kingdom of True will have the ability to break up with any force. Rest. The time has now reached Hiwanli 1512, and there are still 8 years until the official plot begins. By that time, the Kingdom of True has definitely developed into a force beyond everyone's imagination. But this country will not only maintain the status quo during this period of time, but it will only take greater action if it has sufficient ability to protect itself. The 3 people sat there quietly, listening to what His Majesty the King said. Not only did Junhee and Abhina feel incredible, but even the Smiles who had experienced many things were inevitably shocked at this moment. Such a meticulously planned arrangement can also establish a military hierarchy as a system to coordinate large-scale operations and individual operations between small teams. Even the Navy may not be able to do this at all. Moreover, each team is divided into captain and deputy captain. A team of 20 people needs to have 2 second lieutenant ranks. Each team of 100 people needs to have various functional operations. The division of each military rank is different, which also determines their participation and jurisdiction. To what extent? This model has just begun to operate now. For tens of thousands of people training, each soldier has his own strengths and weaknesses. The main purpose of this centralized training is to allow everyone to maximize their potential. That side of the information on the table already introduces the situation this time in great detail, and this kind of thing is indeed the best venue choice for staying in this military base now. In the future, such large-scale and data-based arrangements will definitely not be limited to the military. All aspects and levels must be controlled well, so that the entire country can gradually reform into a country that is developing rapidly and moving towards the top power. An iron barrel moving forward.